Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened Jayden Sharingan. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya sat quietly in front of his family computer, his legs dangling well over the floor. He watched again and again as his hero, All Might carried dozens of people out of burning rubble and wreckage, laughing despite the chaos, destruction, and blood, even his own. Just this morning, watching this video would have brought out the biggest smile on Izuku's face, a smile so pure and full of joy that even the hardest of villains would rethink their life choices. But unfortunately, not all men are created equal. From behind him, Izuku could hear Inko Midoriya shuffling around, busying herself with something, anything. He knew she felt bad for her son, pitied him even. But she was his mother, so he knew when he needed comfort, she would be the first to give it to him. "Mom," he called out, his voice shaky with unshed tears. No matter how bad it is, he's always smiling when he saves you. Izuku turned slowly to his mother, the tears finally falling like rain despite the brave smile he tried emulating. "I want to be a cool hero like that." His mother didn't even hesitate to run to him, wrapping her arms around her child tightly and sobbing sympathetically. "Izuku, here it comes. Mom'll make it all better. Like always. Who cares if I'm quirkless, right?" "I'm sorry, Izuku," Inko wailed, her grip tightening around his body. Time stopped for Izuku at that moment, almost as if the fourth dimension itself wanted to keep him trapped in that moment of hell forever. "Mom, I want to save people. Please, tell me I can. Please?" Oblivious to the trauma scraping away at her son at the moment, Inko just held him even closer with eyes shut just as tightly, terribly unaware of the flash of red beneath her child's teary gaze. 10 years later, Izuku looked down at his feet as he continued his long walk home, his body hollow and numb to the outside world. The situation was almost comical, really. In one day, he got eviscerated by Kaken in front of the whole class, had his notebook destroyed, got violated by a sludge villain, and then learned that his idol, All Might, was fighting crime on borrowed time. Oh, and also, he told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero. He stopped on the sidewalk and gave a sad smile to no one in particular. It's funny that I know he's right that being quirkless would make it really hard to be a hero, but having it come from him of all people hurts a lot more than I thought. Izuku clutched his chest as he felt tears begin forming. "I can't tell if I want to cry or scream more." Then he heard an ear-piercing cry. Yeah, just like that. Then Izuku felt his bones shake from the sound of a powerful explosion around the corner. He could already see people fleeing the scene. He even caught sight of Kamui Woods swinging to where the explosion came from. Peering down the road, he saw a small crowd circling some sort of commotion. He could also see pro-heroes like Death Arms and MT Lady joining Kamui Woods to try to either calm down the crowd or deal with whatever was causing all the havoc. Then he saw the sludge villain at the center of it all and his skin blanched. How is that possible? All Might captured him and put him in his pocket. Then Izuku remembered the commotion from when he grabbed the #1 hero and the jerky movements that could have all too easily dislodged a poorly secured bottle. He fell out at that moment. That means this is my fault. Apparently the villain's got a middle schooler trapped right now. A random person commented from the crowd. "What? Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" Another pedestrian said, "I thought All Might was dealing with this villain. Where'd he go? All Might's here? Where is he? Oh no. It's also my fault All Might can't help out right now. If I wasn't such an idiot back then the villain would never have gotten out and All Might would still have time left in his muscle form. Damn it, why am I so useless?" Then Izuku saw the sludge villain's hostage. Kaken? Before he knew it, he had broken through Death Arm and the police's barricade and was running straight towards the villain. He heard people call out in surprise and shock, but nothing really registered in his chaotic mind. "Get back here, you idiot!" Death Arms called out to him, but the teenager was beyond reason right now. From the crowd, a skeletal man with blonde hair watched as the child he admonished earlier made a mad dash for the villain, causing so much havoc. What the hell? The villain saw the incoming 14-year-old and recalled, "It's that kid from earlier. Does he have some sort of a death wish?" Bakugo could vaguely make out a shape through the pain, but he quickly recognized the poofy hair and lanky figure. "Deku?" he murmured weakly. Izuku's thoughts were racing at light speed at the moment, but his gaze was locked onto one thing: those fearful eyes. It was a look Izuku knew well from personal experience, ironically because of the person who currently wore it. But seeing his childhood friend turn bully with that look of absolute terror lit something inside of Izuku that he thought long dead. "I want to save people." Time slowed down for Izuku, as if the sludge villain was moving in water or something. In a split second, without even thinking about what was going on, Izuku determined the villain's weak spot and formulated a plan of attack. He tossed his backpack with all his might at the villain's eye, managing to nail it with perfect accuracy. Then, he began clawing at the slime surrounding his classmate with the speed of a man possessed. "Deku? What are you doing?" Bakugo growled. Izuku looked at his former friend and flashed a terrified smile. "I just couldn't do nothing. Would you do me a favor and just die?" The villain roared as he made Bakugo fire several explosions to push his assailant back. Then, the villain swung at Izuku with a particularly long tendril, intent on crushing the teenager into a different, more gruesome type of sludge. However, Izuku saw the villain's movement in slow motion again. It was almost like his brain was processing all the visual information available to him even faster than his already quick brain could normally handle. What's going on? So as the villain was preparing to use Bakugo's explosions, Izuku was in the jumping position. Then, as he was beginning to swing the tendril, Izuku was already crouched under its trajectory. Same for the next several attacks. It became increasingly clear to Izuku that despite the power and gross factor of the villain's quirk, he was rather predictable as a fighter. "He's getting sloppy. He keeps me away with Kaken's quirk, but maybe I can use that to my advantage. If this attack pattern keeps up, I'll have an opening right now." Izuku jumped over a tendril and dashed straight for Bakugo. Izuku could hear the pro-heroes and police yelling at him again, but for once in his life, he felt good about the situation. All Might watched the scene unfold. This Quirkless kid, damn it. Why am I so useless right now? Then All Might saw Izuku's eyes and his skin blanched. "Wait a minute. Haven't you learned your lesson? You can't get near me." The villain lifted Bakugo's arm and prepared to fire. "What are you doing, idiot? You have a death wish?" Bakugo grit through the pain as he watched Izuku take action. Why doesn't he just run? The most significant way to change the direction of an arm is the shoulder, so if I grab his wrists, I can leverage them easily. Izuku ducked under the initial wave of explosions, which fired exactly where he thought they would, and grabbed Bakugo's wrists. Then, with all his strength, he pushed them up, right in time for the second wave of explosions, which fired not at Izuku but right into the eyes of the villain. In that moment of confusion, Izuku managed to pull Bakugo out of the slime and to the wall opposite the villain. His heart was racing and he wasn't sure about the condition of his pants, but he had the biggest smile on his face. "Don't worry, Kaken. Everything's gonna be okay now." Exhausted and barely conscious, Bakugo could barely mutter, "Run, you dim nerd." The villain roared, his eyes shut tight from the damage. "Enough of this." He spun wildly, sending an absolute onslaught of tendrils in every direction at incredible speed. Izuku paled as he tried to move but felt imminent danger at every course of action. Despite his insight, it was clear that the villain's sheer physical ability coupled with Bakugo's lack of mobility essentially removed all options. "These are way faster than before. I can see them coming and I know where to go, but why body can't move fast enough. Mom, I'm sorry." Izuku shielded Bakugo's body with his own and prepared for the worst. "I really am pathetic, huh? I really need to practice what I preach." Izuku's eyes shot open and he turned around slowly, feeling intense relief wash over him. The towering figure of All Might stared back at him with a smile as wide as he'd ever seen, the back of his shirt dripping with presumably the slime he shielded the teens from. "Apologies for taking so long, but have no fear. Because I am here." With that, All Might delivered the mother of all uppercuts, splattering the sludge villain, extinguishing most of the fires, and creating a freaking rainstorm. Holy shit! He changed the weather with one punch. A bystander cried out in awe as the crowd erupted into triumphant cheers. Izuku's eyes welled up with relief, almost painfully so, a sudden wave of exhaustion hitting him as adrenaline left his body. Rubbing his eyes, he stuttered, "All Might. Thank why. He saved us even though he's injured and already tired out. He's so cool." The symbol of peace flashed the teens a grin. "Don't worry about it, kid. Happy to help." "Ugh, I need to get out of here before the reporters hound me. I'm already past my limit as it is." All Might thought to himself as he turned from the slime splatter to the teens he just saved. "You two all right?" All Might watched as paramedics and pro-heroes looked over the kids, but he paid extra attention to the green-haired one. "I know what I saw. Looks like I really need to have a talk with him." After getting thoroughly chewed out by Death Arms and Kamui Woods for getting involved, all while Slugger and the police were practically fawning over Bakugo, Izuku decided to go home, his path illuminated by the evening sunset. Lost in his own thoughts and the sound of his trudges, he didn't notice the sound of someone running until they called, "Deku." Izuku turned around quickly, taken aback by the sudden arrival. "Kei Kaken?" Bakugo clenched his fist as he roared, "Don't think I needed your help or anything today. I had that slime prick right where I wanted him. Far as I'm concerned, you're still a useless So, don't go thinking this changes anything." Bakugo then turned and stormed off, leaving one very bewildered Midoriya behind. "What was that about?" Izuku gave a sad smile. "I guess Kaken's always gonna be Kaken." Izuku turned around, rubbing his eyes, only to fall back with a shriek as a massive figure came barreling out from the nearby alley. "I am here, young Midoriya." "All Might? I thought you got hounded by the press. What are you doing here?" Izuku managed to squeak, his heart still racing from the shock. The hero let out a booming laugh. "Ha! Escaping those journalists was nothing at all. Because All Might spat out an impossible amount of blood as he shrunk to his true form, wrapped in a cloak of steam. "Oh my god!" Izuku shrieked again, his already irritated eyes and naturally overactive tear ducts threatening to unleash a flood of biblical proportions. All Might wiped his mouth and cleared his throat. "Sorry about that. Anyways, I wanted to talk to you about your actions back there." Izuku looked down at his feet as tears began forming. "I know. I'm sorry I caused so much trouble. I just thought I don't know what happened. It was like dash. Your body moved without thinking, right?" Izuku's head shot up to his idol and nodded. "Why?" All Might nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. "You know, all the greatest heroes showed signs as children. That they were destined to be pillars in society. And all of them share the same thing in common. They all acted without thinking about themselves. That's self-sacrifice. You get what I'm saying?" Izuku nodded again, his heart beating faster with every word. "Is he saying that? What is he saying?" All Might took a deep breath and continued, "Kid, I told you that you couldn't be a hero. Yet, not an hour later, you're the only one to charge right into a villain to save someone else. And not only that, you put up a hell of a fight. And even beyond that, you inspired me to go beyond." Tears were threatening to fall, but for once, they weren't from sadness or despair. Izuku remembered the words of his mother, his teachers, his classmates. Everyone who told him that he couldn't be what he wanted to be. What he needed to be. "Kid, you can be a hero." There was no stopping these waterworks. His heart was positively bursting. His idol and the world's greatest hero had just told him, Izuku de Midoriya, that he could become a hero. Finally, someone believes in me. I feel like nothing else matters right now. I just want to remember this moment forever and ever. He looked up at his hero and smiled as widely as he could. All Might looked at the kid with a smile before noticing the other thing he wanted to talk about. "Oh, speaking of which, kid, I thought you told me you were quirkless." "Huh?" All Might looked at the kneeling boy curiously. "You told me you were quirkless, but you clearly have a quirk. What gives?" "Huh?" Izuku just stared at All Might, his eyes wide. "Don't tell me you didn't know about it? Like here, look." All Might quickly took his phone out and snapped a picture before showing the screen to Izuku. Ha! In the picture, Izuku's bright green eyes were gone, replaced by a glowing red. What's more, his pupils appeared to be surrounded by a black ring with two comma-like symbols spaced evenly apart. Meanwhile, his real eyes reappeared, the red glow vanishing. All Might was a loss for words. Congratulations? I'm at a loss for words here. It's pretty late to manifest your quirk. You're what, 11? 12? Izuku squeaked, I'm almost 15. The symbol of peace spat up a waterfall of blood, so scrawny. He barely registered All Might's words as he continued gaping in awe at the picture. I have a quirk? It makes sense. Professors on quirk theory often like to say that quirks are analogous to muscles, with emitter and transformation types often triggered by reflex. I noticed my perception and analysis was a lot faster than normal, but I thought that was just adrenaline. Although I also had a degree of insight too, which I suppose is just a higher application of analysis, but for me to have used it so well in the middle of my first villain fight that I should have realized that something was up, although how could I when I was so focused on not dying and saving Kaken? Speaking of Kaken, I wonder if he'll stop calling me Deku now that I have a quirk. But speaking of that, how come it just manifested? Anna thought Doctor told me that I had the extra joint so is halden favia quirk factor, although I think that's just correlation, which isn't causation so maybe I'm just an outlier from the norm which could. Stop. All Might briefly transformed and lightly chopped Izuku's head. You're giving me an aneurysm. Gah! Izuku exclaimed before he bowed continuously, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was saying that out loud. Please forgive me. All Might sighed as he rubbed his temple. I picked a weird fanboy. This just comes with the territory. Look kid, there's one more thing I wanted to talk to you about. The fact that you weren't even aware of your quirk when you rushed in to save your friend just makes me more sure about this. Izuku was even more confused now. What could be bigger than telling me that I have a quirk? I believe you are worthy to inherit my quirk. What? Izuku quickly began a new muttering storm as he fervently tried to decode All Might's verbiage. Sighing, the hero continued, My quirk is called One for All. Izuku's eyes widened and he felt the air grow thicker as if the wind itself knew the significance of what All Might was saying. One for all? All Might nodded, yes. It's a quirk passed down from person to person, master to student. It's the crystallization of all of our combined strength, stockpiled throughout the generations and focused into one person. Anyways, you know about my injury, yeah? Izuku nodded quietly, recalling the ghastly sight on that rooftop. Well, since I can't use this power to its fullest, I need to pass it on to the next generation. And who better to be my successor than the not-so-quirkless boy who rushed into the heat of battle before anyone else? Wait. You're offering me your power? I'd be as strong as you? All Might chuckled at the boy's awestruck expression. Yes, you would be as strong as I am. Stronger, actually. Eventually. Plus, having a quirk might create some interesting effects too. Izuku tried to open his mouth, but all that came out was a squeak. His mind was racing faster than he thought possible. Then he heard a small ringing sound and momentary itch in his eyes. Oh hey, it's back. All Might commented. Huh. Izuku gasped, only to feel that itch again and hear another, lower-pitch ringing tone. And it's gone. Weird. Anyways, I don't expect an answer right away, but I accept. Izuku's eyes shone not with the power of his quirk, but with determination. All Might looked stunned for a moment, but grinned soon after. Good answer. All Might, where are we going? Izuku asked his companion as they walked down the Mizudafu streets. It was the next day and Izuku received a text during lunch to meet All Might after school. After fanboying over how his idol was personally messaging him, he agreed and promptly got on a train the second the bell rang. All Might chuckled, in his true form so as not to attract attention. Well, I know you must be excited to start training to receive my power, but I think you should learn about your own quirk first. Also, I haven't finished your training plan yet. All Might muttered that last part quietly. Oh, but where are we going for that? My doctor's office is the other way. All Might shook his head. If he couldn't recognize that you had a quirk then, I doubt he'd be much help. No, we're going to see the world's greatest physician and an expert on quirk physiology. Besides, it's always good to tour your prospective school. My perspective.no. Izuku began trembling with both nervousness and excitement. No. No way. No freaking way. This continued even after All Might took him past the UA gates and to the nurse's office. All Might, I got your message. So, this is your successor? Little young, isn't he? Yes, thank you for meeting with us. He waited for a moment before nudging his protege and hissing, Introduce yourself. I'm Izuku Midoriya, Ms. Youthful Heroine, Recovery Girl, ma'am. Damn it. Sighing, All Might tried to salvage this first impression. Young Midoriya here is actually taking the entrance exam next year. Oh, so he's not young. He's just wimpy. Got it. Recovery Girl smiled at the boy. Nice to meet you, Sonny. Would like some candy? She held out a small handful of gummy bears, which the hero-to-be took gratefully. Anyways, let's try to figure out your dilemma. She led him to a chair and rapidly took his vitals, measurements, and a blood sample. While that's getting scanned, why don't you try to show me your quirk? Izuku nodded and tried to turn it on, only to realize something crucial. How do I activate a quirk? All Might rapidly announced in his muscular form, clench your buttocks and yell dash. Shut up. Recovery Girl hissed, prompting the now dejected number 1 hero to nod and sulk in the corner. Anyways, Sonny, just try to reproduce whatever feeling triggered it in the first place. Do you remember what it felt like to use your quirk? Izuku thought about it and smiled after a moment. Yeah, it felt that itchy when I turned it on. And I could hear a ringing sound. And then it was like whoosh and everything was slower and I could tell what was gonna happen and it like, bim. Recovery Girl gave a forced smile and made notes in her binder. He's certainly as weird as All Might, I'll give him that. Okay, now try to recall your emotional state when that happened. Got it? My emotional state. Izuku remembered how it felt to see Bakugo struggling and in need of a hero, or when All Might told Izuku that he could be a hero. And then, Izuku's eyes shot open, now red and outlined with 2 tomo. Recovery Girl smiled. Well done. Now let me make some notes and I'll pull up the quirk registry and see if I can find any similar cases such as yours. She spent some time on the computer before gesturing Izuku and All Might to the screen. Now, there are only about 10,000 cases of people with late quirk manifestations since we began recording this information. That's a pretty small number of people considering there are over 12 billion people with quirks in this registry. However, there are over 100 cases where people with late quirk manifestation also had red eyes like yours. All Might rubbed his chin. That's pretty rare. Recovery Girl shook her head. That means 1 out every 100 late bloomer has or had a quirk that changed eye color to red. That's incredibly specific. If I had to guess, I'd say your quirk is caused by a recurring mutation. It's almost like convergent evolution. She pulled up another page and showed it to her guests. Now, this is Midoriya's maternal family tree from the National Registry. Their quirk history goes back 4 generations. But nobody has a quirk remotely similar to Midoriya. Recovery Girl closed out the web page and pulled forth another family tree. His father, on the other hand, reportedly had an uncle with glowing eyes from heat vision. So that's at least a hint to a hereditary history. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? Does that mean I can shoot fire from my eyes? Recovery Girl shrugged. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It's not likely, but it's also not impossible. At that moment, the machine where Recovery Girl placed the blood sample started beeping. Well, that'd be the analysis. Let's see. What is it? All Might asked. Izuku gripped his school uniform. Please be good news. Please be good news. Recovery Girl smiled. Well, you definitely have a quirk factor. That much is certain. Izuku felt a lightness in his chest. I mean, I knew I had to 'cause of the picture, but just hearing it said out loud. As for why your doctor couldn't diagnose, I'd say it's because the mutagenic factor affects your eyes and optical nerves exclusively, not any other part of your body. So trying to use a marker, like the toe joint, wouldn't do much good. Though I always that the prerequisite for being able to mutate a quirk in the first place is the loss of vestigial physiology like the toe joint. Upon further analysis, Recovery Girl then rubbed her chin. It appears that your quirk factor affects a series of marker genes. Izuku hesitated before asking, Miss Recovery Girl? What does that mean? She chuckled, sorry. Those are genes that every human has. Some other species actually have this one too. But this would explain why there are multiple quirks with similar characteristics popping up under mysterious circumstances. From all the information I have, which really isn't much, I'd say your quirk is the result of a rare, but recurring mutation. I'll see if I can find anyone on that list from earlier that's still alive for comparison's sake. All Might thought before asking, how do you think One for All would interact with his quirk? Izuku blanched before realizing. Of course, she'd know about One for All. She knew I was his successor, didn't she? She probably treated All Might for his injury, so she'd know about that too. Recovery Girl shrugged, it's hard to guess. I'd say to just use it as often as you can, in a safe and legal setting of course. Learn its capabilities. Test it out. Push yourself. That's the only way quirks grow. If you break them down, they'll build themselves back up. Speaking of growing, All Might grew into his muscular form. Let's begin our training tomorrow. 6 a.m. at Dagoba Beach. That work for you? Izuku grinned and nodded furiously. Yes, sir. Ah, now that's what I like to hear. See you tomorrow, young Midoriya. With that, All Might dashed out of the nurse's office at breakneck speed. Izuku stood there dumbfounded for a moment before murmuring, I don't know how to go home. It was a cold April morning as Izuku pulled a refrigerator with every fiber of his being. As one is prone to do at 6 in the morning on an abandoned beach. It sure is comfy on this fridge. So peaceful and immobile. All Might taunted while perched on the kitchen appliance like an oversized bird. Izuku gave one last heave before collapsing on his back, panting heavily. Why do I need to pull this refrigerator? To put it simply, you're an insufficient vessel for One for All. Why you said I was worthy? Izuku began the waterworks as All Might tried desperately to calm him down. Right now. Only for now. Your spirit is great, but if you tried to use my quirk as you are, physically, your limbs would explode. That made Izuku start screaming as he imagined his arms bursting. That's why we're training. After you complete my aim to pass American Dream plan, you'll be a proper vessel fit for any quirk. All Might slyly snapped a picture on his phone as he said that. Izuku nodded in understanding. So I'll be as strong as you then? Or stronger since One for All stockpiles power? All Might sweat dropped. In a way yes. What does that mean? You'll have my power but... Izuku was starting to get worried. All Might? Is there something I should know? All Might was now sweating profusely. You might have some kickback when you use One for All for the first time. Kickback? Izuku was now imagining his arms ricocheting off his body as he tried to punch something. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. All Might tried to comfort his student. Don't worry about it. For now, let's just work on getting you into shape and fixing this place up. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Fixing this place? What's wrong with it? I did some research. Apparently, this place used to be one of the most beautiful beaches in the country. But now it's little more than a junkyard. All Might gestured to the miles of trash littering the coast. Izuku nodded in understanding. Yeah, I heard the currents bring trash from the ocean onto the shore. Then people started dumping stuff here since it was sorta dirty anyways. All Might nodded. Now, even the locals won't come here. Heroes today are all about fame and glory and riches. But being a hero used to mean helping out the community. And what better way to help out the community than by volunteering service? Izuku cheered, thoroughly pumped up, and prepared to start hauling trash again, only to remember something and freeze. Why the hesitation, young Midoriya? Don't you want to be a real hero? Why yeah, of course, but I had a question. See, I told my mom about my quirk and she told me I should get it registered, but... All Might smiled. You don't know how to, do you? Izuku looked down sheepishly and nodded. All Might clapped him on the shoulder. Not to worry, young Midoriya. Everything with All Might with me here. Izuku chuckled politely at that, but inwardly he was questioning ever idolizing this man for that pun. But truth be told, you might want to hold off on registering. Your quirk, as it is fairly different from what One for All can do. Going from Quirkless gives you the chance to basically put anything on the form that you want, but once you're registered as having heightened perception for a quirk, it'll be difficult to include super strength, speed, and endurance in that. Izuku thought about it and nodded. Okay, I understand. All Might asked, but speaking of your quirk, have you found anything interesting about it? A bright look overcame Izuku's face. Oh yeah. I wrote down a bunch of info about it in my notebook. Wanna read it? All Might nodded and was subsequently handed a badly burnt notebook titled Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 13. 13? What a fanboy. He flipped to the last written entry and nearly fainted at the sheer number of notes. Okay, Tashinori, just focus on the important stuff. Subject: Izuku Midoriya, I have a quirk. Quirk: to be determined. Known abilities: increased perception, predictive ability, insight, and analytical skill. Allows for rapid reaction and strategy against physical threats. Also enables replication of physical moves by observing target. Microscopic telescoping. Vision, range unknown. X-ray vision. Activation method, triggered by emotional stress. Activates by recollection of that stress. Takes a while to activate because of this. Notes: can only maintain for 5 minutes continuously before exhaustion. Recharge rate unknown. Physical mimicry is limited by subject's own ability and requires heavy focus. When active, iris glows slightly. Tomo spin around pupil when using special skill. Young Midoriya, this is very impressive. I think this will greatly assist Recovery Girl in determining more about your quirk's origin. He did this all in just one night. What do you mean by replication of physical moves, though? Izuku suddenly blushed and looked down. Last night. Welcome back to Dancing with the Stars. Izuku watched the TV excitedly as the announcer got the audience pumped up for the next performance. Mistakes were made. All Might's sweat dropped. I feel like I should have doubts now. Regardless of that escapade, the ability to mimic movements has a lot of potential. Like learning a martial art just by observing it. Luckily, our training regimen includes some calisthenics and aerobics to hopefully increase your ability to perform the moves you copy, but I'm glad to see this enthusiasm. Just the kind of thing I want to see from my successor. Izuku smiled. Thanks, All Might. I really appreciate all you're doing for me. This kid's gonna make me cry. Nonsense. I'm happy to nurture the next generation of heroes, especially when it involves my successor. Wait a minute, that I'm a genius. Actually, I just thought of something else I can do for you. Izuku waved his hands in front of his face. And no, seriously, All Might. You've done enough for me. Sharingan. Ha. All Might explained, your quirk doesn't have a name yet, so I'm giving it one. Copy wheel I, Sharingan. Sharingan. Izuku mulled it over and grinned. Sharingan. It sounds great. All Might smiled at his student. Then he looked at his watch and nearly vomited. So much wasted time. Come on, young Midoriya. We've got a lot to make up before school. With that began Izuku Midoriya's training from hell. 10 months later. All Might locked his truck as he adjusted his scarf. While walking towards the beach, he heard a scream. A villain? At this hour? Taking off a sprint, All Might prepared to transform, only to stop dead in his tracks. The entire beach practically sparkled with a complete and utter lack of trash and litter. And atop a large mound of garbage on the edge of the sand stood Izuku Midoriya, screaming no, roaring, his head off to the heavens above. All Might was at a loss for words. He cleaned up outside the area I told him to, and just in time, too. Oh my goodness. The fully transformed All Might dashed towards his protege in time to catch him as he fell. Izuku looked at his mentor and weakly stated, All Might. I did it. All Might set Izuku down and shook his head with a massive grin. No, young Midoriya. You did even more that. You thoroughly exceeded my expectations. And now I can say with the utmost certainty that you're a proper vessel. Just look at yourself when we started. All Might pulled out his phone and showed the picture he took 10 months ago featuring a crying, scrawny boy lying in the sand. Now, that same boy well, he still isn't a man, but he definitely isn't scrawny. Though he still cries a lot. But he isn't lying down in the sand anymore. Baby steps. I know I worked for this, but I still feel like I cheated somehow. Izuku commented while tiredly juxtaposing his muscular figure to his previous one. All Might lightly chopped his head. Nonsense. There's a monumental difference between being born with a silver spoon and working your butt off for it. Now that I has come for you to inherit my power. All Might plucked a hair from his head. Izuku smiled and nodded. I'm ready. Finally, after all that work, it's finally paying off. All Might held out his hair and exclaimed the 3 worst words in the best possible way. Now, eat this. Izuku Midoriya stood outside the gates to the testing center, barely moving. Everything I've been through the last 10 months. Everything has been leading to this moment. I can't let everyone down, although I guess everyone is really just Mom and All Might. Oh, and Recovery Girl she's nice. I had a point to this. He tried to finish his train of thought, but a walking interruption named Katsuki Bakugu decided to interrupt. Move, why even nerd? We're gonna be late. Izuku instinctively flinched. Kaken. The explosive blonde just shook his head and strutted past with a huff. Just don't get in my way, got it? Izuku nodded furiously. Got it. Crystal clear. I have never comprehended anything more than your instruction, and he's gone. Izuku sighed. Even after all this time and everything with the villain last year, he still hates my guts. At least he stopped bothering me at school. Izuku watched Katsuki walk up the stairs to the testing hall, overhearing some murmurs from fellow examinees who recognized him from last year's news reports. Although, I guess things haven't been too easy for him either. Shaking his head clear of thoughts, Izuku stepped over the threshold of the gates. Here goes. My very first step in my new life as the future symbol of peace. Then he tripped. Just randomly. As one is prone to do. I regret everything. He braced himself to hit first base with the ground, only to realize he wasn't moving at all. In fact, he was somehow suspended in midair, feeling completely weightless. Wadash! Izuku screeched in surprise, earning more than a few condescending giggles from the other examinees. Sorry for using my quirk on you without asking first, but I figured it's bad luck to fall before an exam. A friendly, almost saccharine voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, Izuku was greeted with every teenage boy's best dream and simultaneous worst nightmare. A teenage girl. Specifically, a short one with a brown bob, permanent blush, and massive brown eyes. Oh no, she's attractive. Every neuron in his brain began firing at such speed, he had to double-check that his Sharingan wasn't active. He tried to utter anything in response, but human speech had utterly failed him. Instead, he tried to communicate through a series of inaudible and panicked exhales. The girl stared at him for a minute before smiling. Anyways, let me help you down. She reached for his shoulders and lowered his feet back to the ground. She seemed oblivious to the fact that just touching this boy had both stopped and jump-started his heart. Then she tapped her fingertips, release, and Izuku felt the force of gravity return. Anyways, good luck in there. I'll see you around. She walked away as quickly as she came in, and young Midoriya was both grateful and devastated. However, one truth, one certainty, kept him sane throughout this trying ordeal. I just talked to a girl. A smile so bright that it put the first quirk to shame flashed across Izuku's face. Should I even take the exam now? I feel like nothing could top that. Then his stomach gurgled, and he remembered what heinous torture he endured to get one for all. And he wasn't thinking about the training. I didn't eat that hair for nothing. Let's do this. Whatever hope Izuku had for this test going well went out the window when he realized that orientation seating was by middle school. Hey Kaken. Izuku muttered as he took his seat next to his volatile classmate. Bakugo growled in acknowledgement, which was honestly better than Izuku could have hoped for. Then the lights dimmed, and a booming voice resounded throughout the auditorium. "Hey there, my young listeners. Can I get a yeah? The silence that followed was deafening. "No worries. I'm here to give you the rundown on this here exam. Are you ready?" This silence was even more so. Present Mike continued despite the lackluster reception, seemingly drowning out the sounds of a young otaku fanboying in the stands. "Oh my god, it's Present Mike. I can't believe he sat here. Thesis dash." Bakugo had enough and he hissed, "Shut the hell up, Deku." Izuku's face reddened and he clamped a hand over his mouth, earning a few chuckles from some students around him. "Oh great, I'm already the UA laughingstock and I'm not even a student yet." "Excuse me, Present Mike sir?" A loud, serious voice sounded from the back of the auditorium. The student standing up was tall, very well built, and had a serious face to match his voice. "You mentioned 3 villains, but this sheet clearly states that there are 4 types. If this is an error, this is a serious oversight, especially for a school as prestigious as UA." Then he turned in Izuku's general direction. "And you, stop talking so much. If you think UA is a place where you can goof off while everyone else is trying to learn, then you're better off leaving now." Izuku tried to sink into his seat, his face red. As the sounds of other students laughing filled his ears, he mentally remarked, "Okay, now I'm the school laughingstock." Bakugo watched the events unfold before muttering, "Elitist dickhead." Present Mike grinned, probably at finally having some fan interaction. "Thanks for bringing that up, Examinee 7111-." Izuku pet his head. "How does he even know that? Did we even get numbered? The first 3 are the 1, 2, and 3 pointers, yeah? Well, that 4th one is a 0 pointer. Think of it like a thwomp in Super Mario Bros. Compared to the other 3 Goombas. It's just an obstacle and it's probably better to avoid it. Good luck with that." Present Mike mentally chuckled. "Just remember to report to the testing site on your packet immediately after the written exam and be sure to follow the rules listed. I don't want to see any of my young listeners getting in trouble for attacking a fellow listener. I'm looking at you, Examinee 3543. Bakugo paled. "How the F? Seriously, when did we get numbers? With that, I'll let you all go. Just remember to go beyond. Plus ultra." Finishing the written exam was no sweat for Izuku. After all, when you're a quirkless teenager with no social life, you tend to spend a lot of free time in the library. However, waiting in front of the large gates to the massive fake city in front of him and the other examinees was slightly more difficult. Izuku turned to one examinee who was already in the fetal position. "Okay, maybe more than slightly. All right, young listeners, we're just waiting for a few more of you to finish up. Remember, you only have 10 minutes to gather points." Present Mike announced to all the battle zones. Izuku gulped and muttered nervously, "Okay, I've never used one for all, but I remember that All Might said there'd be some kickback. Not entirely sure what that means, but I'm guessing it can't be good. And then I can only use my Sharingan for about 8 minutes continuously before it times out, so I'll need to take breaks every so often to let it rest and max out my time. I guess my best bet is just to use the Sharingan to find the robot's weaknesses and beat them however I can without risking one for all." Smiling and looking up from his successful brainstorm, Izuku was met with the perplexed stares of many of the other prospective students. Not again. Then he noticed that same girl he spoke to out front. "It's the really nice girl. I should thank her properly for earlier." His strides came to halt, however, when he felt a firm hand clasp onto his shoulder. Turning, Izuku came face to face with the same stern, weirdly tall boy who called him out in front of everyone in the auditorium. "Oh crap." The taller kid narrowed his eyes. "She's clearly trying to focus before the exam right now. You weren't thinking about interrupting her, were you?" Izuku shook his head frantically, waving his hands equally so. I swear. I just wanted thank her for helping me dash. You're not some dummy contender UA hired to trip us all up, right?" How the other boy managed to say that so seriously surprised Izuku such that he couldn't even reply. "Start." The gates suddenly swung open. Now everyone was so surprised that they couldn't reply. Present Mike chuckled into his microphone. "What? There are no countdowns in real life. Get moving. Izuku turned to the gates, only to find every other examinee already running into the mock city. Oh no, I'm already behind. He ran around the cityscape, desperately searching for a villain robot. Gotta start searching for points. Sharingan. Izuku called as he felt the slight itch in his eyes accompanied by the ringing sound he'd so grown to love. Okay, I see a lot of people concentrated in the city center. That's probably a bad place to go then. Lots of competition. Instead, I'll stick to the edges. Izuku thought only to run smack dab into a three-pointer. Oh crap. Well, I guess I wanted to get points as soon as possible. I can see 3 weak points in its shell and I'm pretty sure its power source is right under the missile launchers. It's also really slow and moves predictably. I can do this. Only problem, Izuku wasn't moving. Why aren't I moving? The robot started charging the terrified youth. Oh crap. He averted his gaze and held his hands in front of his face, only to feel a gust of wind as a bright blue beam of electricity shot straight through the robot. He turned to the source of the beam, which was an eccentrically dressed blonde boy with a sheet-eating smirk and large eyes that practically sparkled. Merci, mon ami. We make quite the team, non? But I'm afraid we'll never meet again. Adieu. The blonde boy bowed and ran off, presumably to steal more points. Izuku shook his head. Damn it, I completely froze up. I need to get it together. Remember where you came from, Midoriya, and get a grip. Eyes burning with resolve, and also the natural glow of his quirk, Izuku picked up a sharp metal panel from the fallen robot. This looks like it'll come in handy. The three-pointers are supposed to have the toughest armor, so I should be able to use this as a shield, at least. Izuku kept running until he found another villain, this one a two-pointer. It immediately launched its scorpion tail at the boy. However, the robot, while faster than the three-pointer, could not outpace the Sharingan nor the training its wielder went through. He easily dodged the tail and deflected its follow-up with the metal panel. Izuku then rolled to the back of the robot and, with a bit of effort, knocked the tail right off using the panel. He then seized the pointed end with his right hand, his left securely holding his weapon of choice, and buried it into the robot's central console. It immediately sputtered and died. Alright, that's 2 points. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left. Crap. I need more points fast. On cue, a one-pointer rolled around the corner. It must have been attracted by the sound of me fighting the, oh crap. Izuku had to roll out the way as the small robot absolutely barreled right past him. It's a lot faster than the two-pointer. My Sharingan can't keep up with it. I need to reduce its mobility. Noticing the rubber tire it employed, Izuku began charging the robot, sharp end of his panel held outwards. The robot replied in kind, rolling towards its opponent with its metal arm outstretched. At the last second, however, Izuku slid on the ground and shoved the panel into the tire, bursting it. Simultaneously, he used his legs to push the now exposed rim up, causing the robot to flip onto its back. Definitely lighter than All Might. With a quick swing of the panel, the one-pointer was decapitated and Izuku tallied another point. That's only 3 though. Since the robots are attracted by noise, maybe I should move inwards. That's better than doing the same thing and hoping it works, I suppose. Izuku gave his Sharingan a break and took off at a sprint, passing several other combatants and robots along the way. I don't want to steal points from the other examinees. Those one-pointers are open, but they're too fast for me to counter. I can barely follow their movements as it is. I should try to find 2 and 3-pointers instead. After Present Mike announced the 4-minute mark, Izuku finally found another 3-pointer. I'm not gonna freeze this time. Sharingan. Noting a gap between its armor along its center, Izuku easily dodged its attacks and managed to jump onto it when it stopped to turn. He then shoved the sharp end of the panel down the gap, causing the whole robot to shudder and start sparking. Then, the missiles started firing one by one. Oh no, I must have glitched it out. Then he saw a group of robots approaching him, likely attracted by the sounds of the explosions. That I can use this. With all his strength, Izuku twisted the missile launcher towards the group and watched as the ensuing barrage turned the 2 3-pointers and 3 1-pointers into scrap metal. He then turned and saw another 2-pointer and 1-pointer racing towards him. Shoving the panel the rest of the way through the three-pointer he had mounted, Izuku leapt off and started moving perpendicularly to the one-pointer. At the last second he ducked under it, albeit getting glanced by its metal arm. Oh, that's gonna bruise. He took off towards the two-pointer, but stopped just short of it. Right here should be good, assuming I timed this right. He then turned back towards the one-pointer, which was rolling towards him at even greater speed. Almost now. Izuku ducked and moved to the side right as the scorpion tail of the two-pointer shot out, perfectly impaling the one-pointer's head. The broken robot continued to roll right into the two-pointer, destroying it as well. Unfortunately, Izuku had not timed his dodge well and caught the one-pointer's arm in a more direct fashion. He groaned, clutching his abdomen, acutely aware of someone else shouting about having 28 points and another remarking how they had "I can't waste time laying around. I only have 18 points. Gotta catch up to everyone else." Quite the promising pool of candidates this year. Midnight commented to her fellow heroes and proctors, a large number of them watching several screens displaying the different cityscapes. The Space Hero, 13, added, "Indeed. This environment tends to bring out the absolute best in them. From those who gather intelligence before acting, people who use their mobility and reflexes to navigate the large area, those who can adapt to any scenario on the fly." A large boom from one of the TV speakers interrupted 13th's train of thought. He chuckled at the sight of a blond boy panting in a pile of scrap metal, his hands smoking, and then there are just natural-born warriors. Present Mike grinned and spoke normally, the trademark sign that he was genuinely excited. This year might have some good students so far, but there's really only one way to know for sure. He pressed a red button. Izuku sprinted past more and more examinees but saw no robots for him to fight. Oh no, there's no more left. I need to get back to the outskirts as fast as I can. I'm still so behind. Then the entire city shook as a building toppled. What the hell? Another student exclaimed as everyone's jaw dropped. That's the thwomp. It's massive. What version of Mario does Present Mike play? The zero-pointer took a brief moment to look at the crowd of teenagers in front of it before slowly rolling forward, its tank-like treads pulverizing all the rubble in its path. Like any normal person, Izuku started booking it in the opposite direction. Based on its movements so far, it subtly changes direction towards the nearest moving target. So as long as I'm faster than the slowest person, I'll be safe. Oh. Izuku's blood ran cold. He was subconsciously aware of dozens of others passing him by as the gargantuan robot approached, but he had to be sure. As long as I'm faster, I'll be safe. I can't waste All Might's training. He turned around slowly, dreading to discover what he already knew. I can't fight that thing. All Might did so much for me. I can't let him down. Zooming in with his Sharingan, he could distinctly detect a life form struggling under some rubble. It's bad luck to fall before an exam. Izuku took off running, charging straight at the zero-pointer with such fervor that even Katsuki Bakugu would turn tail. The nice girl managed to pry the rubble off of her with her quirk, but she visibly struggled to stand up, likely damaging her leg. The zero-pointer stopped moving forward and slowly lowered its massive arm. It's going to flatten her. But if I get closer than her, it'll immediately switch its targeting. He noticed several piles of rubble that formed a ramp of sorts. Perfect. Izuku jumped from mound to mound and then finally leapt with all his strength, the perfect timing and momentum carrying him squarely onto the robot's forearm. Immediately, it stopped moving towards the nice girl. Okay, I need to use these studs to secure my footing. The other examinees watched with gaping mouths as the timid kid they laughed at ran his way up the zero-pointer without even thinking about it. If I can get to its right shoulder, it should turn towards me and away from everyone else. Then I can stall until time runs out. Unfortunately, the Sharingan's time limit reared its ugly head and Izuku slipped on a stud, his footing off without his increased perception and insight. High-intensity usage reduces my time. He shut his eyes, fearing the inevitable fall that awaited him. As he rolled off the side of the robot, towards its torso and a massive drop, Izuku remembered what All Might told him, "You can be a hero." I thought I can be a hero. Clench your buttocks. Izuku forced himself to open his eyes and he used his legs to push off the robot at the last second before he fell, managing to at least get closer to the zero-pointer's head. Unfortunately, he was definitely too far to grab onto it, but that wasn't the point. And let your heart cry out. Izuku pulled back his fist as the energy coursing through ripped his sleeve. Smash! With that, Izuku punched the side of the zero-pointer's head. And by punch, I mean pulverized. The massive robot crumpled under the sudden force, practically flying into the building to its left, explosions coursing throughout its body. The examinees went bug-eyed. Most of the teachers in the viewing area did too, save for one skeletal man who grinned victoriously. However, Izuku was far from feeling victorious. My arm. I'm falling. He clutched his flapping appendage, tearing up from the vicious pain. Can't rely on the Sharingan to get me out of this. Even if I land on my feet or roll, I'll probably get paralyzed or die. Maybe I can slow my fall with a New Hampshire smash, just like All Might. He pulled his other arm back and braced himself for the pain. Okay, 3.2.1 G, gah. Not as painful, but wow, that stings. Before he could fire his attack, Izuku was slapped in midair by the same nice girl from before. His descent instantly slowed, coming to a halt a couple of feet above the ground. I'm not alive? The girl lowered the robot head she used to fly to save the falling boy and tapped her fingers together with great effort, exhaustion and nausea catching up to her. Our release. The levitating boy promptly hit the ground face first. Ow, the irony. Standing up slowly, gingerly cradling his shattered right arm, Izuku approached his savior. Che, are you okay? She smiled up at him before clapping her hands over her mouth while her cheeks puffed. Izuku managed to turn just in time not to see anything, although he certainly heard everything. That's almost impressive. You so you're not okay? Izuku asked, still facing away. She giggled sheepishly as she slowly landed on the ground and leaned on the robot head, not wanting to put weight on her damaged ankle. Sorry about that. My quirk makes me sick if I overdo it. But what about you? That arm looks bad. Izuku chuckled sheepishly, sorry about that. I think I overdid it too. Huh, I guess we match then. She exclaimed all bubbly-like. Izuku's face reddened. Oh god, she's acting cute too. I can't deal with this. I'm Uraraka, by the way. Ochako Uraraka. What's your name? She smiled at Izuku, only making him more flushed. He started sweating profusely. Izuku Midoriya? It's nice to meet you, Uraraka. Then he remembered how he survived his fall. Oh, and thanks for saving my life. Uraraka chuckled. I should be thanking you. The way you took down that robot was all BIM and POW and BO. It was so cool. I can't believe someone with a quirk like yours even needs to take the entrance exam. You should be a shoo-in for a recommendation. Haha, why you think so, huh? She's complimenting me? Now what do? I need a distraction like now. Well done. Here, have some candy. Good job. Is that? Recovery girl strolled through the crowd of examinees that gathered to see the person who destroyed the kaiju. She approached Izuku and Uraraka. Looks like you're a suitable vessel for now. Still needs work. I just hope you don't make a habit out of this. Oh dear, your own quirk did this to you? Recovery girl said as she kissed Izuku with those frightening grandma lips. Best not to put any more attention on this kid and let all those other students know we've met before. Oh, thank you. Izuku said, bowing as his art set itself back with a green glow. Oh, it's no trouble. Now, let's see about fixing that ankle, missy. While recovery leg kissed Uraraka's leg, Izuku sighed sadly. Even with all that training, I still didn't get enough points. But he looked at Uraraka, who was already looking at him. She waved, which naturally sent Izuku into a blushing panic. However, he still smiled, albeit sadly. I guess it was for a good cause though. 1 week later, Izuku stared at the fisheye. The fisheye stared back. He examined the subtle way the ocular organ conveyed its sheen, the delicate membrane coating the iris, the subtle browning caused by browning it in the fish oven, the black-like blackness of its pupil, the deep and rich cream-colored. Izuku! The voice of Inko Midoriya broke the young boy's concentration. What? Mom. Inko stared worriedly at her son from across the dinner table. Why were you staring at your fish? Should I be concerned, honey? Izuku laughed nervously. Sorry, Mom. I think I'm just tired is all. Dinner continued in relative silence. So did washing the dishes. Even Izuku's post-dinner bicep curls were carried out in unbroken silence. Izu Izuku. They were carried out being the operative phrase. Izuku turned to his mother, who was kneeling and holding out a light blue envelope. It's here, Izuku. Your letter from you. He looked at the envelope and nodded, taking it into his room and closing the door. His mother paced nervously outside. Izuku laid the envelope on his desk flat and just looked at it. This is it. My rejection. I know I did well on the written exam, but with the practical, everything that All Might worked so hard for got wasted. No wonder he hasn't contacted me since. He probably found out how bad I did. Well, time to get this over with. Izuku muttered as he ripped the envelope open. As he did so, a small metal disc fell out and immediately began projecting. I am here as a hologram. Izuku's jaw dropped. All Might? The hologram of the symbol of peace laughed merrily. Huh? You're probably confused as to why I'm in your UA letter right now, but that's because I'm going to be a teacher next year. Isn't that exciting, young Midoriya? Izuku's jaw dropped even further. No way. But then he remembered his exam score and looked at the ground again. Too bad I won't be around to see that. A voice off-screen muttered something, and All Might's sweat dropped. Wrap it up? But I have so much more to tell him. The voice, likely a producer, muttered something else and All Might sighed. Very well. Just make sure to cut this part out. Anyways, young Midoriya, as you're likely well aware, you passed the written portion, but you only got 18 villain points in the practical exam. Unfortunately, that's not enough to pass. Izuku nodded sadly, his eyes welling up. I knew that already. I knew I didn't get in. So why does this hurt so badly? Luckily, there's more to it than that. Izuku looked up. What? All Might laughed. If you would, please look at this recording. He pressed a button on a remote and a screen appeared behind him. He pressed another button and a video feed started. Izuku immediately recognized Present Mic and, Uraraka? What's she doing in my video? Uraraka approached Present Mic. Excuse me? Mr. Present Mic? The pro hero turned to the young girl. What's up, listener? She fidgeted. You know that curly-haired boy? Kinda plain looking? I heard him say that he didn't get enough points. But he only got injured 'cause he was saving me. So I was wondering if I could give him some of my points. At least the ones he lost because of me. Please. Uraraka bowed her head slightly. Izuku's eyes widened. She that gave me her points? Present Mic just chuckled in the video and placed a reassuring hand on Uraraka's head. While I love your fiery spirit, young listener, I'm afraid I can't transfer points. But you don't gotta worry about him, believe me. The video feed shut off and All Might looked straight at Izuku, or at least the camera, inspiring acts of selflessness in others. What kind of hero school would we be if we ignored an ability like that? That's why there's a secret component to the practical exam, rescue points. Izuku's heart fluttered. Wait, he's saying. A panel of 6 judges rated you all from 1 to 10 on how heroic your performance in the practical was. And you, young Midoriya, earned 60 rescue points. 60 points? All Might grinned. While we're at it, 45 to Ochako Uraraka. This places her at 4th overall and you, young Midoriya. Well, I'll let the leaderboard speak for itself. The hologram changed to the complete list of exam scores. Izuku's eyes trailed up and down the list until something clicked. 78 points totaled, that's above Uraraka. Bakugo got 2nd? Cool. But he had 77 points. Which means. Holy shit. Izuku whispered. All Might's voice sounded. Haha. Yes, young Midoriya, you got 1st in the exam. Congratulations on getting the top score, my boy. That means you pass with flying colors. Izuku's eyes started tearing up and he remembered everything he endured. The years of torment, discrimination, and worst of all, pity. All of that had led to this. All Might reappeared and extended his hand out. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. On the other end of the door, Inko was about to burst in, the suspense eating away at her. Before she could do so, however, she nearly had a heart attack when Izuku opened the door first and enveloped her in a massive hug. Mom. I got in. I got the top score. Inko gasped with joy, a small waterfall erupting from each eye. Oh, Izuku. Then she fainted. Later that night, Toshinori Yagi watched the moonlight reflect on the softly rippling ocean surface. The sound of a young couple laughing at a nearby gazebo on the pier filled the air. So peaceful. Toshinori thought to himself, letting the fresh air fill his damaged lungs. All Might. The disguised symbol of peace spat out blood like a geyser. Who's that? The couple in the background suddenly started yelling, All Might? Where? All Might hissed at Izuku. My bad. I was seeing things. Izuku nodded. Oh, my bad. I was seeing things. The couple let out a disappointed groan and went back to their date. All Might just sighed. So much for peaceful. He held up his hand. Congrats on making it into UA. Izuku smiled and high-fived him. Thanks. Though I was surprised that you're gonna be teaching there, especially since your official office is in Minato Ward Dash. All Might lightly chopped his protégé's head. Stop it. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. Sorry. He then added, just so you know, I didn't tell any judges about you being my successor. I figured you'd think that'd be like cheating. Oh, thank you. All Might continued. I originally planned on coming to UA to find a successor. But since I found you first, I decided to take the job anyways, so I could monitor your progress. Izuku smiled but looked down. You've done and you're still doing so much for me. But even after all that training, my arm was useless after using one for all just once. I'm a pretty poor excuse for a successor. Nonsense. All Might chastised. You only received my power that very day. Even I didn't adjust that quickly. You're only barely capable of containing one for all for now. All Might picked up a few empty cans off the sand. But as you grow and temper yourself, you'll be able to control it much better and make it into a real force for good. To prove this point, All Might transformed partway through his sentence and crushed the cans. Wow, it really is All Might. The couple behind them cried out. Come, young Midoriya. Let's run. Izuku smiled as he recalled the day's events, strolling home on the sidewalk, guided only by the dull light of the lamp. Glad All Might and I managed to get away. That could have been bad otherwise. I still can't believe I'm technically the top candidate in my year. I wonder how Kaken feels about that. Turns out, Izuku wouldn't have to wait too long to find out. Because standing right in front of him, only a block away from his house, was Bakugo himself. Izuku paled. Kikaken? What are you doing here? Bakugo's face was eerily normal-looking. Deku. Let's talk. Deku. Let's talk. Izuku's blood ran cold. Oh god, he's going to kill me. Is this about the exam? Bakugo approached Izuku, taking slow and deliberate steps. The exam. That is. Izuku's face contorted with panic. I saw the results from the practical. The blonde boy stopped only a foot away from Izuku and whispered, his face shadowed by the poor street lighting, How did you cheat? Izuku's terrified expression gave way to one of confusion. Huh? Cheat? A car drove by, its headlights momentarily lightening Bakugo's face. Needless to say, whatever joy Izuku felt about his day went out the window. I said, how the F did you cheat? Bakugo seized Izuku's jacket and pushed him against a wall, his hands ominously smoking. There's no goddamn way a quirkless loser like you could have beaten my score. Izuku started panicking again and he waved his hands. No, wait Kaken. I didn't cheat, I swear. I only beat a couple of robots. You saw I only had 18 villain points. And even then, most of those were because one of their missile launchers went haywire. Really, I didn't do that well compared to you. If it wasn't for rescue points, I wouldn't have even gotten in. I didn't try to beat your score, I swear. Bakugo's hands stopped smoking, implying he was somewhat happier about the situation, but his hold didn't ease up. Damn it, damn it. I don't give a how many of what you got. I was supposed to be the only one who got in from our school. Me. He looked down and started shaking. My plans got ruined. All because of you. You just love shoving your nose where it don't belong, don't cha? Bakuga's mind flashed back to when he fell into a creek as a child. He remembered how he'd laughed it off, but Deku approached him with an outstretched hand and a look. Those eyes that are so full of pity. For me. And again with that villain. Those stupid eyes. Even now. Bakuga looked up and sure enough, Deku's eyes were filled with fear, panic, but also a little bit of pity and concern. Is he okay? I know his ego is bigger than empty lady, but this is worse than normal. I guess he really puts a lot of pressure on himself to be the best. But Bakuga saw it another way. Deku, Quirkless Deku. Feels bad for me? Worries about me? That. Izuku yelped as Bakuga's grip tightened and his eyes flared. Listen Deku, I'm gonna be the #1 hero someday, so stop looking at me like that and stop getting in my way. He threw Izuku to the ground and stormed off in a huff. Don't let me see you at you, got it? Or better yet, just drop out altogether. Not like a Quirkless Deku could ever be a real hero. Bakuga started walking back home, only to stop dead when Izuku shouted, Kakin! Izuku was standing back up, fists clenched tightly. But more impressively, he was staring his childhood friend dead on, mouth set in a determined line. Someone told me that I could be a... It's because of them that I've gotten this far. Izuku looked at his clenched right fist and remembered that punch he delivered against the zero-pointer. He looked back at Bakuga and exclaimed, I can't let them down now. I have to keep going, whether you want me to or not. Bakuga stood in stunned silence before continuing his walk home. Izuku kept up his brave facade until his friend turned the corner and vanished from sight, at which point he promptly deflated, oh wow. I can't believe I stood up to Kakin. I guess today was pretty good after all. Meanwhile, Bakuga was lost in thought. Since when did Deku get the ball to talk back? What a prick. Then he flashed back to when Izuku offered him that hand up when they were kids or when he shielded Bakuga's body from the sludge villain's attacks. And then he reflected on what he said to Izuku earlier that fateful day. Maybe you'll be lucky and be reborn with a quirk in your next life. Bakuga sighed, looked at his feet. That sheet. 2 weeks later. You have your pocket tissues? Yeah. Izuku knelt down to his laces. And your handkerchief? Your hanky. No. I gotta hurry or I'll be late. Izuku finished tying his shoes, smoothed out his uniform, and opened the door. Oh, and Izuku? Exasperated, Izuku turned from the doorframe and whined, What? Inko just smiled through glossy eyes. You're really cool. Taken aback, Izuku smiled gratefully. I'll see you later. From his home, it was about 40 minutes by train to UA. The entire ride, he could feel himself shaking, the reality of his situation slowly dawning on him. I know I've been before to see Recovery Girl, but that I'm about to attend the top hero school in the country. Standing in front of the gates certainly felt different this time around. No more waiting for All Might to secure a visitor's badge. Armed with his student ID, that most mighty of weapons, Izuku strolled through the gates with confidence. Which, for him, means that he didn't trip, cry, fall, spontaneously combust, blush, sweat, die, cry, mutter, or cry. Okay, he did tear up a little bit. This campus is massive. Okay, Class 1A. Where are you? Izuku strolled around the hallways of one of the towers, doing his best to follow the signs before he came face to face with a door fitting the campus's size. It's huge, but this says 1A on it. He took a deep breath. The rest of your life begins right now. He opened the door. I just hope Kakin and that scary guy from the exam aren't in my class. Or that one French guy. Get your feet off of that desk. That's disrespectful to the carpenters who slaved over its craftsmanship and to our elders who learned from there. Well, that's only 1 out of 3. I can handle that. From inside the classroom, Izuku vaguely heard someone twinkle. Isn't my belt so magnifique? Okay, 66.7% isn't bad. Besides, those two are mild compared to. You talk funny. Where you from, extra? Crap. The tall boy with glasses stood up proudly to answer Bakugu. My name is Tenya Ida. I attended Some Academy for junior high. But my family and I are originally Fr. Bakugu grinned maliciously. Oh, a Some kid? Didn't realize you were an elite. Maybe I should just blow you away right now and save myself the trouble later. The tall boy stepped back, completely aghast. Are you sure you're trying to be a hero? Then he noticed Izuku standing, or more accurately, shaking by the entrance. Oh, it's you. He walked over in a fashion that was also somehow running and gave a slight bow. I know we met once before, but I am pleased to make your acquaintance again. My name is Dash. Izuku sweat a little bit, but bowed in return. Oh, I already heard. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you too, Ida. Bakugu narrowed his eyes, but looked away without giving much acknowledgement. Some of the people in the classroom who overheard turned towards him now. Wait, Izuku Midoriya? Didn't he get the top score on the practical? Someone with spiky blonde hair with a black streak asked. A girl with pink hair and skin and 2 angled horns replied, Oh yeah, I think you're right. Man, with a point total like that, I bet he's got a crazy strong quirk. A student with spiked red hair looked like he was about to cry, despite the massive smile on his face. Wow. I bet he's so manly. In the back of the classroom, a kid with evenly split red and white hair, heterochromia, and a large pink scar over his left eye glanced up. He zeroed in on his classmate's target of conversation and narrowed his eyes. Top score, huh? Ida suddenly slammed his fist on his other hand, like a judge's gavel. Midoriya, you easily ascertained the true purpose of the exam, didn't you? Yet I judged you harshly beforehand. How foolish of me. Please, accept my humble apologies, for you are certainly the superior candidate. Izuku waved his hands frantically. And no, I didn't ascertain anything, I promise. I know he's complimenting me, but he's so intense that I still feel scared. Oh, it's Izuku. Izuku turned and nearly turned into a tomato. Uraraka? First name basis? Uraraka smiled, highlighting her natural blush. Wow. I was hoping you'd get in, and then I saw your name at the top of the chart and I was like, wow. He looked away with a sheepish smile. Oh, well, I should really be thanking you since you went to talk to President Mike and all. She pet her head. Huh? How'd you know about that? His face lost all color. Luckily, a distraction came in the form of a giant caterpillar. If you're here to socialize, you should just leave. This is the hero course at UA, not some public high school in Tokyo. Everyone slowly turned to face the interruption, looks of confusion, fear, a bit of interest plaguing their expressions. The caterpillar sighed and began to unzip itself, revealing a tall, lanky man and a large sleeping bag. It took you a whole 8 seconds to quiet down. Time is precious, and you just wasted mine. You guys aren't too bright, are you? Izuku turned his head slightly. This guy he looks familiar, but I can't remember from where. The mystery man pulled out a juice box and in one mighty gulp, finished it and threw it away. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. The yellow-haired kid from earlier chuckled and whispered, I don't think he means that. Izuku's brow furrowed. If he's our homeroom teacher, then he must be a pro-hero. But I don't remember seeing him on TV or anything. I'll have to check my journals later to be sure. Aizawa reached inside his sleeping bag and pulled out a blue uniform with white lettering and red trim. Put these on and meet me out on the practice field. All Might peered over the class files, searching for the first sign of young Midoriya's name. Let's see. Class 1A nice. Young Uraraka is in there too. I'm sure they'll get along well. Young Bakugu, though, might be trouble based on young Midoriya's anecdotes. But the homeroom teacher is. All Might's eyes widened and he nearly spat blood. Oh shit. Aizawa cracked his neck. All right. Since you're all finally here, we can start the quirk apprehension test. The class gathered at the training field, all sweat dropped. Uraraka protested. What? A test on the first day? What about orientation and the school assembly and dash? Aizawa cut her off. He gives me a lot of freedom on how to teach. If you want to waste your time on petty stuff like that, feel free to go now. I'll fill out your expulsion form in the meantime. Uraraka immediately went quiet and even stepped back. Izuku's sweat dropped. So intimidating. Aizawa continued, you all had to do physicals and fitness tests in junior high, but you could never use your quirks. Just another example of the subpar government at work. But if I'm going to teach you anything, I need to know where you're all at right now. So you're going to use your quirks freely to complete all these tests. He looked at his clipboard. Bakugu, you had the most villain points on the practical by a long shot. I want you to throw this as far as you can. Aizawa handed Bakugu a softball with a band of sensors embedded around it. Bakugu wordlessly took the ball and walked to the throwing circle. He wound up and roared as he threw it with a literal bang, die. Izuku paled. The ball rocketed through the air and out of sight, the only indication it landed being a beep on Aizawa's monitoring device. He held it out. See that? That's a hero score. A short kid with purple ball protruding from his head nearly shrieked. 705.2 meters? That's insane. The pink girl from earlier beamed. Wow, this kinda looks fun. A guy with black hair, a permanent grin, and cylinders on his arm laughed. And we get to use our quirks completely. This'll be a breeze. Aizawa grinned, but it made the room feel colder. Fun? A breeze? Since you're already taking this so lightly, let's raise the stakes. Lowest score is expelled. Capice? I, and the rest of this school, are going to beat you down until you can barely move, all to make you better heroes. If you can't withstand that, you're out. That's what it means to go plus ultra. Everyone just stood in shock, save for Bakugu, the half-and-half boy from earlier, and a mature-looking woman with spiky black hair. Aizawa then listed off the events, and with each pronouncement, Izuku felt his spirits fall. This is bad. One for all is basically a glass cannon right now, and the Sharingan's gonna be useless on most of these. Maybe it'll help on the long jump for technique or ball toss for the angle of my throw, but that's not gonna mean anything compared to what some of these guys can do. I just need to power through on my own abilities. If only it were that simple. The 50-meter sprint went decently, but Izuku still placed 10th, right behind some huge guy that inhaled a cinnamon roll before running so hard he cracked the ground. But that still wasn't as weird as the tall girl, who pulled a skateboard from under her shirt and rode that to a comfortable 5.65 second time. I have so many questions I want to ask her. He felt the reflexive urge to grab his notebook. For the grip strength test, he only managed 56 kilograms of pressure. While in the top 10 again, his score was dwarfed by the multi-limbed man's score of 540 kilograms. Okay, I'm not doing bad, but I'm not doing great either. Maybe I can raise my score now though. Sharingan. Izuku whispered. He felt his quirk activate and he started observing the others who went before him. Maybe I can learn something from the others, he muttered while tracing their movements. I can't shoot a laser beam, so that's a no-go. Also can't create explosions, so can't copy that. Oh. The pink-haired girl walked up to the starting line. If I remember, she did really well in the 50-meter dash. She also looks athletic. Maybe I can find something out from her. He watched her lead up and jump carefully, even paying close attention to her form in mid-air and her landing. She's faster than me on the run up to the jump point, but I should actually be able to push off harder than her. And none of her movements were too out of my ability, so I can do this. I could even spot the ideal location to jump from, so I could surpass her distance too. Oh, is that your quirk, Izuku? Uraraka asked loudly while moving much too close, observing his red eyes. Immediately, much of the class turned towards him, interested in the top candidate's quirk. Luckily, the surprise made Izuku reflexively deactivate his quirk. She's so close to me. And everyone keeps trying to measure me up. And I could honestly go without Kaken blowing up at me again. Wait, did I ever even tell him I had a quirk? On cue, Bakugu also looked at Midoriya, albeit more so because he was confused about what drags Uraraka was taking. Deku's Quirkless, dumbass. Izuku's sweat dropped. No, I did not. Ida raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about, Bakugu? Did you not hear about Midoriya's feat against the zero-pointer in the exam? What are you talking about, extra? Before the argument could progress, Aizawa interrupted. Midoriya, you're up. Izuku walked up to the line and activated his Sharingan while lining up his jump. Well, nothing to do except pray he doesn't see them. Heh, I don't need to get emasculated on my first day at school. He inhaled deeply before taking off at a sprint and leaping at the perfect moment. He soared through the air with perfect form and even landed gracefully. He looked at the ruler next to the sand pit where he landed and smiled. Yes. Not too bad. I'm definitely in the top 5. He wasn't. The guy with multiple limbs, tentacles used the membranes connecting his arms to glide over the pit with surprising grace for someone so large. The large guy ate a brownie this time and jumped over the pit entirely. The person with the ice quirk just created an ice bridge and walked over the pit. I know I'm passing, but... Izuku looked at Bakugo, who was already glaring at him. He reflexively stepped back, but maintained eye contact, despite the trembling in his hands and the sweat pooling down his brow. Just don't look away. Remember, you have 2 quirks now. You're at UA now, so don't be afraid to stare back at him. This is a weird pep talk. The repeated sidesteps went about as well as Izuku could have hoped. Despite trying to mimic the pink girl again, he ended up getting dizzy and falling on his butt, earning the second worst score, only above the multi-limbed guy who basically just shuffled from side to side like an awkward middle school dance. SCKS that he's so big he basically straddled the area that Aizawa-sensei gave us. The ball throwing was where Izuku's nerves got the better of him, especially after seeing Uraraka throw an infinity. Everyone has at least one incredible score, and after my last event, I need all the points I can get. Even if it breaks my arm, I need to do this. So when Izuku got called to the plate, he immediately whispered, Sharingan, and started charging up one for all. Uraraka whispered, Izuku's not doing so well, is he? At least compared to what his score was. Ida commented, yes, but am very intrigued to see Midoriya's performance in this event given the power he displayed in that attack against the arena trap. Although it did damage him severely, so perhaps he has been saving that strength. Bakugo just stared at the two in complete disbelief. Please. Deku only passed 'cause of those stupid rescue points. He doesn't have what it takes to pass this test. Meanwhile, Izuku was marveling at himself. But I can actually see my own life force getting brighter and brighter with my Sharingan as I charge one for all. He pulled his hand back and started the wind-up. The ideal angle for distance is 45 degrees, so I need to move my hand in exactly this way to get that done. Izuku visualized his throw and with his natural quirk's ability, executed it. Egg in the microwave, shorten the cook time, not lower the wattage. His arm rippled with red and green lines, electricity crackling through his veins. I can feel it. It's not as bad as before. However, right as he threw the ball, he felt the floodgates open and the full force of his second quirk rushed into his arm. Crack. Izuku thought as he threw the ball. 46 meters. His face dropped. No way. Bakugo smirked and turned to Ida. See? Quirkless Deku. However, Aizawa settled the debate then and there by wrapping his scarf around Izuku and pulling him closer. I erased your quirk. Izuku noticed his teacher's eyes were glowing red and his hair was standing up. And that with the scarf unfurled, Izuku saw that Aizawa had a pair of yellow goggles around his neck. Then it clicked. Wiry Racerhead. An underground hero. Izuku exclaimed, surprised at the development. While his classmates mumbled about the revelation, Aizawa spoke loudly and harshly, You know why I called for Bakugo to do the demonstration and not you? Because if it were up to me, you'd never have gotten the top score. Izuku paled. Echa? Aizawa continued, Your perception and analysis against the small fries was impressive, sure, but half of your villain points were from dumb luck and a glitchy robot. You didn't even use your quirk. If it were up to me, you wouldn't have gotten those 9 points. And you destroyed that giant robot, sure. But in the process, you not only destroyed a building, but you trashed your arm. If Uraraka hadn't saved you, you'd probably have died or messed up your body further with your quirk. I don't need amateurs who can't control their quirks in my class. Bakugo's eyes narrowed with each word. Is he seriously saying that Deku has a quirk? Has he been lying to me all these years? Aizawa procured another ball and handed it to Izuku, his eyes returning to normal as his hair set and he rewound his scarf. You can try once more. Go all out and destroy your chances in the next 3 events or hold back and not get a single hero-level score. Izuku was left stunned and silent. Ida and Uraraka watched solemnly. The latter spoke first. Looks like Aizawa-sensei really tore into Izuku. I hope he figures something out. Ida nodded. If Midoriya is unable to somehow live up to Aizawa-sensei's expectations for this event, I fear that he may face severe consequences. If he can't control his quirk, though, it might be best if he didn't progress any further, as harsh as it sounds. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, the tall girl with the spiky ponytail. In this line of work, you can't rely on others to pick up your slack. You need to be a self-sufficient hero on your own. And if using his quirk once really damaged him as much as Aizawa-sensei says it did, then he might simply not be able to be a hero. Izuku felt his heart sink as he overheard his new classmate speak. What do I do? I wasn't able to pump the brakes on one for all on my last throw, but if I don't use it, I'll be the only student without at least one crazy high score. Sharingan. Izuku muttered as he began charging one for all, watching how the power grew in his right arm. I can literally see it with my Sharingan. It's like electricity. Wait a minute, what if I use the Sharingan to visually gauge how much I put into one for all? Izuku concentrated on pulling back his power, feeling the energy decrease in intensity, as well as seeing the glow of his arm drop in luminosity. Okay, that looks good. The bright light's only about half as much as it used to be. And maybe, to minimize the damage, just in case. He wound up and tossed the ball with all his might. But the second the ball was about to leave his grasp, he shifted all of one for all into his hand and roared, "Smash!" The softball shot off into the sky, producing small airbursts with its incredible speed. Izuku smiled, but immediately clutched his hand, which was slightly red and appeared a little misshapen. Damn it! 50% is still way too much. I wanted to put in all into my index finger, but using the Sharingan to adjust my trajectory made it too hard to also shift one for all at the same time. But I can tell, this isn't nearly as bad as before. I have a few fractures, but, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa turned from the score of 535.5 meters and looked at his student, who wore a pleased grin. I can still move. He clenched his fist slightly to prove it. The underground hero just stared at the kid for a while. He localized the power into his hand instead of his arm. Furthermore, it doesn't look bloody or limp like it did against the arena trap. He not only reduced the area of damage, but he managed to regulate his power on the fly. This kid. Aizawa just grinned. Uraraka cheered while Ida nodded repeatedly. Even the tall girl seemed slightly taken aback. Never mind then. Bakugu, however, looked someone just told him his puppy died. As they killed it in front of him. Deku has a quirk? Quirkless Deku has a quirk. Then Izuku turned back to the students and Bakugu saw those red eyes, the tomo still spinning. Du. Bakugu shot off towards his classmate, blinded by his rage insecurities. What? You thought your quirk was so cool that you kept it hidden? Is that it? I don't need your PH. Bakugu suddenly felt the familiar heat in his palms vanish as several strands of suspiciously hard cloth wrapped around his body, locking him in place. Aizawa's glowing eyes glared. Cut it out. Another outburst like that and you're expelled. Got it? He then released Bakugu and deactivated his quirk, dropping some liquid into his eyes. You kids are gonna be the death of me. My quirk gives me serious dry eye. But his quirk is so cool. Everyone's sweat dropped at the revelation of his weakness. Bakugu glared at Izuku again but turned away in a huff. Izuku looked back, his heart still racing from when he thought Bakugu was gonna flatten him. Aizawa sighed. Now that that's done, let's keep going. Yaoyorozu, can you make a splint for Midoriya? The tall girl, Yaoyorozu, nodded before pulling a hand brace out from under her shirt. She walked over to Izuku and sternly asked, "Would you like some help putting it on?" Izuku's face was redder than his eyes due to her close proximity, but he managed to squeak, "Weiss, please." Choosing to ignore his timid behavior, she softly wrapped the brace around his right hand and secured it snugly. All done. Izuku examined the splint. Thank you, Yaoyorozu. She gave a soft smile, breaking her serious facade. Of course. As classmates, it's important we support each other. And I might have spoken too harshly. Then she walked back to the crowd, loosely followed by Izuku. Midoriya, that result was most impressive. Ida pronounced, chopping his hands rapidly. Uraraka bubbly nodded, encroaching on her new friend's space. Yeah, that WS so cool. You were all smash, and then the ball went whoosh and dash. Izuku zoned out the second she started talking and started blushing again. I need to stop associating with pretty girls. It just doesn't end well for me. In the background, behind a nearby building, All Might watched the scene with a smile. I was worried about you, young Midoriya, but wow, do you love crushing my expectations? When did you become so cool? All Might also noticed his pupil's red face and the Uraraka's poor awareness of personal space. And popular with the ladies, too? You never cease to amaze me. The rest of the events fared moderately well for Izuku. The seated toe touch was easy since he did so much agility training while learning to use his Sharingan. He scored 5th, behind Yaoyorozu, the boy with the tail. Izuku suspected it was due to his martial arts background based on how he kied every time he did anything, the frog girl and the same pink girl he copied so much. He actually excelled at the sit-ups, managing to finally place in the top 3, only behind Yaoyorozu and the guy that looked like he was split in half. The pull-ups, however, were a different story. Despite the brace, he couldn't use his right hand at all and he had to do the exercise with one arm. He only beat out the kid with purple ball on his head after totally exhausting himself. Finally, the endurance run came around and Izuku was able to reclaim his momentum by placing 5th. If my hand wasn't throbbing so much, I probably could have done a lot more. I wasn't even that tired. At the end, Aizawa gathered everyone and showed the results on a screen. Izuku feared the worst, but nearly sobbed when he saw his name in 12th place. I made it! But Kaken got 3rd. Damn it, I'm still behind him. A high-pitched shriek interrupted Izuku's giddiness. I'm gonna be expelled. And I haven't even copped a feel yet. Izuku's sweat dropped at the purple ball-haired kid's choice of words. I guess that's my neta. Ida nodded vigorously. How tragic to be expelled on his very first day of high school. Truly, UA earns its title as the premier hero course. By the way, I lied about the whole expulsion thing. After sending off his justifiably peeved class to change, and Midoriya to recovery girl afterwards, Aizawa walked back to the homeroom, only to hear a familiar and his opinion, annoying laugh. Haha, Aizawa, you said the expulsion threat was just a trick, but April Fool's was last week. Aizawa sighed. What do you want, All Might? All Might's sweat dropped at the rude reception, but continued, you've expelled over 100 students in your career at this school. So pray tell, why the sudden change in modus operandi? Eraserhead shrugged. The only one I actually would have expelled was Midoriya, but he managed to improve my opinion of him. Slightly. Then you see it too. Young Midoriya's potential is overflowing. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Too. All Might immediately sweat dropped. It's just that he only recently learned he had a quirk. So I hear, and to see him improve so quickly is rather impressive, no? Nailed it. All Might, you're too smooth. Something's up. Whatever. If that's true, then I'll admit I had him pegged wrong. And I won't say he's completely devoid of potential. But regardless of his scores, he's still a glass cannon. And I won't humor anybody like that. The only thing crueler than stomping out a dream early is letting it continue too long. His mind flashed to a broken body under the rubble of an overpass. I won't accept anything like that again. Later that day. Midoriya, is your hand healed? Ida called as they crossed the UA gates to go home. Izuku turned and smiled. Oh, Ida. Yeah, recovery girl healed it in a few seconds, flat. I just have to keep the brace Yaoyorozu made for the rest of the day and I should be good as new. Ida smiled. I'm pleased to hear that you weren't permanently injured. Such a tragedy on your first would only serve to sour your high school experience. Izuku laughed sheepishly. I thought Ida was kinda mean and scary, but he's just really genuine and earnest. I can appreciate that. Hey, Deku. Izuku nearly vomited as he turned in a panic. Kaken? His voice sounds way higher than it used to. And more feminine. And Bauknir, that wasn't Kakin. As luck would have it, it was just Uraraka. Huh? Kakin? Isn't that your name for Bakugu? Izuku chuckled. Sheepishly, why, sorry, but he's really the only one who calls me Deku, so I thought it was him. Why Deku? Is that some sort of inside joke? WL, it's sort of a different way to read the kanji for my name and it means useless, so. Uraraka flinched. Oh, I thought that was like a friendly nickname or something. Sorry about that. What part of our interactions seemed friendly? Izuku's sweat dropped. But then she bounced up and grinned, but I kinda like the sound of it, you know? Sounds like Dikair. Has a real, never give up, kinda vibe, you know? You can call me D. Izuku's cheeks flared up and a smile ripped across his face. I feel reborn. Ida gasped. Midoriya. You shouldn't give in to peer pressure so quickly. Izuku buried his face in his hands and muttered, I don't know what's happening anymore. There's so many people talking to me right now. And that was the moment Izuku realized he had friends. The next day seemed almost insulting compared to the first one. Instead of an emotionally and physically grueling exam, the students of Class 1A had to endure the very worst thing imaginable to a high school student, learning. Even present Mike, with his infectious enthusiasm and permagrin, couldn't bring life to A Midsummer Night's Dream. Izuku certainly wasn't helped by the fact that Mineta, who sat behind him, kept whispering how awesome it was that the R-rated hero, Midnight, was their biology teacher. Seriously, Midoriya. Just imagine how hot it'll be when she covers meiosis. Mineta shuddered in delight, leaving one very flustered Greenette contemplating his life choices. But after lunch, everyone in the class was excited because their schedule listed, in bolded lettering, battle training. And the teacher for that day's session was coming through the door like a normal person. All Might clad in his Silver Age costume complete with flapping and entirely useless cape, appeared in a flash, leaning into the classroom while gripping the doorframe behind him for support. There was a moment of stunned silence before the class erupted into cheers. All Might Sensei, you're so cool and manly, the spiky-haired boy exclaimed. The twinkling boy sparkled. Monsieur All Might Sensei's cape is magnifique. And despite having seen All Might almost daily for a year, even Izuku was swept up by the class's fervor. All Might Sensei. I'm your biggest fan. All Might let out a booming laugh. Ha! I'm glad to see that you're all excited. I'm certainly excited myself to be your teacher, so let's all get along. But how about we just jump right into it? All Might pressed a button on the teacher's desk, causing a section of the left wall to extend outwards, revealing 4 columns of 5 suitcases, each numbered 1 through. These are the costumes you specifically requested. We had our support company use the information you provided and what we found from the Quirk registry build you the perfect outfits. Please put them on and meet me on ground beta. While everyone else swarmed their suitcases, eager to see their very own supersuits, Izuku stayed at his desk to open his backpack first and pull out an old grocery bag, carefully tied so as not to free the precious cargo inside. Then he gathered his suitcase and went to the locker room. This represents my mom's faith in me. I can't wear anything else. So with that, Izuku finished putting on his costume, featuring his mother's homemade jumpsuit and the support company's mask and padding, and walked out with his classmates, while All Might whistled and complimented them. Nice. You all look like proper heroes. Then he noticed Izuku's mouth guard and rabbit ears, so obvious. But the light green and white combo is an interesting choice. He cleared his throat. Anyways, we'll be conducting battle trials in teams of 2. One group will play the role of heroes, while the other will play as villains. All Might pulled out a cheat sheet, much to everyone's amusement. Ahem. The scenario is that the villains have a nuclear warhead somewhere in the building to my left. The heroes have to infiltrate the building and secure the weapon and/or capture the villains. The villains will receive a 5-minute head start while the heroes get 15 minutes to complete their objective. The symbol of peace then pulled out his phone. I've already used a random number generator to assign teams. They are as follows. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka cheered and got too close to Izuku again. Yay! We're on the same team. Must be fate. Izuku looked away with a wicked blush but nodded. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Minoru Mineta and Momo Yaoyorozu. Team D, Katsuki Bakugu and Tenya Ida. Bakugu raised an eyebrow. Who? Ida just gasped, affronted. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Jiro Kyoka and Denki Kaminari. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mashireo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ejiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. All Might took a deep breath. That was a lot. And these lottery machines will decide the matchups. All Might gestured to 2 lottery ball drawing machines labeled Hero and Villain, respectively. Izuku started sweating. Just not Kaken's team. Anything but Kaken's team. He picked out the first set. Looks like round 1 is Team A versus Team D. Oh shit, sorry, young Midoriya. Izuku nearly fainted. Izuku tapped his hand nervously, muttering so furiously, the author couldn't even condense it into written language. Deku? Uraraka asked, smiling despite the sweat drop. You okay? Izuku broke out of his stupor and chuckled sheepishly. Sorry about that. I guess I'm just nervous about facing Kaken. Uraraka nodded understandingly. I guess I can't blame you. He bullied you, right? He nodded slowly, but smiled regardless. Yeah. I've always been behind him. Always scared of standing in his way. His quirk is crazy strong, and his battle instincts are probably the best in the year. But beyond that, he's just the most driven person I've ever met. I think about how powerful he is and how focused he is. I just can't help but feel inspired. Izuku turned to Uraraka with a thrilled grin. That's why today, I don't want to lose. Then he blushed. Oh, sorry to put that all on you. No, it's good. We're a team after all. Uraraka grinned back at him. So it's like a fated battle between men? What? She just laughed at his meek reaction. Anyways, you have any ideas on what we can do? Izuku nodded and whipped out his trusty notebook. These are the notes I took on Kaken throughout the years. And in the back, I have a few notes on Ida from watching him during Aizawa-sensei's exam. Uraraka smiled at first, but quickly paled when she realized that Ida's few notes amounted to several pages more stuffed than her freezer during a mochi sale. So thorough. Uraraka, she looked up at her partner, your quirk cancels out gravity, right? Uraraka nodded. Yeah. If I touch something with my fingertips, I can make it weightless. But I can really only lift 3 tons. Izuku's sweat dropped. That's a lot. Well, I was thinking that since Ida's quirk is all about speed and mobility, if you're able to use your quirk on him, we'd get a major advantage. Yeah, that would work. But what about you, Deku? What does your quirk do exactly? I haven't prepared for this. I can't just say I have 2 quirks. Oh, I have enhanced perception and strength and stuff. Oh, and I can trace people's movements and predict what they're going to do. Please buy it, please buy it, please buy it. Uraraka smiled curiously. Oh wow. So your eyes changing color is just a part of that. She bought it. Izuku nodded, but I can only use it for about 8 minutes straight, so I'll need to ration it out. And then I get hurt when I try to use my super strength. Uraraka scratched her head. Huh, and your quirk's so strong that you might accidentally damage the building or the bomb, and that wouldn't be good. Especially since we're supposed to pretend like we're in a real city. I guess we should try to keep fighting to the higher floors to avoid destroying the foundation below. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Wow, Uraraka, you seem pretty knowledgeable about this kind of stuff. She scratched her head. Well, my parents are construction workers, so I kinda learned a couple of things along the way. Anyways, our time's almost up, so let's get ready. She started bouncing excitedly near Izuku, which wasn't helping the poor boy given the hem design of her bodysuit. Hero team, you may enter. 15 minutes on the clock, staring now. All Might proclaimed from the viewing center. Izuku immediately called, Sharingan. His eyes lit up and the familiar slowdown effect appeared. I can see them on the 5th floor. Uraraka awed. Wow. You can see through walls too? That's incredible. Izuku blushed and chuckled while turning off his Sharingan. Just living things. Anyways, you think you can lift us both to the 6th floor? She looked down. Sorry, but I can't make myself float that long. Only a couple seconds at most. Izuku smiled. No worries. We'll just have to work our way up then. Uraraka made her partner float so he could climb to the 2nd-story window and carefully slide it open. She then jumped with the spring-loaded heels in her boots and grabbed his hand, getting pulled up onto solid ground. Izuku activated his communicator and whispered, "These mics are super sensitive, so they should pick up our voices even when we're quiet. This way we can avoid making loud sounds." Uraraka nodded and activated hers as well. "Can you see if Ida or Bakugo have moved at all?" Izuku reactivated his Sharingan. "They're still up there. They kinda look like they're arguing though." "No doubt because of Kaken." Uraraka smiled again, her infectious can-do attitude lightening the tense air. "Then we need to move. Let's go." The hero team quietly worked their way up to the 3rd floor, making heavy use of the supplied blueprints to navigate the maze-like corridors and halls. "Any change?" Uraraka asked. Izuku checked again but paled. "It's only Ida." "It's only been a few minutes. What happened?" Uraraka's heart quickened. "Where's Bakugo?" "I'm looking." Izuku quickly scanned the building. Where is he? Where is he?" But, Uraraka, get down." Izuku practically tackled his partner, just in time to avoid Bakugo's swing around the corner and unleash a sizable explosion. Uraraka groaned as she sat up but gasped at the sight of Deku's torn mask and slightly red skin. "Deku, are you all right?" He nodded. "I'm fine. You should try to get to Ida. He's probably standing guard of the bomb. I knew Kaken would come for me, so I'll stay behind to stall him." Bakugo grinned maliciously. "Nice dodging, Deku, but don't get ahead of yourself." Uraraka wanted to protest, but she remembered the fire in his eyes when they were waiting to enter. "Got it. Keep me posted." She ran towards the stairs to the 4th floor. Like Izuku predicted, Bakugo didn't even move to stop her, much less glance in her direction. Instead, he was transfixed on Izuku's glowing red eyes, the tomos slowly ceasing their rotation. "That's your quirk, huh, Deku? Doesn't matter. It's still nothing compared to me." The spiky-haired redhead protested. "A sneak attack. Bakugo's so unmanly." The pink girl laughed. "But man, that Midori sure can dodge. No surprise that he was pretty acrobatic yesterday." Yaoyorozu shook her head, but he sent away Uraraka despite their strength in numbers. "Does he have a plan?" All Might instinctively gripped his microphone tighter as he saw the scene unfold. "Young Midoriya, I know how much this means to you, but turning this exercise into a grudge match is bound to get you hurt." Bakugo charged at Izuku, swinging his right arm in a mighty haymaker. "Since One for All could kill him and I don't have the time I need to regulate it, I need to rely on my base strength. Normally, I'd only be able to flip him, but with my Sharingan. Kaken, I know from analyzing the heroes I think are awesome. That dash." Izuku dashed forward and seized Bakugo's arm, securely locking his opponent's bicep against his own chest. "You always lead with a right hook." Izuku rotated his hips slightly, pulling Bakugo with him. Then he used the narrow corridor to his advantage by pushing off with his foot against the wall behind him. This sent him and Bakugo into the wall in front of Izuku, where he made sure that his shoulder thoroughly sandwiched Bakugo's stomach with the concrete. Bakugo coughed, completely winded. Kaken stunned. "Let's keep this up." Izuku delivered a few strong punches to Bakugo's jaw and temple before seizing his tank top and flipping Bakugo over his shoulder. However, at the last moment, Izuku jumped into the flip, speeding it up slightly, but also adding Izuku's own weight onto the attack, with Bakugo once again sandwiched between his childhood friend and a hard place. Izuku scrambled up and took a few deep breaths, winded at his own onslaught. He watched Bakugo cough and groan, his face curled into an even more impressive scowl. "Kaken, I told you someone said I could be a hero. Well now, someone else told me something just as important. From now on, I'm the Deku that never gives up." "Deku." Bakugo groaned weakly. All Might's jaw was on the floor. "Man, Young Midoriya, you are seriously awesome. The redhead was laughing. Holy crap. That was one of the manliest things I've ever seen. The boy with the big mouth and cylindrical elbows chuckled too. That was pretty cool. However, the frog girl stared curiously, but Bakugo doesn't look all that hurt. Izuku regained his breath. Kaken, I know I said I didn't want to get in your way, but... He grabbed his fallen friend's arm and pulled it up, placing his red shoe over the bare shoulder in a hold. Did I take it back? In this hold, I can easily dislocate Kaken's arm and then he can't fire explosions from it. It's a little brutal, but without being able to control one for all, it's the best I can do. However, he felt the arm shift slightly and before Izuku knew it, he was sent flying back a dozen feet, his chest burning. You sure love monologuing, dumbass. While his opponent struggled to stand, Bakugo got up, his face positively seething with rage. So, Deku, you think you're at my level? Don't make me laugh. Bakugo fired another explosion towards Izuku, sending the smaller boy back a few feet with some fresh burns. You and I aren't even playing the same game, damn it. Uraraka tiptoed to the nearest column, peering out slowly behind her to watch as Ida stood guard in front of the black and red papier-mâché bomb. For the seemingly dozenth time, she heard the muffled boom of Bakugo's quirk on the third floor. I hope Deku's okay. It sounds really nasty down there. Ida yelled into his communicator, Bakugo, what's going on? Bakugo! Ida growled in frustration, darn him. Running off on his own to confront them. But perhaps maybe that's just how he embodies the role of a villain. Ida rubbed his chin, or at least the chin of his helmet, while Uraraka silently laughed nervously. I think Ida's trying to find meaning where there isn't any. The armored speedster stood up and tall and exclaimed, if that's the case, then I must similarly adopt a villain's persona. MWA ha ha ha. The overzealous laugh was too much and Uraraka burst out laughing, much to her later chagrin. Oh, Uraraka? It appears you slipped past my henchman's defenses. But no matter. I, a villain, will end your reign of goodness and joy today. MWA ha ha ha. Uraraka couldn't help but burst out laughing again, but quickly composed herself. I gave myself up. I'll have to do my best to hit him with my quirk or at least stall him until Deku gets here. Uraraka took off at a run, madly charging the bomb. However, Ida quickly picked it up and zoomed to the other end of the room. Huh? Sorry, Uraraka, but you'll have to be faster than that. Dang it. I can't get close to him without him speeding off. Deku's notes mentioned something about gears, but I got it. With that, Uraraka charged Ida again. Izuku gasped for breath, hiding behind a wall as Bakugo searched for him. This is crazy. I can't get any openings on him if he keeps using his explosions to block my line of sight. Deku! Bakugo taunted, come on. I thought you said you never give up. Izuku grit his teeth. I want to look for him, but there's still 7 minutes left and I only have 4 or 5 minutes on my Sharingan. I need more time to recharge before I... Found you! Bakugo roared as he popped out from another hallway about 20 feet away. Crap! Sharingan! Izuku cried as he readied himself for the inevitable onslaught. Bakugo charged but propelled himself up and over Izuku with a series of 3 quick explosions. That was too fast for the Sharingan. And he's changing his style on the fly, so my old notes are useless. Get away, get away. Izuku made a desperate attempt to jump forward, away from his assailant, but felt a white-hot burn as Bakugo fired another explosion right at his back. Then, while he was still down from the pain, Bakugo struck Izuku with his right gauntlet. Here's that hook you told me so much about, Deku. The green net fell to the ground, pain echoing throughout his body. I need to use one for all. I can't let myself lose to Kaken. Not this time. Izuku started charging his second quirk, feeling that familiar rush of power. He looked at his gloved hand, the white fabric faintly glowing from the energy beneath. Kaken's coming. No time to control the output. I'll focus it all in my palm to minimize the damage and use a Texas smash to push him away. Bakugo growled, what? Still think you're so much better than me? Show me that power, damn it. He prepared to fire another explosion at the fallen Izuku's back, only for the latter to turn quickly and hold out his hand. Bakugo suddenly realized he'd been baited once he saw the hand glow brightly, despite the glove covering it. Sheet! Bakugo held his left forearm up to defend just in time for Izuku to hit him with a palm strike. Texas Smash! Izuku fully concentrated one for all into his right palm and pushed it with all his might. The glove immediately ripped apart, electricity swarming Izuku's hand. Bakugo paled as his gauntlet shook violently, lightning arcing from his opponent's hand and painfully shocking the former. Then, the gauntlet burst open and the incredible wind pressure from Izuku's attack pushed Bakugo into the wall across the hall, cracking the concrete. Izuku smiled but quickly clutched his hand in pain, the top layer of his palm's epidermis completely ripped away. I should run. This is my chance. Izuku turned away from his former friend but didn't move any further. His hands were shaking and not from the pain. I don't want to run anymore. He looked back at Bakugo, who was slowly getting up, his left arm bleeding and small burn marks littered across his body from One for All's electricity. I need to finish this. Kaken. Bakugo looked up and grit his teeth. Izuku steeled himself. I'm not going to run. You're right, I said I wouldn't give up, so I'm gonna stay and finish this. Bakugo growled, You nerd. I'm going to flatten you. They began running at each other, but then Izuku's communicator rang out. Deku. Are you okay? Oh no. I've been completely ignoring Uraraka. And I practically forgot this is just a test. But that gives me an idea. Izuku reached into one of his pouches with his left hand. And slid on the ground, managing to evade Bakugo's right hook. Throw it out there. He threw the object over his shoulder, watched it ricochet off of the ceiling and then bounce off of the floor until it was within reach. Izuku quickly grabbed it with his right hand and crossed his arms. Captured! Bakugo stopped the explosion he was about to unleash. W! He looked down and nearly screamed upon seeing a white strip of tape extend from Deku's left hand, reach around his back, and then emerge into Deku's right hand. Izuku had thrown the roll of tape while holding one end of it. Then, he grabbed the roll after using the Sharingan to throw it around Bakugo and pulled it with his free hand. Bakugo didn't move for a while, but growled, Deku. The viewing center was silent as could be, the only sound being All Might chanting, yes, as quietly as he could, which was, surprisingly, very quiet. Finally, the yellow-haired guy spoke, Holy shit. Midoriya's a ninja. The frog girl riveted, in agreement. His accuracy with the capture tape is impressive. Even Yaoyorozu, the cold analytic she was, seemed shocked silent at that maneuver. All Might eventually gathered his bearings and announced, Katsuki Bakugo has been captured. Please exit the building. He smiled proudly. Young Midoriya, it seems you finally managed to stand and shout, I am here, to your rival. Young Bakugo certainly can't ignore this. Uraraka cheered at the announcement from All Might. Yes. He did it. Ida, while disappointed in his teammate, inwardly smiled that his new friend managed to defeat his tormentor. However, he had a bigger problem right now. Smart move, Uraraka. Using capture tape to trap me within a perimeter. True to his word, the gravity heroine had wrapped capture tape all around the columns, essentially forcing Ida to remain within the rectangular area to avoid being disqualified. Uraraka smiled. I really ought to thank Deku for letting me see his notes. I could leap over the tape, but not with the bomb weighing me down. Maybe in second gear, but there's not enough space to enter it. I just need to focus on moving it away from her for as long as possible in whatever area I have. Ida repeatedly dodged her movements, but even he was getting tired. Uraraka, on the other hand, had been trying to move much faster than she was physically able to for an extended PRD of time and looked ready to drop. Uraraka? Deku's whispered voice appeared from her communicator. She immediately perked up. Deku, you alright? I'm fine. I'm actually by the stairs right now. From what I can see, if you can get on the other side of the room, I can try to distract Ida and give you the chance to grab the bomb. Uraraka smiled, excited at the prospect, and immediately got into position, directly adjacent from the entrance, with Ida and the nuke in between. Then her partner quietly snuck out from the stairway and Uraraka completely forgot the plan. Deku, He looked terrible. His right hand was bleeding badly, and his suit was basically destroyed. And his body was covered in ugly red burns. Midoriya? Ida perked up and pivoted, nearly spitting up. Midoriya, are you all right? Shaking herself off of the shock of seeing her battered friend, she prepared herself. That's the signal. Uraraka jumped, her spring heels giving her the extra bounce she needed. Unfortunately, she waited too long to jump, and Ida managed to regain his bearings enough to push the bomb away. Uraraka cursed herself silently as she landed and made a mad dash for the bomb. Deku watched the plan fall apart and without thinking, pet his left arm back. Uraraka, jump forward. Without even thinking, she complied and used her boots to propel herself forward. Ida saw this and tried to run, only to be knocked backwards by an incredible gust of wind. Midoriya had launched a full-force punch into the space between Ida and Uraraka, creating a wave of air pressure. The wall across Izuku shattered under the force of the punch, as did the wall of the building next door. Ida marveled at the power on display. Incredible. Then Uraraka cried, retrieved. All Might smiled as he announced the hero team's victory, and with only 8 seconds left on the clock, too, but seeing his pupil's battered form filled him with guilt. Perhaps I could have stopped the battle earlier, but Izuku may have been exhausted and bloody, but he was smiling. Even as he lay on a stretcher to be carried by the UA medical bots to Recovery Girl, he was smiling. Sure, tears of pain were filling his eyes, but All Might was sure there were some happy tears too. Bakugo, on the other hand, was stone silent as he left for the nurse's office, his arm hanging bare despite Yaoyorozu's offering of bandages. All Might cleared his throat as the class settled down from the excitement of the first match. Now, can anyone tell me the MVP of this match? The pink girl raised her hand. Oh, pick me, sensei. The blue and red blonde chuckled at her enthusiasm. Yes, young Ishido? Midori. He beat Bakugo and then used that awesome punch to stop Ida. All Might smiled that his pupil was getting some recognition but shook his head. Unfortunately not. Any other takers? Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Both Uraraka and Ida, All Might sensei. Oh, care to explain? She elaborated. Bakugo let a personal vendetta get in the way. He didn't even try to stop Uraraka from escaping. Midoriya also fell victim to this, but also injured himself twice and caused severe damage to the building and its adjacent one. In a real situation, that would have been catastrophic. Ida and Uraraka both made mistakes but remained true to their goals. Uraraka gave her position up but restricted Ida's movements with the tape. Ida got distracted near the end, but still kept the bomb away. Yurarahem. All Might was taken aback by the analytical skills on the number 1 student. WL said. I would only add that Ida fully embodied his role more so than any of the others. Yaoyorozu bowed slightly. Apologies for not picking up on that. As fellow students, it's important we recognize each other's strengths and weaknesses so that we may support each other better. All Might's sweat dropped. So sincere. Anyways, now let's get on to the next battle. Bakugo silently returned at some point, sporting a fresh bandage around his arm. He glowered, thinking about how his match had went. Of course, that all went out the window once he saw Team B. A few hours later. Yeesh, keep getting injured like this and forget about being the next symbol of peace, you won't even make it past the sports festival. Recovery Girl chastised her young patient. Izuku bowed apologetically. Sorry, Recovery Girl. I really tried not to today. She sighed and sat back in her chair. I suppose you're still new at this, but try to learn to control one for all as soon as possible. You'll be a better hero for it anyways. She smiled slightly, though, based on Mr. Bakugo's injuries, I'd say you gave close to what you got. Izuku blushed slightly. Was Kaken okay? Recovery Girl smiled at the compassionate inquiry. Yes, he was fine. Actually, I sent him back a little after you arrived. Too bad you were passed out. He almost looked surprised to see you. She laughed lightheartedly, but Izuku was left perplexed. Kaken looked worried? The youthful heroine shrugged. I don't know the boy well enough to interpret his facial expressions, but it looked not angry, if that helps. Why? Izuku's eyes lit up. May I be excused? Recovery girl pet her head at the sudden request, but nodded. You slept through most of your afternoon class and it's probably over by now, so sure. Just be sure to take it easy tonight and come by early tomorrow so I can finish healing you. Izuku quickly changed into his uniform, leaving his jacket off due to the sling on his right arm. He then packed his, unfortunately ruined, costume into the suitcase for the support company and headed back to class. Unfortunately for him, Izuku had apparently impressed his classmates. So the minute he opened the door, he came face to face with any lifelong introvert's worst nightmare: loud people. Hey, Midoriya's back. The muscular guy with oversized lips walked up and clapped a startled Izuku on the shoulder, the left one luckily. I'm Sato. That was one seriously sweet fight, bro. The spiky redhead was next. Dude, that was the manliest thing I've seen since we've gotten here. I'm Kirishima. Good to meet you. Izuku's sweat dropped. We've only been here for 2 days. The pink girl popped in. Midori. You were so cool. That one flip you used on Bakugo was seriously awesome. We should definitely break dance sometime. Is that a common pastime? She tapped her chin and perked up. Oh, I'm Mina, by the way. Mina Ishido. Izuku laughed nervously. It's nice to meet you three. Did they stay after to see me? Kirishima noticed the suitcase in his hands. Oh, let me get that. He grabbed it without even waiting for a response and placed it back on the still extended shelf. Oh, thanks, Kirishima. The redhead waved his hands. It's nothing. Glad to help. At that moment, the yellow-haired guy walked in with Uraraka, both laden with textbooks. You know, we should go out sometime. What's your favorite food? Uraraka looked up in thought. I like machi deku. Midway through her sentence, she noticed her bandaged friend and ran over after adding her books to the other guy's pile, causing the poor teen to fall over. Are you okay to move around? Recovery girl didn't heal you. Izuku blushed. She's always so close. And no, she did. I just didn't have enough stamina for her to finish. He then noticed the suspicious absence of the person he most wanted to talk to. Hey, where's Kaken? The yellow-haired one spoke from under the books. Baku? He left a couple minutes ago. I'm Denki Kaminari, by the way. Nice to dash. Dude, he's gone. Sato interrupted. Kaminari just groaned. Of course he is. Bakugo was nearly at the gate when he heard a gratingly loud voice. Kaken. He turned in a huff in time to see Izuku run down the front steps, his right arm kept in a tight sling close to his chest. What do you want, Deku? If you came to gloat, you really should wait until your arm's healed. Izuku shook his head. I wanted to tell you that today that it's my loss. This made the explosive teen pause. The F, are you on about? The greenette looked down. If it wasn't an exam, there's no way I could have won. Even if I used my quirk's full power, you probably would have avoided it and then I'd be too injured to fight. That's why, Izuku looked Bakugo straight in the eyes, I don't want this kind of a win. I want to beat you fair and square. Bakugo was silent, but growled after a moment. Damn it. Damn it. You're still looking down on me? Always trying to help. That I can do thing myself, damn it. I don't need your pity. I'll beat you and that half and half be all on my own. Izuku shook his head. That's not it. Then why are you always doing this kind of shit? No matter how much I tell you to F off, you won't listen. You think you're that much better than me? Me? Izuku yelled out. It's because I'm jealous of you. This finally shut Bakugo up. The former continued. All my life, I saw how amazing you were. And I just wanted to be like you. Even when you were .an but I still wanted to have your motivation and power. And then I got this quirk and I thought I could finally be like you. But I still don't know how to use it. Izuku looked at Bakugo, trying to convey everything he felt, but that's why that I'm going to make this borrowed power my own and defeat you with it. I'm going to show you that I can surpass you. He felt a slight itch in his eyes, but ignored it, stealing his gaze. Bakugo stared silently at Izuku and he could practically feel the sincerity behind that statement. He remembered all the beatings he and his henchmen gave the kid, all the insults he threw, the threats. Yet, Deku didn't give up. And now, he was telling him that it was all to prove that they could be equal. The ashy blonde turned around and loosened his facial expression. He started walking but commented, "Today's a draw. You're nowhere a threat to me, so you better get to work. One day we're gonna settle this." Deku was taken aback, but nodded and cried, "You got it." Bakuga didn't respond, but as he walked to the station, he recalled one of Izuku's phrased, "Borrowed power?" At the same time, Izuku was met by a surprise guest, young Midoriya. He nearly spat, "All Might?" The #1 hero laughed merrily, "I couldn't help but overhear you and young Bakugo talk. I must say, it seems you really got through to him. Though, why you turned on your Sharingan, I don't know." Izuku raised an eyebrow before realizing his quirk was, indeed, active. "What? I don't remember turning it on? Weird." He deactivated it. All Might shrugged before continuing, "However, I was shocked to hear you reveal one for all to him." "I didn't dash," he remembered what he said, So, "Sorry All Might Sensei. Please accept my apologies." "I'm sorry." He bowed repeatedly and deeply, outshining even Ida. All Might stopped him with a light chop. "Luckily, he seems not to have noticed, but you must be more careful in the future. One for all is a carefully guarded secret for good reason." Izuku looked down. "Sorry, All Might. I just wanted to be sincere with him." All Might nodded understandingly. "It's fine. I understand your intentions. And cheer up. I think you really got through to him." All Might smiled at his student, earning one in return. "Oh, by the way, how are your injuries?" Izuku gestured to his arm. "They're fine. My broken bone got set, but there's still a few small fractures that Recovery Girl couldn't heal. And my hand is still a bit sensitive." All Might nodded. "Yes, I noticed you didn't regulate your power output like you did with Aizawa. Why not?" Izuku sighed. "It takes so long even with the Sharingan to help me. Against someone as fast as Kaken, I couldn't even breathe, much less focus on that." The older man nodded understandingly before snapping his fingers. "Don't ask questions, but I want you to focus one for all in your left arm. Shoot for 3%. I think your body should be able to handle that comfortably." Izuku raised an eyebrow, but complied, using his Sharingan to gauge his power output. "Okay. I have it around 3%. Now what?" All Might grinned. "Now, you need to learn how it feels." "Huh?" He elaborated. "You said that using your Sharingan to help regulate your output takes too long. So instead, use it to train yourself to get used to the feel of 3%. Then, you'll be able to call upon it without even thinking about it." Izuku grinned. "Oh yeah." He focused on the energy circulating in his arm, the power he felt. Then he deactivated both quirks before recharging one for all back to what he thought was 3%. Activating his Sharingan to check and, "It's not even close." Izuku groaned at the massive overshot. All Might chuckled. "If it were easy, then anyone could do it. Just keep practicing. First learn to feel the output and then focus on speeding it up. Anyways, it's late and you don't want to keep your mother waiting. Best be off." Izuku nodded and left for the station. After recuperating some stamina with a nap on the train, he arrived at his home, much to his mother's worry once she saw his arm. Overall, his evening was rather peaceful, especially compared to the day he had. However, only a block away, two men were panicking in the streets. Or at least one of them was. "Damn it, Hojo. Where is she? If we can't find her, we're gonna get our buttes handed to us." A young man with long light hair and a beak-shaped black mask over his mouth spoke. His partner, a bald man with shadowed eyes and a face obscured by a light mask, responded, "Come, Toya. The boss will understand. And it's not like she'll have anywhere to go. This is a war of attrition." Toya shook his head wildly. "Nah, man. We're gonna get reset for sure. I don't want to get reset. I like my body." Hojo sighed. "Truth be told, I do have some back pain. Maybe a reset wouldn't be the worst thing." While they bickered back and forth, they missed a shivering child hiding under a dumpster by a certain apartment complex, her white hair so caked with dirt it appeared black and her horn painfully shoved against the asphalt. Keisha Mainu always got her story. Armed with her trusty microphone and supported by her partner in crime and cameraman, Tsukashi team, she had covered drag rings, SLV trades, SEC scandals, political corruption, and even vigilantism throughout her illustrious career. So why, pray tell, was she having so much trouble writing a fluff piece about All Might in UA? Excuse me, can you tell me what it's like to have All Might as a teacher? She held her mic out to a shorter boy with a young face and unkempt green hair. Unfortunately, he had the personality to go with his immature appearance. What? I'm on TV. This continued for several minutes, the thought of being on TV apparently enough to reduce this child into a defective unit. The next person they approached was a short girl with a brown bob cut and massive eyes. Ooh, he's like all muscly and big and stuff. The reporter's sweat dropped. That's even more unhelpful that Captain Stutter. Turns out, to her surprise, there was such a thing as too helpful. Every day we learn from him is a reminder that we're attending the finest institution in the world. I could not be more humble. She dragged her cameraman away from the tall boy with wide hand gestures to interview another boy with spiky ash blonde hair. Before she could even hold out the mic, however, he roared, "OFF you old idiot." From the back of the crowd, two figures smiled at the sight. A lanky man with blue hair turned to his companion, a black and purple gaseous figure. "Cheeky brat, huh?" Aizawa cleared his throat. "I saw your battle trial recordings." Bakugu, the hot-tempered teen, grunted in acknowledgement. "Grow up. You're talented, so don't waste it by being an idiot." Bakugu glowered at his desk but quietly responded, "Yes, sir." And Midoriya, Izuku yelped at his name, "You were the only student to get seriously injured. It was the second day, so you get a pass, but the next time it happens, you're going to write a 10-page paper on MSCSM graded by midnight. Got it?" "Wise, Aizawa-sensei." The teacher nodded. "All right, today we have something important to get out of the way," Aizawa said in his monotonous, yet intimidating voice. Almost everyone in the class sharply inhaled. "Another test. You need to pick a class representative." "So normal." "Pick me," Kaminari exclaimed. "I'll be a great rep." "No, elect me," Ashido insisted. Kirishima interjected. "Nah, I'm the best choice. A manly job like class rep needs a manly person. And who better than me?" The short girl with AUX cords for earlobes, Jiro Kyoka, narrowed her eyes. "Are you saying only guys can be class rep?" Kirishima turned to her and gave her the most glaring, "Are you an idiot?" face possible. "Huh? What are you talking about? What does being manly have to do with gender?" Mineta interrupted. "Pick me. I'll make sure all skirts can only be 30 centimeters or lower." "Midoriya, wanna be my deputy?" Izuku buried his face in his hands. "Please don't talk to me. I almost miss middle school." One by one, nearly everyone in the class proclaimed their own desire to run for office. That was until Ida came to the rescue. "We must settle this in a dignified, democratic method. Let us vote for class representative." Yaoyorozu countered. "But wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Besides, we don't know each other well enough." Azui retorted. Ida shook his head. "If most of us vote for ourselves, then whomever receives multiple votes must be the ideal candidate for having made such an impression in such a short amount of time." Aizawa shrugged and went into his sleeping bag cocoon. "Just hurry it up." So after the votes were cast and counted, and recounted after Ida's insistence, the results were announced on the board. Izuku Midoriya, 3 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 2 votes. Everyone else, 0 to 1 votes. Izuku laughed at the third line. So nonspecific. Then he realized what the vote meant. Aizawa glanced at the board and grunted. "All right, Midoriya is class representative. Yaoyorozu, your deputy representative. The rest of class is study hall." The teacher curled back up and went to sleep on his desk as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Bakugu narrowed his eyes and turned to face the still shell-shocked Greenette. He looked like he was going to say something, most likely a profanity of some kind, but just turned back around. "Whatever." Ida grit his teeth. "To think it was my idea and I received only 1 vote. But I'm so happy someone thinks highly of me." Denki smiled. Hey, this could work. Midoriya's super quick on his feet and Yaoyorozu's mad smart too. Because he zoned out the second Aizawa finished talking, Izuku could only choke out an Uraraka ran to her friend. Congrats, Deku. I know you'll be an awesome representative. Normally, lunchtime at UA is a time of joy. A time to enjoy the company of friends. A time to eat food made by a man with a cooking quirk that inexplicably became a pro hero. Unfortunately, Midoriya was still twitching, completely shocked at the outcome of the vote. The others at his table, Ida to his right, Kirishima to his left, Uraraka, Ashido and Yaoyorozu on the other side, had. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder. Man, Midoriya, you need to lighten up. If I knew you'd be this freaked, I probably would have asked before I voted. Midoriya snapped out of his funk. Huh? You voted for me, Kirishima? I thought you said you wanted to be class rep. He nodded. Oh, I do, but Ida really got me thinking that my vote should go to whoever deserved it most, and you were definitely the manliest guy yesterday. Ida nodded in agreement. Indeed, Midoriya. Your quick thinking and iron jaw are traits we need in a leader. That's why I voted for you. Even though you all wanted to be class rep. You guys. Izuku felt his heart clench and his face contort into an expression mixing gratitude, tearfulness, and just a touch of humility. What's wrong with your face? Uraraka plainly asked. Izuku wiped his eyes. Just super grateful is all. I'll be sure to live up to your expectations. He declared, his eyes swimming with, as Kirishima would call them, manly tears. Uraraka then asked, Oh, wait. I voted for you too. So who'd you vote for? Oh, I voted for Ida, actually. Izuku chuckled, scratching his cheek. Ida was surprised. What? Wow, Midoriya, I humbly thank yo dash. Would you extras shut it? We're trying to eat. Bakugo roared from across the table. The six immediately fell silent with a sweat drop. Who's we? You're sitting alone. Uraraka then perked up from her juice. Humbly? Ida, are you a rich boy? Ida coughed into his hand. Well, I usually do not advertise it, but my family does have many famous heroes in it. Really? Izuku's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who? Anyone we'd know? Have you heard of Ingenium? Oh yeah. He's an awesome pro with over 60 sidekicks at his own agency. He's a relative? Ida chuckled proudly. He's my brother. Izuku gasped and fell back in an awestruck stupor, saved from falling to the ground by a quick Kirishima. Eche Midoriya. This is too much. Ashido changed the subject. Hey, Yamamo Dash, the nickname earned a blush from the raven-haired beauty in question. Who was your second vote? She raised an eyebrow. How do you know who my first vote was? Ashido snickered. Well, it's sorta obvious you voted for yourself. You're like mad confident. Her serious facade broke faster than Midoriya's bones and she placed a hand over her mouth with a gasp, her eyes glittering. You think I'm confident? The other five at the table smiled at the sudden bounciness. So refreshing. The taller girl composed herself and answered, I'm not too sure. I've only really talked to Jiro and I was, unfortunately, with my Neta for the battle trial, but I don't think either of them voted for me. It would have to be the last person with 0 votes. Ida, do you know who that was? Before the bespectacled boy could answer, a blaring alarm went off, filling the very air with a shrill ringing. Security level 3 has been breached. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly fashion. Most of the older students immediately took off in a panic, fleeing the cafeteria in a frenzied dash for the exit. Hey, what's going on? Kirishima asked one upperclassman. Someone's invaded the school. This hasn't happened in years. You ought to get moving too. Soon enough, the students of Class 1A were caught up in the mob, uncomfortably shoved around and pressed against walls, lockers, or even other students. Ida grunted as his face was slammed against the window, but he widened his eyes once he saw a gaping hole in the UA fence and a swarm of reporters scrambling through it. That's it? Everyone calm down. It's just the press. Ida cried, but to avail. He continued to shout, desperately trying to gain his classmates' attention. It's not working. How can I reach them? Ida noticed Uraraka nearby and a metaphorical light bulb lit up. Uraraka, please use your quirk on me. She complied without hesitation, tapping her friend's outstretched hand and watching him float up. I must gain their attention in a manner that is both graceful and inspiring. That is how you represent UA. So after crashing face first into the wall, Ida shouted at the now stunned crowd, "Everyone! The breach was caused by the press only. It is nothing to panic over. We are students of UA and we must act in a manner befitting our institution." Luckily, his words managed to quell the rampaging mob, so the evacuation continued in a calm and orderly fashion. That was, until Uraraka released her quirk and Ida fell right on top of Bakugo. Aizawa droned, "Class rep and deputy rep, you need to fill the rest of the positions." Izuku and Yayarozu stood at the front of the class with a list of officers. Izuku spoke as the representative, "So we need a secretary, a treasurer, and a historian. Are any of you interested?" Kaminari spoke up, "What do they do?" "Oh, my bad. The secretary takes attendance and keeps track of important information for the whole class." Kaminari sighed, "So basically all the hard stuff. The treasurer is in charge of class funds and events, like parties and class outings." Before any of the students could even form excited looks, Aizawa added, "It's mostly for general studies and the business and support courses. We don't have that kind of time." Izuku laughed nervously, "And the historian keeps a record of class activities." Aizawa translated, "They mean take pictures. Why Nizu insists on having this position is beyond me, but..." Immediately, cries came across the classroom declaring intent to run. Scrambling to write all the names down, Izuku announced, "Okay, we'll appoint positions over the weekend. Is that all right, Aizawa-sensei?" The pro-hero shrugged, "As long as I have it by Monday." Izuku nodded, "Oh, also did I think that Ida should replace me as class republic." Ida nearly dropped. "What? Midoriya, I don't understand. You were elected fair and square." "Why yeah, but did I in the cafeteria, you were the first one to notice that there wasn't a real threat dash." Aizawa would have laughed at that statement if the massive hole in the fence Nizu showed him wasn't so imposing. "Honestly can't say there wasn't one. And you managed to get everyone's attention. Truth be told, I'm not really good at public speaking or anything and I'm too timid to lead." Most of the class nodded in agreement, almost comical in their unity. "But you're good at that. So you should be the one to lead us." Ida was silent for a moment, but he quickly grabbed Izuku's hand and shook it firmly. "Midoriya, your words move my heart. I will accept this position, but only if you support me as deputy representative. Your intellect and decisiveness are still very much needed." Izuku smiled and shook his hand back. "Deal." Yayarozu could only sweat drop. "I feel overlooked." Aizawa cleared his throat. "Now that you've decided to make me redo a stack of forms, how about we take a short quiz while I catch up?" The entire class groaned. Midori could, "Take it back. Take it back." Ashido frantically cried. Aizawa just chuckled, a sign of true SDSM, "There are no take-backs in my class. Now you have an essay to write. 1 page for every piece of paperwork." Ida raised his hand. "Is that 1 page front and back, Aizawa-sensei?" The screams and roars from the class that day made even present Mike plug his ears. Izuku grit his teeth, the Dagoba beach sand around him shifting slightly under the subtle shockwaves emanating from his extended leg. He was in a lunge position, his eyes closed tightly as he carefully felt the glow of One for All in his right leg ebb and flow under his mental grasp. Remember how it felt. 3%. Izuku repeated to himself like a mantra. Once he was satisfied, he opened his eyes to check. Sharingan. Damn it. So close too. He deactivated both quirks and sat down to take a breath. In the last couple of days, he'd been substituting normal exercise for training to use One for All. While he'd certainly improved, he was still overshooting for the most part. Sometimes, even when he'd been sure that he was on the dot, he lost focus and it shot back up. "I'm sure the range is totally fine, but precision is everything." He groaned and shook his head. "It's like learning to move a brand new limb that constantly wants to go up. I need to get it down perfect or I'll never be able to catch up to everyone else." Standing up, Izuku concentrated one for all in his right arm, once more forcing the torrent of energy down into a more manageable wave. The egg in the microwave. It won't break. It won't break. He opened his eyes and checked his work. Did it get brighter? This continued for some time until finally, yes. That's it. Of course, he couldn't reproduce the result perfectly after the first success, but by the time the sun set, Izuku had successfully charged 3% of one for all in each of his limbs at least once. Can't actually test its power in public, so I guess I should just head home for now. Aizawa-sensei said we'd have something special for basic training anyways. I guess they want our first week to end on a high note. The long walk home had long since become a cool-down jog, but tonight, Izuku took it slow, savoring the last few sips of water in his bottle and the cool spring air. He stopped by the sporting goods store to buy a new, all-black face mask while the support company repaired his official one, then continued on his way. He approached the large recycling bin outside his apartment complex and threw the bottle away, only to jump out of his skin when he heard a sound from inside the blue container. Ow! It was so quiet, it might as well not have been uttered. But Izuku was certain that he'd heard someone cry out. Hello? Is someone in there? Izuku inched near the bin, one foot pointed away in case he needed to make a break for it. His heart thudded audibly against his ribs, or at least it felt like it did. There was no response, so Izuku cracked open the lid and peeked inside. Hello. However, he didn't see anything but bottles, cardboard boxes, and what looked like dirty mop. Didn't know you could recycle those. Closing the lid, Izuku scratched his head. I could have sworn. The next morning, Class 1A had gathered outside the UA building in what looked like a parking lot after changing into their hero costumes, apparently for their special battle training session. Man, I don't like being in suspense about all this. Kaminari groaned, putting his hands on his head. Kirishima smiled. It must be something good though. Otherwise we wouldn't be missing all our normal classes for this. Sato deadpanned. Also, do you want to keep listening to Present Mike Sensei do the monologue from Hamlet, Kaminari? The trio shuddered, remembering the ear-gratingly terrible rendition of the classic text, punctuated by Present Mike randomly switched from normal speech to his iconic screeching. On the other end of the parking lot, Izuku just arrived, having modified his gym uniform with some of the gear from his official costume that wasn't destroyed in the battle trial 2 days prior. Once the bus pulled around, Ida exclaimed, "Everyone, line up in number order and please enter the bus in a single file line." Of course, the bus did not have an ordered seat layout, so everyone pretty much sat wherever they wanted, much to Ida's chagrin. To think it was this kind of bus so uncool. Ida groaned, his cheeks tinted red. While Izuku was busy laughing at his friend's embarrassment, he heard a sentence that made his blood run cold. Midoriya, your quirk reminds me of All Might. Izuku's eyes opened comically wide. Azui, there's no way. And my eyes changed color. Azui shrugged. Ribbit? Call me Tsu. And I'm just saying that your strength is reminiscent of his. Although your quirk seems worse because you injure yourself. Or perhaps you just have a weak body. That made Bakuga laugh. Kirishima came to Izuku's defense. It's still awesome to have a flashy quirk like that. Mine makes me look all spiky and scary. And it doesn't do a lot of cool stuff. Izuku shook his head. No way, Kirishima. Your quirk is crazy strong. Plus, you have a lot of potential as a combat hero. You're like the tank character in a video game. Kirishima looked at his fist and clenched it with a smile. So I'm like Donkey Kong from Super Smash Bros. That's pretty manly. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. With that hair and a hard outer shell, you're basically Bowser. Kaminari added. Besides, what's good about having a flashy quirk if you're a bad person? Like this guy. He jerked his thumb at Bakugo. The hell do you mean, Pikachu? Kaminari just smirked. See what I mean? It's not even been a week and we all know your personality's worse than a manure farm smell. Tsuyu nodded. He does seem more villainous than heroic. Ribbit. I will fry you up and feed you to that French F-. Aoyama shook his head rapidly in the back of the bus. Non, merci. Who said you had a choice? Izuku scratched his head nervously. Oh my god, they're making fun of Kaken that I feel disconcertingly satisfied. After they arrived to the massive domed complex, and Aizawa unwrapped a still-writhing Bakugu from his scarf's clutches, the students marveled at the assorted landscapes and scenery in the indoor facility. It's like a theme park. But which one? Welcome to USJ. That one. The speaker approached the group by the entryway, gesturing widely past the staircase leading down to the main plaza and the paths to the different zones, also known as the unforeseen simulation joint. My name is Dash. 13. Both Izuku and Uraraka fangirled. I know what I said, over the sight of the space suit-clad pro-hero. 13 chuckled and rubbed his head. Pleasure to meet you all. Like these two said, I'm the space hero. 13. I specialize in rescue operations, which is actually why you're all here. Aizawa approached the space hero. 13, where's All Might? 13 cleared his throat and whispered while holding out 3 fingers. Izuku couldn't hear the words, but he got the gist. All Might is out of time. 13 continued his lecture. You see, most pro-heroes rarely fight villains, if at all. The majority of hero work are rescue missions. However, they're also much tougher than just fighting. Like my quirk, Black Hole. Uraraka's eyes twinkled, recognizing the quirk's name as 13 held a finger out to the class. Dot is extremely useful for absorbing debris and clearing disaster sites. However, it could easily kill someone. I'm sure many of you have similar predicaments. Izuku looked at his fist. That's why I've been training. But today we're going to practice this. You'll all have to go to different disaster zones and attempt to resolve the crisis with your quirks in a manner befitting a hero. That is to say, no collateral damage. Speaking of collateral damage, a chilling voice sounded from the plaza below. Aizawa instantly tensed and stood guard at the top of the stairs. Izuku couldn't help himself and went to look too, nearly fainting at the sight of over 30 villains, all entering through a purple and black portal of some kind. Leading them was a lanky man with light blue hair and hands covering his face and black clothing. 13 stammered in shock at the sudden invasion. Senpai. What's the plan? Aizawa grit his teeth. I'll handle this alone. Protect the students. We're under attack. Aizawa's jaw tightened, his gaze stealing under his goggles. How did all these villains sneak past our security system? Is that purple smog from some sort of a teleportation quirk? But even that shouldn't get past our communications array. Kaminari, can you get a signal out? Try and contact UA or the police. Aizawa commanded. On it. Kaminari responded as he used his antennae to broadcast a signal. 13 said All Might was out of time for now. Did they know that? But the guy with the hands was talking about collateral damage. Does that mean we're not his targets? Izuku stammered at the ever-growing swarm of villains. Sharingan. I count 45 right now. And that I can see a lot of life signs in the different zones. Aizawa-sensei. The pro grunted, Get back, Midoriya. Not now. Izuku continued anyways. I can see a lot of life signs spread around the disaster sites. There's not supposed to be anybody besides us, right? Aizawa growled. No, there's not. If that purple guy really has a warp quirk and they bothered to stock each zone with villains. 13. There are villains in the disaster zones. I bet the teleportation user's gonna try to separate us so we're easy targets. 13 nodded. But to have these many villains, they certainly can't be more than Class D. Maybe save for those 3. 13 didn't even need to gesture to anything for everyone to know he meant the warp quirk user, the lanky guy covered in hands, and a massive creature with a beak, exposed cranium, and gouges littered across its black skin. Izuku called to Aizawa. Sensei, we should run. There's too many of them. And your quirk. Eraserhead practically smirked. You can't become a pro-hero by only having one gimmick. With that, Aizawa charged the villains that took the initiative to climb the front stairs. Running into battle by himself. What an idiot! One villain shouted as he tried to fire the guns in his fingertips, only to find that they didn't work. What the F dash? Aizawa elbowed him in the nose, causing a rather impressive spray of blood. He then seized another villain by the neck and pulled him into one of his colleagues, sending both tumbling down the steps. With a few strategic twirls of his scarf, he was able to entrap another 3 villains in its grasp, taking them out with a quick tug of the cloth that slammed all of them. Together, Class 1A watched in amazement as their teacher single-handedly fought a small army of evildoers. Izuku watched especially closely, using his Sharingan to trace Eraserhead's movements. On the villain's end of things, the leader was scratching his neck in irritation. These demon pros. Small fry NPCs can't hope to stand against a mini-boss like this. And the final boss is nowhere in sight. The purple smoke being, now adopting his corporeal form with a finely tailored 3-piece suit sans jacket, spoke. That one, Tamura Shigaraki, is Eraserhead, one of the more obscure pro-heroes. The scratching quickened. I remember. He can erase non-heteromorphic quirks. So he's a gimmick boss. No problem, I brought my action replay. On cue, the large black birdman growled as if preparing to pounce. Shigaraki chuckled, the air seemingly growing colder as he did. Not yet, Gnome. Let Kurogyri have some fun, first. Kurogyri, you know what to do. Of course, sir. In a swirl of dark mist, Kurogyri vanished from the plaza before reappearing at the front door, effectively sandwiching the students. Hello, future heroes. Could anyone tell me where All Might is? 13 barked. Everyone, get behind me. Kaminari, any progress? The electric man shook his head. There's some sort of interference. Like another signal that cancels mine out as soon as I release it. There must be someone with a quirk like that hidden in the disaster zones. Ida, we need you to run and get help. Ida shook his head, but 13-sensei, running is dishonorable. It would be best to stay and help fight the dash. Yaoyorozu interrupted him. Ida, as class rep, it's your job to watch our well-being. And right now, the best thing you can do is to get help. The speedster thought for a brief moment before nodding and racing for the doors. However, Kurogyri was quick on the draw. Not so fast, boy. Can't have you running off, can we? He opened a portal in front of Ida that led right back to 13. The rescue hero growled and extended a finger. Ida, go again and don't stop for anything. I'll keep him off of you. Black hole. 13 waited until Ida was at a safe distance before his fingertip fell down, revealing a black abyss that is in everything with a violent pull. The mist man was no exception as his gaseous form was quickly pulled in. Izuku watched in awe until he noticed a metallic glint within the purple man's body. Looking with the Sharingan, he realized that it was glowing, much like a human body under his quirk's special eyesight. That must be his real body. We can target it. Kurogyri growled. What a powerful quirk. Shame it squandered on someone with no battle aptitude. With that, a small portal began forming behind 13. However, it never finished forming because at that moment, Kurogyri was sent flying by a strong punch to his body. What? Izuku landed on the ground, the subtle glow of 3% one for all fading from his fist. There's a metal neckplate on him. That's his real body. He was planning on opening a portal behind 13, probably to make Black Hole backfire. I'm lucky the Sharingan and 3% are faster than that. Deku, nice work. Uraraka cheered. That was actually fairly apartment. Yaoyorozu smiled, and that bought time for Ida to get away. True to her words, Ida was currently forcing the doors to USJ open. Kurogyri's face was mostly colored gas, but if colored gas could emote, then Kurogyri was livid. Knocked back up by a child. I commend you on your students, 13-sensei. But I'm going to get serious now. He instantly warped Ida back from the door to 13. 13 chuckled. Funny. I was going to say the same thing. The gloved hand went out, but this time, the 4 main fingertips opened up, producing a violent maelstrom. In a flash, Kurogyri was pulled back towards peril. However, the teleporter wasn't done as he opened a portal beneath 13 in a near instant. Gravity taking hold, the space hero fell through. Izuku's blood ran cold. Where'd he go? That portal at its speed was on a completely different level than before. Kurogiri laughed sadistically. Only one way to find an astronaut. Look to the stars. At that moment, 13 crashed into the concrete, cracking his dome and heavily damaging his suit. His exit portal had opened from far above the ground. The hero wasn't conscious, and his body was barely shifting from his own breathing. Sorry if that surprised you, but if it helps, he wasn't even awake to feel pain. My quick teleportation tends to be a bit jarring. Uraraka looked at the mist man and felt a fire ignite in her heart at the sight of her favorite hero downed. You monster. Ida grit his teeth. If he wasn't so preoccupied with buying me time, this would have never happened. Curse my weakness. Apparently, Bakugo and Kirishima felt some similar rage because they charged the villain, explosions and rock-hard fists at the ready. However, the purple man simply opened 2 foggy portals in front of the students, making them vanish from sight. Don't worry about your friends. You really ought to worry about yourself first. Then several portals opened around the students, pulling nearly all of them inside. Izuku felt a weird floating sensation as he became enshrouded in the dark fog. However, he felt a pair of hands pull him forward. Man, that was a close one. Glad we didn't lose you, huh? Kaminari said, wiping his brow at having saved his friend. Izuku was about to thank him when he realized something. Kaminari, and I think everyone else lost us. Jiro panted heavily as she surfaced, water slowly trickling down her head. What the heck? Where am I? There was no time to gather her bearings for at that moment. A shark-like villain breached from the water, his jagged teeth poised to strike. I didn't come here to kill kids, but who am I to choose? Jiro's eyes widened, and her body seized up in shock. I can't move. Luckily, she didn't have to. Azui leapt out of the water and delivered a hell of a kick to the shark villain's gills, causing him to convulse and fall unconscious. Jiro grab on. Azui extended her tongue and pulled the punk girl with her, carrying them both to the deck of a large yacht in the middle of the water. Jiro coughed out whatever water entered her lungs and sighed in relief. Phew. Thanks, Azui. Call me Tsu. Oh, okay, Titsu. Jiro blushed at the lack of formality. Oh, thank God. I'm going to die surrounded by women. And like that, Jiro's face became red for a completely different reason. Oh, great. We're stuck with the pervert. Mineta started sobbing. I'm so happy you're at Sundara. Tsuyu slapped him with her tongue. Let's focus on escaping. Ribbit. The fog man was looking for All Might. I suppose that means they came to kill or capture him. Ribbit. That they came to kill All Might? Are they stupid? Jiro asked, feeling an incredible sense of unease at Tsuyu's deduction. Mineta was bawling now. Tsu, please tell me you're kidding. Only my friends can call me Tsu. And I generally just say what's on my mind. Then we're gonna die. The short kid was practically hysterical, much to the villain's amusement. One of them, a ghastly-looking skeleton with black armor, smirked. Looks like Yue isn't as tough as they want you to believe. He raised his hand up, which produced a claw made of water from the surface. I guess that just makes them easy pickings. On the yacht, Tsuyu and Jiro were still trying to create a plan. Ribbit, we're in the flood zone, so I suppose everyone else is scattered across the other areas. If we can, we should try to find the others and regroup. Jiro scratched her head. But how can we escape? You're the only one fast enough to outrun them in water, but you'd be way slower with me. And me! Mineta cried, tears forming. Jiro didn't even acknowledge him. How can we at least hold the villains back long enough to escape? I have an idea, but I need your boot. So you just smacked him again, Ribbit. They circled around the boat. I might be able to jump past the villains with just one of you. Then I could come back and get the other. It'd be risky, but it's our best chance. Jiro, give me your boot. Shut it, mini perv. We don't have time for your sheet right now. But I have an idea. I don't want to hear your half-baked attempt to see us naked, you ignorant F-dash. At that moment, a massive claw of water ripped through the boat, causing it to sink. What's the plan? Jiro handed Mineta one of her boots. He immediately removed the speaker from the boot. Then he detached the grill, revealing the subwoofer beneath. Normally, sound waves fade out quickly in air because air's compressible, But water isn't. So dash. The sound waves from Jiro's boots would spread throughout the water, disabling the villains. Ribbit. That's pretty smart, Mineta. Tsuyu tilted her head, genuinely surprised. Mineta puffed his chest proudly. I can't die until I touch Yaoyorozu's melons. So until then, I just have to keep on living. Jiro resisted the temptation to throw the micro-perv into the water, replacing her now plain boot while plugging into her speaker. So I just need to create a massive sound wave underneath the water? Not too hard. If it's too strong, you'll liquefy their internal organs. Tsuyu added, too weak and it'll be like a jacuzzi. Jiro gulped and nodded, plugging into her speaker. Alright, let's do this. Todoroki sighed, his breath visible as a cold mist. Even as far as weaker villains go, you're all on the low end of things. The villains in front of him could only groan and stutter in response, completely incapacitated on account of the ice encapsulating their bodies. What the hell? One of the villains stammered, the cold seeping into his bones. The second we showed you up to this kid. Shigaraki promised the students W would be easy. This guy's be better than most pros. Todoroki turned to leave, only to hear another villain pop up from behind him. Never let your guard down, kid. Not even FO dash. The villain never finished his words because in a flash, Todoroki pushed him down with a palm strike that left ice spreading across his body, cementing him to the ground. Learn your own advice. You have a few minutes before hypothermia kicks in. I'm sure I could get a pass for it, but I'd rather not kill you. So, tell me why you're here. Todoroki coldly stated, his left side steaming slightly in a tantalizing reprieve for the villains. The one he last froze broke immediately. W are here to kill All Might. Todoroki nearly laughed. I wanted a serious answer, not dash. He is serious. Shigaraki has some sort of weapon that can kill him. Honest. The desperation in the villains' voices certainly indicated sincerity, but no amount of candor could possibly reconcile the discomfort in Todoroki's mind. All Might? In the ruins zone, Bakugo was having the time of his life blasting villains with hardly a care. Furthermore, the only other student he encountered was probably the only one that he didn't need to worry about hurting in the crossfire. Stupid hair, aim for the throat, will ya? I'm tired of picking up your slack. Kirishima shook his head as he tanked a punch from a villain before headbutting him in the nose. Don't kill them, Bakugo. That's not manly. Who said anything about killing? Bakugo growled back as he wrapped both hands around a rock villain and fired explosions simultaneously. Now die. It didn't take long for all the villains to fall unconscious between the onslaught of the two most combative students. We ought to find the others and regroup, right? Bakugo looked at the downed evildoers and grit his teeth. That fog busy said they were looking for All Might, probably to kill him. Kirishima scoffed, like that's an actual problem. Shut it, hair for brains. They wouldn't be here if they weren't serious. The redhead reflected for a moment. I guess you have a point, but what can we do about that? Not like we can actually fight anything that can go toe-to-toe with All Might. The explosive teen grit his teeth in a twisted grin. Oh, we absolutely can. I'm going to be number one and you're going to be my meat shield. Kirishima scratched his head. I'm terrified and pumped at the same time, but let's do it. They burst out of the building and made their way out of the ruins zone to the central plaza, luckily, or unluckily, if you're not encountering any resistance. That was, until they actually arrived at their destination. Holy F-. 10 minutes prior. Aizawa growled as the last of the villains fell down, completely wasted by the pro. Unfortunately, he wasn't in much better condition. My eyes are practically screaming. True to his words, his eyes were bloodshot and red, but not because of his quirk. I need to rehydrate, but I still haven't finished off that prick with the hands or bird brain. Shigaraki chuckled as he approached Eraserhead, not even adjusting his steps to avoid stepping on his fallen comrades. Man, Eraser, I know we're on opposite sides, but you're just so cool. The latter grit his teeth and prepared his scarf defensively. This guy hasn't done a thing, but he looks completely confident. He knows my quirk and he just saw me beat his goons, so why is he approaching me like I'm the one in trouble? Aizawa didn't wait to find out. He charged the villain's leader and aimed an elbow at his face. While the attack landed, the villain moved at lightning speed, seizing the appendage firmly despite the blow. "You're slowing down, Eraserhead. And your quirk's getting weaker." Aizawa roared as he felt his elbow's skin decay away, revealing the musculature beneath. Pulling back, Aizawa applied pressure to the wound, but eyed his opponent carefully. "He's fast up, maybe even faster than me at full strength. I'll have to use my quirk and disable him as fast as possible." "Shigaraki Tsuked, you're about to erase my quirk, aren't you? Nomu, can you help me out?" Izuku was not a fighter. That much was made evident after he threw one punch and nearly broke his hand by hitting with the wrong knuckles. "Okay, not a strong start. Just end this quickly and find the others." He, Yaoyorozu and Kaminari appeared to be trapped in the mountain zone, surrounded by a sizable group of villains. "Midoriya, are you holding up all right?" His fellow deputy rep called as she effortlessly dispatched villains with a bow's staff. 3% Detroit Smash. Izuku mentally exclaimed as he struck a villain, this time with only the first two knuckles, out cold with a right cross. "I'm fine." "Kaminari?" The electric type cried as he ran from a small group of assailants. "I am not fine. I am very not fine." Yaoyorozu groaned and moved to help him. Izuku practically marveled at the ease with which she fought back her opponents, the tomo of his quirk spinning rapidly as they followed her movements. "Even with the Sharingan, I'm having trouble dealing with these many villains. No wonder she got in through recommendations. You should really pay attention, kid." Izuku snapped out of his thoughts in time to feel a punch from a masked villain send him reeling. "Midoriya, you okay?" Kaminari said as he pulled his friend up. Izuku wiped some of the blood from his mouth. "Why, I'm fine. Just a little dazed." Yaoyorozu stood next to them. "This isn't good. We're backed against a wall, literally and figuratively. Kaminari, can you not remotely discharge your electricity?" He shook his head. "Sorry, but I can't control the flow once it leaves my body. If I discharge, I'd probably shock you guys too. I don't think I'll be of much help." An idea popped into Izuku's head. "I have an idea. Yaoyorozu, can you make a scarf like Aizawa-sensei's, but conductive?" A smirk of realization spread across her face. "I see. That won't take me too long. Can you keep them off us, Midoriya?" Izuku nodded, feeling adrenaline spread throughout his body. "Got it." He grabbed Yaoyorozu's bow and started pushing villains back, copying the moves he observed to the best of his ability. "My wrists aren't as flexible as hers, but thanks to One for All," Izuku charged his leading arm and brought the staff down on a villain's helmet, shattering it and knocking the person beneath instantly. Then Izuku's eye twitched. "Damn it! I'm almost out of time with the Sharingan." Yaoyorozu came to the rescue. "Midoriya, it's done." She held a bundle of coppery cloth in her hands. She traded the scarf for her staff, a small smile on her face. "Make sure you wrap it around skin." Izuku nodded, charging his power. "I can't move as fast as Aizawa-sensei, but the principles are the same. Grip the scarf loosely with my left hand, wrap it with my right, get it back to Kaminari. Focus One for All in my legs and—" Izuku took off, tracing his own movements to Aizawa's with the increased speed afforded by 3%. Dodging and weaving under the villain's blows with his Sharingan, he quickly wrapped it around his opponent's exposed arms, ankles, or necks. Anywhere he could find, really. "Gore, buzz off, kid." The last villain charged Izuku, his fist encased in stone. "He's going for a haymaker. If I sweep the legs." With his supercharged leg muscles, Izuku easily knocked the footing out from under the villain, giving him the chance to wrap the scarf around his neck as he face-planted. Then Izuku threw the last piece of the fabric to Kaminari and shouted, "That fabric's a conductor. Put it all through your arm." Realization dawned on the latter's face and he grinned. "Now this is what I expect from my student council. Take this." Kaminari channeled electricity through his arm, which traveled through the copper in the scarf through all the villains, essentially tossing the remaining 7 in one go. Izuku collapsed to the ground, laughing despite his exhaustion. His legs ached from accidentally going over his limit, his eyes stung from pushing the now deactivated Sharingan, and his jaw still rang from the blow he took. But damn it, he just fought villains. And he won. Man, Midoriya. Good call with the scarf move. That was pretty dope. Kaminari complimented. Yaoyorozu nodded, helping the greenette up. That was a pretty good strategy to think up on the fly. Though how did you think about that? Izuku laughed sheepishly. I sorta stole from Aizawa-sensei. Speaking of which, shouldn't we head back? Yaoyorozu nodded and pointed to the plaza where some fighting was certainly visible. The only way down is to rappel. It'll take me a minute or so to create the gear. Kaminari's sweat dropped. Man, 13-sensei couldn't made an elevator or something when he designed this place? Izuku chuckled, but a roar from something, it didn't sound human, snapped him to attention. That came from the plaza. Ugh, I can't see it from here and the Sharingan's timed out so I can't zoom in. I can make some binoculars. It'll only be a minute. Izuku grit his teeth. No time. I can probably scale this cliff with my quirk. Kaminari grinned. Then let's go. He jumped onto Midoriya's back. Lead on. I meant I'd go alone and you'd follow. Yaoyorozu rubbed her chin. I see. In that case dash, she flung her arms around Midoriya's neck. Onwards, Midoriya. Izuku's face was bright red. How do neither of them think this is weird? It took an insurmountable amount of willpower to not look down as he leapt down the mountain zone, mostly because the girl he was currently carrying bridal style was dressed as conservatively as debut midnight. Once safely on the ground, Midoriya hugged himself. I can't ever become groomed. Midoriya, we should be heading out. Yaoyorozu tapped his shoulder, earning a shriek. Whispered, just don't touch or look at me for a while. I'll be fine. Then a snap like a gunshot reverberated throughout USJ, followed by a roar of pain. Hurrying to the plaza where the sound originated, the trio's stomachs collectively dropped. Aizawa was a mess. His arms were bent in right angles in the wrong way, his body looked battered and broken, and his face was practically streaming blood. The large birdman was clutching his head, squeezing it as if it were a balloon ready to pop. Shigaraki laughed at the sight of the pro-hero. Man, Eraserhead, I can't believe you're still conscious. You're really something else. The villain looked around the plaza littered with the unconscious forms of his cronies and, way in the back, a few lucky heroes. Kaminari blanched. Holy shit. Aizawa-sensei's in it bad right now. How should we proceed? Yaoyorozu grit her teeth, a bead of sweat betraying the terror she felt at her teacher's peril. Midoriya, any more bright ideas? He shook his head. All I can think of is to sneak around behind them and attack them while they're looking at us. They are. Yaoyorozu looked at the villains and sharply inhaled. They are. Kaminari was practically shaking. We gotta go. Now. They backed away slowly, trying not to attract any more attention, but it was too late. Great. I can grind some levels before the final boss. Shigaraki exclaimed maliciously as he made a mad dash for the students. Kaminari panicked and exclaimed, indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. He cupped his hands together and fired a blinding stream of lightning at the ground, cracking the plaza's tile as electricity coursed towards Shigaraki. Luckily, Izuku and Yaoyorozu were able to jump out of range. However, the villain leader managed to avoid the surge entirely by leaping with surprising force, soaring over the teens and landing behind them. Man, that's a powerful quirk. Guess you're gonna give a lot of EXP, huh? Izuku and Momo grouped together, the latter forming a new staff while the former readied one for all. The latter spoke first. The pros are probably already en route. You can't possibly escape. Surrender now. Izuku gulped. Wish I had that confidence. This guy looks like a psychopath. So Kurogiri failed? That makes me mad. Shigaraki scratched his neck, but stopped to laugh once he realized something. Big words, but you're shaking like a rumble pack. Why don't I help you stop? He charged Yaoyorozu, his pale hand stretched towards her face. But before he knew it, Izuku had dashed towards his co-deputy rep and extended his own fist out, sheer panic fueling him. Detroit's smash. A shockwave reverberated throughout the stadium as Izuku struck his target. For a moment he thought he'd saved the day. That euphoria was quickly lost, however, to horror once he realized that his target did not have black skin or a muscular figure. And he wasn't 10 feet tall. This kid sees me off. Nomu, take care of him. Before Izuku knew it, he felt an incredible pain in his right arm, the same that he'd punched Nomu with, as the latter gripped it with its massive fingers. Then, it threw the green hero to be a good 50 feet, making for a painful landing and a very broken forearm. Midoriya! Yaoyorozu cried, Kaminari, we need to dash. With Kaminari's face was the definition of derp, as he repeatedly flashed a thumbs up to everyone in sight. Shigaraki laughed at the sight, not very bright. Nomu, finish the kid first. I hate heroes. He growled the last part, his seething rage filling the air with killing intent. Nomu screeched in response and took off, vanishing in a burst of wind. Izuku channeled one for all and managed to leap partly out of the way, but was still knocked back by the force of Nomu punching the ground where he used to be, pulverizing the tiles. This is crazy. He's nearly as fast as All Might. I need to buy Yaoyorozu and Kaminari time to escape. No time to hold back. Using his left arm to lift up his broken forearm, Izuku flicked his right hand, Delaware smash. A cannon of air shot forth and knocked Nomu back several feet and leaving a slight indentation on its skin, which quickly filled out again. Izuku clutched his broken thumb and middle finger, sliding his elbow pad down to his hand to act as a protective glove of sorts. This thing tanked 100%? All Might's power. And it can heal quickly? Shigaraki pet his head. Looks like we unlocked a secret boss. Those heroics. Pushing my Noma back. That move's name. It's like you're designed to piss me off. Way! Kaminari bumped into Shigaraki, drooling slightly. The villain boss turned to the fried blonde. You're annoying. He casually reached a hand out towards the latter's throat but forgot an important detail in the wake of Izuku and this new distraction. Hiya! Yaoyorozu exclaimed as she cracked her staff across Shigaraki's face with enough force to break it. The leader crumpled to the ground, the hand covering his face falling off while his long blue hair took over obscuring it. She immediately grabbed Kaminari and made a break for the stairs leading to the exit. Midoriya, the leader's down. Overhearing this, the Nomu turned towards Shigaraki's unconscious body and screeched, forgetting all about Izuku and moving towards the former. It's going to help him? This is my chance. Izuku used his good arm to carefully pull Aizawa onto his shoulders, minding the broken arms, and ran as fast as 3% allowed. Sorry for the bumpy ride, sensei, but I can't leave you back there. By the entrance, Kurogyari was getting frustrated by the repeated attacks of the remaining students. Dodging acid, tape, and the anti-gravity fingertips was growing tiresome and the multi-limbed boy refused to give him an opening to escape. Now that they know my weak point, I have to focus on using portals to redirect and avoid their attacks. And I still haven't recovered from 13th's attack or using my special move. However, Kurogyari likewise prevented the students from either escaping or joining the fight, resolutely guarding the door so that Ida couldn't find an opening for longer than a second. And likewise, the students themselves were getting frustrated at their attempts to flee being thwarted by a cleverly placed portal. Shoji, have you found anyone? Uraraka exclaimed as she narrowly missed the metal neckplate for the umpteenth time. The masked teen shook his head. Haven't been able to focus. He tried to envelop the mist man but failed to properly secure the main body as the latter slipped through his webbed limbs. Everyone! Shoji perked up. I found someone. Mina sweat dropped while cutting off Kurogyari's path towards his leader with a spray of concentrated acid. We all heard that, genius. Yaoyorozu appeared from the stairs, barely winded from the long climb, much to Uraraka's jealous chagrin, with a laughing Kaminari in tow. Kurogyari growled, those villains were even poorer than we thought. Unconsciously he drifted towards the new threat, ready to engage. This is my chance. Ida ignored his relief at the sight of more classmates to make a mad dash for the door, which Kurogyari had just left wide open. What? Kurogyari cried as Ida raced past him and tried to shimmy his way through the door he left cracked open from his last attempt. Kurogyari reached out with a portal, fully intending to use it to bisect this particularly annoying student, but felt his real body become weightless. Go now. Uraraka cried as she pushed the villain up high. Ida finally made his way through and took off at max speed towards the main campus. I need to report this. That's game over. While the students diverted their attention, Kurogiri warped using his special, extra-fast portal. Reappearing by Nomu and his master, the teleporter took a moment to recuperate. 2 quick portals and non-stop combat. I don't have much left in me. Then he noticed the unconscious form of his boss. Apparently, neither does he. Shigaraki. Tamura Shigaraki. Nomu, could you wake him up? While the hulking beast didn't even acknowledge the presence of his master's right-hand man, the fallen young adult started to stir. Ugh, critical hit. Shigaraki rubbed his face, only to recoil in shock after a second. Father? Looking at the ground in a panic, Shigaraki began to see that the sight of the hand that used to obscure his face lying on the ground. Father. He replaced the mask, but his breathing was expressive enough to indicate his fury. Kurogiri paled, or at least his equivalent of paling. Shigaraki, do not do anything rash now. The pros will be here soon. Shigaraki started scratching his neck wildly. Everything's going to sheet. Kurogiri. I had a plan and nothing's worked. He looked at those students, the pesky brats that ruined his nearly perfect plan. He glared at the tall girl who knocked father off and then to the hero making his way to the stairs, clearly nursing his right arm while carrying Eraserhead on his left shoulder. Tamura Shigaraki, we should escape while we still can. Kurogiri reasoned, but his words fell on deaf ears. Nomu, stop that hero brat. I want to play with him some more. Hey, could I get a hand? Izuku cried to his classmates atop the stairs. I don't really want to drag him up all these stairs. He's in it pretty bad enough. Sato looked down and grimaced at the sight of their broken teacher. I'm on it. Siro, help me secure his arms and stop the bleeding. The duo ran down the stairs and managed to secure Aizawa onto Siro's massive frame. All major injuries resolved thanks to Siro's quirk. You want me to tape up your arm, Midoriya? Looks pretty bad. Izuku shook his head. It's okay. The pain's not too bad anymore. Though that'll probably stop with the adrenaline. Sato chuckled. Tell me about it. I feel like once this stops I won't be able to. The sugar man's eyes widened, and he began to choke on his words. Siro similarly seized up. Izuku raised an eyebrow, but realization dawned when he felt someone grip the back of his gym uniform. Deku! Uraraka cried as Izuku was thrown back to the plaza by Nomu, landing painfully. Nomu then pulverized the staircase with a single punch, which Sato and Siro narrowly avoided by respectively jumping and pulling themselves back up to the entrance. Nomu then looked at the rest of the students and roared, flexing its massive arms threateningly. In response, Yaoyorozu stood in front of her classmates defensively, brandishing her third staff. If we all attack it in a coordinated effort, we'll be able to defeat it. This isn't good. Without Aizawa-sensei or 13-sensei, we're on our own until Ida gets back. And Bakugo, Todoroki, and Kirishima are probably the most combat-ready of us, but they're still not back yet. Izuku groaned as he sat up, nursing the shoulder he rolled onto. Nomu must have heard this because it immediately jumped back to the central plaza and stared down the injured student. It's targeting me. This is bad. I can't beat this monster. But if I don't, it'll attack the others. So, I have to at least stall it until the pros get here. I can do that at least. Take this, Delaware Smash. Izuku flicked his right index finger at the Nomu, biting his lip in pain as an air bullet rocketed towards the hulking beast's head, knocking it back a few meters. However, Nomu didn't retaliate. Shigaraki approached from the side, leisurely strolling with a confident gait. That attacked that you're an all-might fanboy, right? 'Cause that pisses me off. He ran right for Izuku, fingers extended. If he touches me, I'm dead. I need to avoid him, too. Sharingan. Ignoring the burning pain he felt from forcing his quirk to activate, Izuku moved as fast as he could, even charging 3% of 1 for all in his legs to grant a speed burst. Your speed stat's really high. I hate that. Shigaraki swiped at Izuku, only managing to snag a bit of fabric over his chest that quickly decayed away. Faster. 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 5%. Izuku exclaimed as he pushed the limits to what his body could handle, managing to now comfortably keep up with Shigaraki. He glared intently at the boss, doing his absolute best to keep track of his movements. "Oh, you're faster? And your eyes that they're so intense. Now I'm really mad." Shigaraki leapt back about 20 feet away from Izuku. "Now's my chance. 5% Detroit smash." Izuku leapt forward, ready to send his opponent packing. "I can see where he was hit earlier. If I strike there, he'll probably pass out." Unfortunately, Izuku never even made it there. Nomu appeared in a flash and slammed the former into the ground, nearly shattering his ribs with the blow. "Gah!" Izuku coughed up blood, stars clouding most of his vision and pain blinding the rest. He could feel the beast's powerful hand crushing his torso against the jagged rubble, forcing his ribcage against his already sore lungs. Nomu looked at Izuku and growled as if about to pounce. Izuku couldn't help but think back to the important moments in his life, seeing how it was clearly about to end. The day he first saw the video of All Might saving all those people in the collapsed building. When he learned he was Quirkless, and his mother just apologized to him. The time Kaken and his friends beat him up while their original victim escaped. When he met All Might, got told off by All Might, then praised by All Might in the span of a few hours. Recovery girl telling him that he actually had a quirk. Getting into UA. Finally catching up to Kaken. "I still have so much left to do. G.off." He clawed at the hand on his chest, ignoring the searing pain in his right arm. Nomu looked at Izuku almost quizzically, unable to decipher the pained gasping. Izuku's eyes felt like they were on fire, but so did the rest of him. Nomu, with its simple mind, couldn't help but get hypnotized by the glowing red in his victim's eyes, the two tomos spinning so rapidly they appeared to be a solid black ring around his pupils. There was a loud sound like a bang. "Why can't you ever save yourself, you nerd?" Bakugo blasted his way in and launched a powerful blast at Nomu's back, forcing the beast to lighten his grip in pure surprise. "Get that off me!" Izuku finally hissed. In that moment, he heard a ringing sound and his eyes positively screamed in pain. But Nomu complied, removing his hand from Izuku while still kneeling over him. "Nomu, what are you doing?" Shigaraki cried in panic to no avail. But more shockingly, Nomu's normally blank eyes were now glowing red, with two tomos surrounding the pupil. "What the?" Izuku didn't let himself dwell on the fact. He had a mission. "Gotta stop him now. If he fights All Might, if he fights the others, I need to stop him now." Izuku couldn't make a fist, so he focused one for all into his palm, much like he did against Bakugo, but now at full power. Green lightning swarmed Izuku's right hand, crackling with such ferocity, the ground beneath it crumbled away. "Take this!" Izuku roared as he pushed his hand against Nomu's head, forcing all the power he could muster out. There was a bright flash and a Nomu screech. Then the latter was sent flying back, a massive chunk of his head missing while the rest crackled with green lightning. It landed on the ground with a thud. Izuku looked at the fallen monster and laughed, an incredible lightness filling his body. Then he collapsed back. Bakugo was at a loss for words. The students at the top of the entrance, struggling to find a way to help out, were at a loss for words. Yaoyorozu and Shiro, who had rappelled down to aid in the inevitable injuries that would result, were at a loss for words. The villains were certainly at a loss for words. Midoriya. Kirishima broke the silence in the compound by charging towards his fallen classmate, propping his unconscious body up. "Christ, your hand." Shiro and Yaoyorozu managed to pull themselves together and ran over as well, the latter already producing bandages and antiseptic to treat the greenette. Bakugo couldn't stop staring for the life of him. "That blast! When did you catch up like that? Gur! God damn it!" Shigaraki clawed at his neck until blood drew at the sight of his Nomu. The head wound was taking its sweet time to regenerate, and even then, it was unclear if Nomu would have the stamina to fight anymore. "My anti-symbol of peace defeated by a child?" Tamura looked at the unconscious boy, currently having his bloody hand wrapped up in fresh gauze. That kid. Before he himself knew it, Shigaraki was headed right for Midoriya, killing intent on full display. He got pretty close too and might have succeeded in disintegrating his target, if not for a giant ice wall. And I was worried you might be able to kill All Might. Todoroki deadpanned as he pulled his right hand back, mist wafting off of his fingertips. The large one's supposed to be the weapon. But he's down. And the only other one that's down is Midoriya. How did he do this? Shigaraki didn't have time for another rant because Bakugo managed to pull himself together and aim his remaining gauntlet at the former. You know, I didn't get to show OFF since Deku destroyed the other one, but take this. Die. He pulled the pin on the gauntlet, sending a massive explosion towards the villain boss. The ice wall shattered under the pure force of the blast, which also sent Shigaraki flying back towards Kurogiri. The fireball itself filled the air with the acrid stench of smoke while obscuring either side from each other. Ugh, Kurogiri. Shigaraki groaned, shiny red burns dotting his body. The warp man appeared through the smoke. I'm here, Tamura. We should leave now. The boss was silent but nodded. Shall I retrieve Nomu? Kurogiri expanded his form into a portal large enough for Tamura to enter through. Shigaraki nodded again. He's still healing, so he's not dead, but that brat's attack completely surpassed his shock absorption. I doubt he'd be able to fight All Might now. Kurogiri didn't say much else as he summoned another portal beneath the nearly regenerated Nomu. Don't worry, Shigaraki. This is only the beginning. They disappeared around the same time as the smoke did. Coincidentally, the rest of the villains started to wake up around the same time. Hey, what happened? Shigaraki's gone. So's the big guy. The students that they're still here though. Wait, so they beat the boss? All Might's not here either. Who cares, let's kill them. Then we'll kill All Might. There was a crash and a furious voice. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Later that night, Izuku awoke with a start, his heart racing as he desperately searched for Shigaraki and his beast. What the. Where am I? He looked at the white walls and flooring as well as the curtains around him. You're in the nurse's office, young Midoriya. Izuku turned to the speaker and came face to face with All Might in his skinny form, sitting right next to his bed. All Might? Are you okay? What about everyone else? 13-sensei? Aizawa-sensei? Izuku began to sweat. All Might couldn't help but laugh at the irony of his protégé's concern. Your classmates are all fine. Many of them are actually still here, waiting to get picked up by their families. I arrived only shortly after you passed out and defeated the remaining villains. The pro's face took on a slightly darker look. As for your teachers, I'm afraid Aizawa and 13 are both in the ICU. They're expected to recover, but they're not in the best of health. Although, for that matter, neither are you. Izuku looked at his body and nearly freaked out at the number of bandages surrounding his torso and right arm. I look like a mummy. What happened to me? All Might cleared his throat and pulled out a clipboard. Recovery girl had to go check on your teachers at the real hospital, but she healed your broken ribs and arm as well as replacing the skin on your hand. She said you might have some hairline fractures left, but healing those might drain your stamina. You have small tears in your leg muscles. Probably from when I overdid it with one for all when I tied the villains up. Izuku murmured. And your hand is permanently scarred, but other than that you're fine. There was some silence in the room before both student and teacher cried, Wait, what? Izuku ripped the bandages off his right hand and in his breath at the sight, much like his mentor. His right hand had 2 scars along the palm and his fingers were slightly crooked. The skin also looked slightly pink, but given that it was essentially regrown, that was to be expected. The symbol of peace looked down. I'm not so sorry, young Midoriya. If I was quicker, if I was there today to begin with. This is my fault. We were just lucky that young Siro and Yaoyorozu were able to stop the bleeding. Izuku shook his head. It's not your fault, All Might. I did this to myself, even after Aizawa-sensei told me not to. All Might gulped, internally giddy that his student harbored him no ill will. What at least there's no damage to its function. And you know, I heard that girls like scars. As if I know anything about that. Izuku just sighed. I guess that's the price for not mastering One for All. But I was able to control 3%. And I did do something really cool with it. What's that? Izuku held out his hand. I couldn't make a fist, so I concentrated it into my palm and then it started sparking like crazy. And when I hit the Nomu, everything exploded. Suddenly, Izuku paled. W thought, what about the Nomu? And the villain boss? All Might shook his head. We didn't get them. They left with that warp quirk guy. All we got from the captured villains were their names, Tamura Shigaraki and Kurojuri. He put a hand to his chin. But you concentrated one for all into essentially your skin to produce explosive power while preserving your bones. That's actually kinda ingenious. Huh, really? All Might shrugged. Yeah. Breaking your bones might cause longer lasting damage, but skin is a bit easier to heal, especially with Recovery Girl. Although, I doubt that it's anywhere near as powerful as the punch you used against the zero-pointer. Izuku nodded. And I haven't trained enough to regulate where I focus one for all, so my control is pretty bad. Well, with the Sharingan, you were able to control 3% after only a few days. So learning that shouldn't be too hard. Oh, one more thing. All Might muttered, I can't take many more surprises for today. I looked at Nomo for a moment with the Sharingan and that I don't know that it was like I could control him, you know? Like I could just insert whatever I wanted into his mind and he'd do it. You get what I'm saying, Might? All Might was shaking. Scary. That sounds familiar though. All Might. The hero cleared his throat. Well, maybe it's another ability of the Sharingan. You know how you activated it. I just really wanted him to get off of me. Then I looked at him in the eye and he just got off of me. It sounds like a dangerous power. The ability to control others through eye contact. I'll speak to Recovery Girl about it, but I don't think you should use it too often. Lots of ethical quandaries with a power like that. All Might cleared his throat. Anyways, that's enough serious talk for now. It's late and I'm sure your mother is worried about you. Your classmates certainly are. All Might gingerly helped Izuku into a fresh UA jacket and ensured his bandages were still securely tied. Then he led Izuku back to outside Class 1A, where many of his classmates were still waiting to be taken home. This is where I must leave you. I'm afraid I can't maintain my muscle form any longer. Izuku nodded. Thanks, All Might. You know for everything. The pro seemed taken aback but smiled. Of course, Midoriya, my boy. Enjoy the weekend as much as you can. Midoriya nodded and quietly entered the classroom, only to nearly jump into the ceiling in surprise. Hey, Midoriya's back. Kirishima practically shouted, running to his friend. Midoriya. Glad to see you in good health. Ida saluted his fellow class officer with a relieved smile. Kaminari twitched. Hey Midoriya. Sorry for the T-twitch. Happens after I overdo it. Jiro just chuckled from behind. Hey Midoriya. I heard you were cool. Kaminari blushed. That's not funny, G. He couldn't say her name, much to her amusement. Midoriya, good to see that you're mostly recovered. Yaoyorozu smiled. Oh, Yaoyorozu, I heard you and Siro gave me first aid. Thank you. Izuku bowed, slightly blushing from the overwhelming well wishes. She waved him off. It was nothing. You helped me earlier with the villain boss. Although, she sighed, I feel like I should apologize. What for? It's just that I thought you were too shy and awkward and jumpy to be a hero. Izuku laughed sheepishly. She and everyone else. But you were the most decisive out of all of us today. I guess I just want to apologize for judging you harshly and thank you for teaching me. I still have a ways to go. She bowed deeply, much to Izuku's embarrassment. And no, I'm definitely super shy and weird and awkward. You don't have to apologize at all. I should be apologizing. He bowed right back. No. I insist that I was wrong. I'm sorry you feel the need to feel sorry. She bowed even faster. This continued for some time until even Ida muttered, This seems excessive. Kirishima just laughed. From you, that's ironic. The only thing that could have stopped the bowing battle burst through the door at that moment. Zeus. My ribs. Shigaraki Tamura growled as Kurojiri applied a bandage to his head wound. Beaten up by low-level NPCs, this is humiliating. Kurojiri placated. Patience, Shigaraki. Your victory will come in time. A rich, deep voice sounded from the TV. Listen to Kurojuri, Tamura. Today's battle may have been lost, but the war is far from over. It's only just begun. And today you laid the foundation for their defeat. But, Sensei, I didn't even get to the final boss. Nomu was defeated before then. A sigh escaped the powerful voice. Well, that's unfortunate, but at least you recovered him. Losing it. Nomu this powerful would have been a tremendous waste. And now, I can make him even stronger than before. Shigaraki groaned as the antiseptic burned his wound, but Nomu was beaten by someone so tiny. Was it really a mini-boss? This boy that defeated him, what was his quirk? Some sort of enhancement quirk. Incredibly powerful, but it caused him damage at full power from what I saw. Kurojiri explained, although the attack that injured Nomu was interesting. It was more electricity than brute force. The electricity. What color was it? Kurojiri raised an intangible eyebrow. It was green maybe? The voice chuckled. Yellow to blue to green. Funny. Sensei? Never mind me, Tamura. Just an old man's musings. Anyways, we merely underestimated these students, but it won't happen again, yes. Shigaraki growled, never. I'll never forget those dead eyes again. Eyes? What eyes? Even later that night, Izuku slowly trudged down the stairs of his apartment complex, garbage bag in tow. After coming home, after his mother nearly flooded UA with her tears, the Midoriyas feasted on katsudon and cried. Then they ate more katsudon and cried more. Sometimes they did both at the same time. Either way, Inko passed out from exhaustion, worry, dehydration, or, most likely, a combination of all three, leaving Izuku to clean, which he didn't mind doing. Approaching the dumpster, Izuku threw the bag over the metal container's walls and took a moment to smile at a job well done, interrupted only by a whimpering, ow. His hair stood up straight and his skin bleached. Again. Is someone there? He took extra care to listen, but didn't hear anything. I'm sure I heard it this time, but to be sure. Sharingan. Izuku scanned the dumpster for life signs. A few rats, a couple bugs, a kid, more rats. What the hell? Izuku got really close to the dumpster. That's definitely a human. It's a child. She's shaking. I know you're in there. There was a small gasp and Izuku could see the glowing form of the child through his Sharingan tense up. You should come out and go home. Your parents are probably worried. There was no response, so Izuku sighed, deactivated his Sharingan, and pulled himself up and over the edge of the dumpster, favoring his left arm for obvious reasons. Great. Now I need to clean my shoes. He looked around but didn't see anything where the child was supposed to be saved for a filthy mop. Wait. Wasn't that in the recycling yesterday? Izuku dug around the mop, which actually turned out to be hair. And the source of the voice was indeed a child. A small girl with teary red eyes and a large horn at that. Izuku smiled. There you are. You should really go home. It's super late. She didn't respond, but stared at him fearfully, trying to shift back in the filth, as if to seek comfort in the camouflage it provided. What the heck? Hey, it's okay. I want to help you. I'm a student at UA. My name's Izuku, what's yours? He extended his right hand out to show goodwill. She didn't say anything at first, but widened her eyes at his arm. Did they get you too? Izuku pet his head. They? Who's they? What does she mean too? The girl gestured to her arms, which were also covered in bandages, although rather poorly. That can't be hygienic anymore. What happened to this girl? Hey, it's okay. I'm going to be a hero. I'll protect you if you're scared. Izuku reached out and cupped her cheek, flashing his best all-might brand smile. At first, the girl seemed to shirk away, but she gradually leaned into his hand, eyes tearing up. Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't want to scare you. He tried to pull his hand back, but she gasped when he did so and instinctively grabbed it and placed it back on her cheek. While she didn't smile, the corner of her lips tugged outwards slightly. Izuku smiled again, this time as genuinely as he could. Let's try this again. My name's Izuku. What's yours? Eri, she whispered, still clutching his hand to her face as if fearful that he'd disappear. He smiled at her. It's nice to meet you, Eri. I promise, it's all gonna be okay now. Wanna know why? Why? Because I am here. She looked at him quizzically but nodded after a moment, her eyes shining and her lips tugging as far up as she seemed capable of doing. Izuku. We should probably get out of the trash soon. Mom. 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 Wasp. Inko tiredly groaned, barely opening her eyes off the couch. Izuku held something up with both arms. I found a kid in the dumpster. That's impossible. Japan's strict on abortion. Sweat dropping at the exhausted candor his mother displayed, Izuku continued while setting Eri down. Can we keep here for tonight? I can take her to the police station in the morning to find her family. Inko waved him away. Sure thing, baby. Just brush your teeth. Izuku sighed. Yes, Mom. Izuku led Eri towards the hallway leading to the bedrooms and the bathroom. My room's right there. She pointed at his door with her free hand, the other tightly gripping his newly crooked right hand. It says Izuku. True to her words, the All Might decorative sign had his name printed on it. Izuku blushed slightly. Well, that I sorta wanted some more All Might stuff for my room. Is it weird to still have all this stuff even after I became his successor? Eri yawned, which was adorable, but also released a toxic scent into the air that even made Inko shift in the other room. Izuku clutched his nose. Forgot you've been in a dumpster for the last couple days. Come on, you need a bath. He led her to the washroom and handed her a towel from beneath the cabinet. I'll find some clothes for you, so wash up, okay? Okay. Eri, you need to let go of my hand to take a bath. This, apparently, was news to her. But tears began to fill the child's eyes and her lips started to quiver as the hand clutching Izuku's only tightened. I don't want to let go. Izuku felt a protective instinct wash over him and he knelt down to pat his temporary ward's head. It's okay, Eri. We don't have to let go if you don't want to. Stupid. Why would you say that? She needs to take a bath. And probably soak her mouth in hydrogen peroxide. But now what do I do? The answer, Izuku had to give her a bath. His face tinted crimson, Izuku set about bathing the child in a tub brimming with bubbles. Kids like bubbles, right? It took quite a lot of effort to scrub the grime and muck out of young Eri's hair, but it was worth it to see the brilliant white of her locks as opposed to the dingy gray he confused for a used mop. Her skin was peach-colored beneath the layer of grime she built up hiding outside and her horn was a yellow-brown color. But she was hesitant to remove the filthy bandages on her arms. Eri, it's okay. I need to clean your arms, but I can't do that if these are on. I promise I'll replace them with fresh, clean ones, okay? She looked away, but slowly relented with a slight nod, holding her arms out of the bubbly water. Moving slowly, Izuku unwrapped her arms, nearly vomiting when he saw countless scratches and scars, almost like incision lines, dotting both forearms. What happened to her? Izuku held his opinions and bile inside, too scared to possibly hurt or scare her. Instead, he forced a smile. Much better. Thanks, Eri. He trashed the filthy rags and continued. He finished bathing her, being particularly ginger with her arms, which she preferred to keep hidden under the protective layer of bubbles floating atop the water, and dried her off. Okay, now to find something for you to wear. Izuku looked at the smock she had on earlier. That's a no-go. I probably need to burn it first. I don't know where Mom keeps my old clothes, but maybe. Izuku picked the girl up by swaddling her in the towel and carried her to his room, where he promptly dressed her in an all-might shirt. Sure, it was Izuku's size and fit over her like a dress, but goddammit, it was adorable. Izuku at my arms. She whispered, hiding her arms in the massive sleeves. All right, be right back. While he tried to leave her, apparently she had other ideas, so he ended up carrying her to the kitchen, where he managed to pry her off long enough to grab the bandages from the medicine cabinet. As he rewrapped her arms in the pristine white cloth, she murmured, Did the doctor get you too? Izuku looked at her quizzically. The doctor? What do you mean? She pointed to the bandages on his right arm. Dude, you have scars too? So some doctor did this to her? Did her family know? Did they do it? Oh no. I sorta did this to myself. Izuku sheepishly chuckled. How? I have a powerful quirk, but it hurts me to use it at full power. She looked at his arm, her small hands following the bandage's creases and folds around Izuku's arm. Why do you use it then? She avoided his gaze and whispered, if your quirk hurts, why do you use it? Izuku thought for a second before replying with a slight smile, because I want to control it. This made the girl snap her attention to him. Huh? He nodded. If I can control it, then I could save a lot more people, right? And the only way to get better at using it is to practice. Even when it hurts? Especially when it hurts. But what if it hurts other people? That made Izuku shut up. The expression on Eri's face was conflicted, as if what Izuku was saying was causing her strife. Eri, he spoke softly, does your quirk hurt others? She gasped and looked at him but nodded after seeing the compassionate look in his eyes. No point in talking down to her. Izuku gave a small smile. You know, my quirk could hurt people really badly too. Really? Today, I had to fight a lot of villains. If I wasn't careful, I could have really hurt them, maybe even kill them. Her eyes were wide, both with awe and recognition. Did you kill anyone? He shook his head. Oh, because I've practiced and practiced and practiced. Sure, I still hurt myself, but that'll change too. Eri looked down in thought, but her lip corners tugged upwards in what Izuku recognized as her rendition of a smile. Practice. She yawned and Izuku became blatantly aware that it was nearly 2 in the morning. Come on, let's get some sleep. He led the small child by hand to his room and placed her on the bed. You can sleep here tonight. I'll be right here. He gestured to his desk chair. Eri nodded, but still didn't let go of his hand. Izuku sighed, but smiled at the cute gesture. Do you want me to hold your hand while you sleep? She nodded again, so Izuku pulled his chair next to his bed and did his best to get comfortable while still holding the child with his left hand. Izuku. Yeah? What is it? She looked away from him, her cheeks slightly red. Can I hold your right hand instead? Izuku raised an eyebrow. You sure? It's kinda crooked now. Jesus, I'm never gonna get used to that. Eri shook her head. I like it better. It matches. He felt his heart clench at the adorableness and relented, turning his chair around 180 degrees to switch hands. The next morning, Inko sighed as she checked the clock. 10 a.m. is late for Izuku. He's normally out by 5 to work out. Although maybe he's just tired from yesterday. The mother nearly burst into tears remembering the phone call she got from UA explaining the attack at the USJ facility and her son's injuries. Maybe I should just check on him. See if he's doing okay. She exited the kitchen and cracked open Izuku's door. Geez, he didn't even go to sleep in his bed? Ugh, and that angle. His neck is gonna kill him when he wakes up. Mama Midoriya gently shook her child. Come on, kiddo. Time to get up. I've got breakfast. Izuku stirred and opened his bleary eyes. He straightened out, earning a nasty crack from his neck and a sympathetic grimace from his mom. What time is it? He asked wearily. Little past. I know that's late for you, so I didn't want you to completely ruin your sleep schedule. Izuku nodded and yawned, stretching his left arm out. Inko smiled and quietly moved out the room. There's a lot of food whenever you're ready. I have plenty so your friend can have some too. Izuku nodded and his mom exited the room. 3 seconds passed before Inko burst back into the room and exclaimed, "WBW." Curled up in Izuku's lap was a small child tightly gripping his right hand and clad in one of his All Might novelty shirts. Inko sputtered, "Ho.wa." Izuku looked down and raised an eyebrow. Huh, she moved. Don't know why I had to sleep in the chair then. Why do you have a toddler? Inko managed to squeak. Remember I told you about her last night? I found her in the dumpster and brought her inside. Inko vaguely remembered some sort of disruption after she fell asleep, but clearly her son's words didn't register at the time. Well, I guess it can't be helped. After you both wash up, come get some breakfast. We can talk about it then. Izuku nodded and looked down at the slowly awakening child. Good morning, Eri. Well. She yawned cutely and nodded, rubbing her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes shot open and she frantically jumped to the ground, looking around the room as if searching for something. What? Eri, are you okay? She continued to examine every detail before suddenly stopping, her eyes welling up with tears. I thought it was a dream. She whimpered. Ah, Eri. Izuku knelt down and wrapped his arms around the girl protectively, which she reciprocated by desperately seizing his shirt and burying her face in his chest. They held each other for a while before her grip loosened, which Izuku took to mean that she was okay. He pulled back and dabbed at her face. I'm not going anywhere. I promise. She nodded slowly, almost hesitantly. Izuku chuckled and took her by the hand, using the damaged one as per her preference. Are you hungry? My mom's a really good cook. He took the roaring sound of her stomach to mean yes, and led to the bathroom to clean up before taking her to the dining room. Inko watched her son carefully as he sat the young girl to his right, still holding on to her tightly. So, what's your name, sweetie? She flashed a comforting smile, trying her best to mask her confusion at the situation. The child looked to Izuku, almost as if asking permission, speaking only when he nodded with a comforting smile. Eri. Her voice was soft and quiet. Eri. That's a very pretty name. The little girl's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded in response. Not much of a talker. It's lucky I have experience in kids like that. Well, Eri, where are you from? The girl took her time to answer. Underground. Is your house underground? That's interesting. Do you know the address? Where can we take you? Her eyes shot open and she frantically seized Izuku's sleeve, whimpering, I don't want to go back to Kai. Please. Inko's eyes widened at the sudden panic, but she nodded with a comforting smile as Izuku slowly rubbed the young girl's back. It's okay, sweetie. You can stay here for as long as you like. This seemed to calm the child down greatly and she settled down, though she still clung to Izuku like he was her lifeline. I should introduce myself, huh? My name's Inko. I'm Izuku's mom. It's really nice to meet you, Eri. Inko. Eri said the name as if testing how it sounded. Izuku smiled at this. Eri, what are you hungry for? She looked at him quizzically. What do you mean? I mean, what do you want to eat? Her eyes sparkled and her mouth opened wide. Why you mean that I can choose? Inko wanted to laugh at the innocent look, but she had a feeling Eri's inexperience was slightly morbid in origin. Of course, sweetie. We have bacon, eggs, rice, fruit, muffins dash. Fruit. The older woman smiled. That's something. Sure. We have bananas and oranges and apples. If you don't like those, we can go buy something you like. Apples. Eri's mind conjured up a faint recollection of a red orb with dark spots. The inside was yellow-brown and slightly mushy, but its flavor was incredible. Drool started leaking out of the girl's mouth, much to her caretaker's amusement. Inko quickly sliced up an apple from the fruit bowl and laid the even wedges on a plate in front of the girl. Izuku smiled expectantly, eager to see the child enjoy something. Eri poked at the fruit with her fork. The exterior was so shiny. There were no brown splotches on its bright red flesh. Meanwhile, the inside was more of a white than the darker color she remembered, and it was quite firm, despite the sheen indicating high moisture. But its flavor was even better than she remembered. Her face lit up upon biting into the fruit. Sweet. She murmured, her voice slightly muffled by the food. Izuku's face likewise lit up. Well, she likes apples a lot. That's good, he remarked to his mom. Inko smiled at the sight, but whispered to her child, What happened? Where did you find her? Izuku relayed the story of how he found the child hiding using his quirk the night before. I think she's hiding from her parents or something. Inko nodded thoughtfully, grateful the child was happily munching on her breakfast rather than pay attention to the conversation. You think they gave her those scars too? He nodded, based on how she panicked when we offered to take her back. Yeah. Thing is, she never mentioned a mom or dad. Only someone called Doctor. I guess we should call the police first and have them handle this. For all we know, She was kidnapped and her real family's looking for her. Oh crap. I never even thought about that. Although I get a bad feeling about leaving her alone. I need to make a call. Izuku announced, standing up. Who? Inko was surprised at the sudden proclamation. The question stumped poor, hasty Izuku. I'm not just a friend. He ran off before his mother could respond and hid in his room, hastily dialing one of 2 numbers he had memorized. A few rings passed before, hello. All Might. Izuku hissed, I have a problem. On the other line, All Might was holding the phone away from his ear as his pupil started rambling. Young Midoriya, I can't understand you. Talk slower. Sorry. I found a kid hiding out in a dumpster by my house and I think she was abused or something cause she has these scars on her arm, but that's not the point. All Might's sweat dropped. How is he talking slowly while still rambling? Anyways, my mom and I tried to find out where she's from, but she's completely terrified to go back to wherever she's from and I was wondering if you knew what I should do? The symbol of peace thought for a moment before responding. Well, procedure in cases like this is to place the child into the care of the police. They can take the investigation from there. Why yeah, but she sorta. A light knocking on Izuku's door and a timid, yet nervous voice interrupted him. Izuku? Eri. Crap. He opened the door. Hi, Eri. What's up? She fiddled with the hem of her t-shirt dress. You were gone that I thought you left. Her eyes started to glisten, and a wave of guilt washed over the teen. She lifted her left hand, reaching for his right. Oh, Eri, I'm sorry. I just had a call. He reciprocated the gesture and pulled her into the room, sitting her on the bed with him while he finished talking. She leaned against him, earning another heart clench. Damn it, she's too much. You're All Might? A soft chuckle came from the other line. I heard everything. No worries. She sounds cute. Izuku laughed nervously. She is, yeah. But I don't know if I could leave her. Midoriya, I assure you, the police are the best people to handle this situation. And no, I mean that she might not let me go. The line was silent for a moment. It's not uncommon for kidnapped or abused children to fixate on their rescuers. In that case, separating her from you might be detrimental. Can you list some of her features? I'll have a friend on the force look into it first. Oh sure. Name's Eri. Alright. She's about 5 or 6, I think. White hair, light skin, red eyes. A horn on the right side of her head. About 1 meter tall or so. Got it? I'll have him look for any matching description. In the meantime, bring her to me and Recovery Girl. We're at the Hero Ward at Muzutafu General. I'll meet you in the lobby. So after assuring his mother that he was taking Eri to a trusted specialist and then assuring Eri that they were going somewhere safe, it was only an hour train ride to the hospital, the entire duration of which Eri spent clinging to Izuku's arm like a lifeline. Entering the hospital, the duo was instantly greeted by Small Might. Yo, young Midoriya. He looked at the small child tightly gripping his protégé's arm, and you must be young Eri. Hello. Then he noticed the shirt she was using as a dress. So otaku but so cute. She shyly bowed to the man, still clutching Izuku with both hands. All Might smiled. At least she didn't scream. Most children tend to do that when I'm in this form. I get the feeling it's not because she's necessarily brave, though. Here, come with me. Recovery Girl's still treating Aizawa and 13, so we'll need to go inside the specialty ward. Leading the duo of minors through a special set of elevator doors, All Might flashed a card, which Izuku recognized as his hero license, in front of a sensor, triggering the lights behind the floor buttons. The hero ward's locked to the public, so you need a license or a provisional license to enter. Or you can get special permission from the front desk or another hero. Getting off on the 4th floor, he led them down a pristine white hall and into a large room with several beds, but only one occupant. Why are you here? Izuku paled. Aizawa-sensei. Why you look WL? That was a lie. The erasure hero was covered in bandages from head to toe, his arms being especially secured by a cast. How is he even conscious? The hero's eyes narrowed from the small holes left open from the white cloth. Again, why are you here? This is for heroes only. And why do you have a kid? And why are you in that form in front of a student? He directed at All Might. Izuku started sweating. That's a lot of questions with complicated answers. Maybe All Might can answer. Yeah, there's no way he'd bring us to Aizawa if he didn't think of something. He looked at his mentor expectantly. Shit. I thought he was asleep. Maybe young Midoriya can think of something? He's smart. He looked at his student expectantly. They both had the same thought. Oh no. Your arms, did the doctor get you too? The three males turned to the small child, who was looking curiously at Aizawa. Eri to the rescue. The one for all users praised the child in their minds. The injured hero narrowed his eyes but nodded. The doctor bandaged them up, but a villain broke them. Why? She held out her right arm and softly answered, "We match." The hero's stare softened slightly but hardened once he turned his attention back to the other men. You didn't answer my question. Explain, Yuao. Recovery Girl shook her head, lowering the cane she just wrapped Aizawa with. Now. Shota, how many times do I need to tell you to be nicer to people? Besides, Midoriya over there saved your life, from what I understand. You ought to be nicer. Aizawa just sighed. You broke your arm again. Learn to control your karao. What did I just say? Honestly, so callous, this one. Izuku made the mistake of chuckling, earning a rap of his own. Why are you laughing, young man? He's right, you know. Your injuries were nothing to scoff at. You're lucky to still have all your ribs. Why is ma'am? Scary. Recovery Girl cleared her throat and smiled down at the child hiding behind Izuku's leg. Hello, young woman. My name's Recovery Girl. What's yours? Eri. The old woman smiled. Well, Eri, I'd like to run some tests on you, is that okay? Her grip on Izuku tightened and she looked at her guardian, slightly fearful. He just smiled at her. It's okay. Recovery Girl is one of the best heroes around. She fixed me up after I got hurt and I'm just fine. Ooh, speaking of which. The youthful heroine quickly gave the actually youthful Izuku a grandma kiss, enveloping his torso and right arm in green light. Eri gasped and temporarily let go, retreating behind All Might, much to the taller man's amusement. Guess she likes me more than Aizawa. Izuku sighed as he felt the last hairline fractures set themselves and all the discomfort vanish. Thank you. That's a lot better. Recovery Girl waved it away. The best way you can thank me is by learning to control that quirk of yours. Eri looked at Izuku fearfully. Are you not okay? He smiled at her and held out his slightly less crooked hand. Yeah. Recovery Girl's quirk heals people. I'm all better now. She just wants to help you too. The child nodded and quickly reattached herself to Izuku. He led her behind Recovery Girl, who in turn led him and All Might to another examination room. Now, just sit up here and I can examine you. Does that sound okay? Recovery Girl smiled brightly when the young girl nodded and commenced the physical. In the meantime, Izuku and All Might spoke. I think you were right to be wary of leaving her, young Midoriya. She's clearly very attached to you. What should we do? Did your contact find anything? All Might shook his head, no missing child report matching that description. For that matter, he says he didn't find any child PRD that matched her description. Izuku's blood ran cold. Are you saying that she doesn't exist? The older hero nodded solemnly. Legally, at least so far as we know, this is the first we've heard of her. Recovery Girl's blood test might reveal something, but we'll have to wait for that. Have you found anything else about her? Something noteworthy? Izuku tapped his chin. She has some scars all across her arms. They look kinda like incisions. Jesus. All Might felt slightly sick at that information. In all his years as a pro, violence against children never failed to make him queasy. Or PSS him off. And she seemed worried that her quirk is dangerous. Like, she said it hurts people. In terms of abduction, it's not uncommon for children to be kidnapped because they manifest powerful quirks, but that's usually after it's been documented by a researcher or doctor. In her case, we have nothing to go on. What should we do if she doesn't have any known relatives? Izuku was slightly nervous at the prospect of leaving the girl alone. Normally, the police would take custody of her until they could find her closest relative. All Might rubbed his head and sighed. Recovery Girl interrupted, that might be a problem. She tucked in Eri, who'd fallen asleep thanks to a relaxant. The one for all users perked up, I finished analyzing her blood sample. She was almost disturbingly calm when I did it. Her SEC chromosomes don't match any known karyotypes on record. Her parents don't exist either. All Might's face was ghastly. That's impossible. 3 people don't just not exist. The doctor shook her head. I have the sneaking suspicion this child has a less than legal background. It's probably better to consider her a foster child rather than a missing one. I doubt any good would come from trying to match this girl with her relatives. The pro nodded. Okay. I'll call Tsukachi. He can take Eri to a foster home in the meantime. Recovery Girl sighed. Or, you just leave her with Midoriya. Izuku exclaimed. All Might exclaimed mightily. The old woman explained, the entire time I was conducting her physical, she was looking at Midoriya. She likely has a spectrum of social disorders, so the fact that she's attached herself to him after just one day is basically a miracle. Trying to separate them might get in the way of her best chance at recovery. All Might rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'm sure Tsukachi could find the appropriate paperwork to get your mother as a registered foster parent, but would she be okay with it? Izuku nodded. Oh, she'd love having her around. Still, it'd be best to ask. From there, you'd need to be notarized. Do you know any attorneys closely? Family friends? It'd be faster than waiting for a judge at a courthouse. Izuku chuckled. My mom's best friend's actually a lawyer. All Might grinned brightly. That's fantastic. Who? Then Izuku remembered an important detail about this specific family friend. Oh no. That evening. Aizu. You're so big now. Mitsuki Bakugo hugged the boy as she entered the Midoriya household. And Inko. You're still big in a completely different way. Inko chuckled sheepishly as she accepted the hug from her childhood friend. Thanks Mitsuki. We appreciate you coming out to help. The taller woman waved it away. Please, what are friends for? Speaking of whom? She poked her head out the front door. Oh, Katsuki. Get your butt inside now. Don't be rude. From outside. Shut up, you oi. Despite the harsh language, Bakugo still obediently entered the house and nodded to the shorter woman. Hey, Aunt Inko. He was immediately punched on the head by his mother. What was that? Bow to your elders, you disrespectful prick. Don't hit me. He bowed slightly nonetheless before looking at his classmate and narrowing his eyes. Hey, Kaken. Izuku waved nervously. Were you doing here? Mitsuki ruffled her son's hair. Oh, he was so worried about you, I just had to bring him along. She laughed merrily while her son fumed, words incapable of expressing his profound rage. Anyways, where's the new kid? I want to meet the little lady that's gotten so attached to our Izuku. The Midoriyas led the Bakugas into the kitchen, where a rather nervous Eri was using an apple wedge to cover her mouth, as if that protected her from the visitor's gaze. She quickly ran to her guardian, clutching his right hand and hiding behind his leg. Oh, she's adorable. Hi, sweetie. I'm your Auntie Mitsuki. The older blonde waved with a bright smile, earning a polite bow back. Inko laughed at her ward's behavior. Sorry, Mitsuki. She's just a little shy. Waving it off, Mitsuki replied, it's nothing. It's good of you to take her on, though. Though I suppose with a kid like Izuku, it's not much effort at all. The blonde's face suddenly contorted, and she pinched her son's cheeks. Why did I get stuck with such a brat, Aichi? Why can't you be a good boy and adopt kids off the street? Katsuki roared, shove if you foo dash. He suddenly stopped and glared at Eri. Tisk whatever. He pushed his mom's hands away and stormed to the couch, grumbling. That's useful information. Mitsuki muttered before pulling out a large swath of papers from her bag. Anywho, Inko and I have a lot of stuff to do. Why don't you 3 go play or something? Inko's sweat dropped at the sizable stack of papers. You sure I can't go play too? Nonsense. With my help, this'll only take the entire night. But it's Saturday. While Mitsuki tried to get her friend excited about adoption papers and her friend nearly cried at the loss of her evening, Izuku sat on the left end of the couch across from Bakugo while Eri elected to sit close to, almost leaning against, the former. Katsuki Tsuked, why does this kind of stuff always gotta happen to you? Taken aback, Izuku stammered, Huh? What do you mean? All this weird shirt stuff always happens to your useless as self. Internally, Bakugo was screaming at his inability to speak his mind in the presence of a child. Izuku shrugged with a nervous chuckle, I don't really know. Just my luck, I guess. The other teen just shook his head before looking at the small child. Why is she holding your hand? Eri gasped and hid her face in Izuku's side, much to his amusement. She says that we match. 'Cause the bandages. Tiesuke, your hand looks like Shirdatsu, that's something bad. I hate this kid. Izuku just laughed sheepishly. You should have seen Aizawa-sensei, though. He looked like a mummy. When did you see Aizawa? Bakugo's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Oh, when I took Eri to get a physical, he was at the hospital too. Technically not a lie. Heroes stay in the hero ward, idiot. Oh, well that I got special permission from Recovery Girl. Yeah. Why did I say, at the end? That's so much less convincing. Eri perked up at the mention of the old heroine, Recovery Girl? Eri. Yeah, Eri. Remember her? The child nodded. She and Mr. All Might were really nice. Bakugo nearly did a spit take. You saw All Might? Eri, no. Oh, of course not. Eri pet her head. But that's what you called the skinny man. With the yellow hair. You called him L-. Izuku clamped a hand over the child's mouth. Wow. Such active imaginations. Sweat ran down the greenette's face in greater volume than even his tears. He whispered into Eri's ear, if you don't say anything else, I'll get you 1,000 apples. The girl nodded, drool running from her mouth in even greater volume than Izuku's sweat. Bakugo stared suspiciously at the other two, but just shook his head and stared forward. It's been a day and you've already made her weird. Good going, Deku? What's a Deku? It's what he is. I thought he was Izuku. He's still a Deku. What's a Deku? You already asked me that. Izuku would have found the exchange humorous and a tad priceless if he wasn't so worried about Eri adopting the insult. It's just a nickname, Eri. It's a different way to read my name's kanji. The girl pondered for a second before perking up. Oh, I get it. Can't do anything, right? Katsuki howled with laughter while Izuku went white. Eri, not you too. She tapped her chin. Or is it from Dekairu? Because that means, can do anything instead. Izuku started sobbing with relief while nodding furiously. Katsuki just growled, a certain round-faced girl coming to mind. Not you too. Still, Eri, how do you know kanji so well? Izuku asked after drying his tears. She suddenly fell quiet, whispering, it was one of the books in my room. Room? What room? Bakugo asked, oblivious to the situation at hand. Izuku shook his head at his childhood friend, gesturing to the downcast expression that befell the child. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it. Wanna do anything else? The child just shrugged before muttering, apples? Izuku smiled, hey sure. Want some food? She nodded, much to his delight. A slight weight in his chest, Katsuki looked away before trudging into the kitchen, seizing the biggest and sharpest knife he could find, and slicing up several apples with ease. Wah, Kaken? How'd you slice them up so fast? And so cleanly? Izuku marveled at the evenness of each apple slice. Knives aren't hard, moron. Katsuki grumbled as he handed the girl the pile of apple wedges. Eat. So they passed the time snacking on the fruit, the child's face as close to smiling as Izuku had ever seen. Actually, that I've never seen her smile before. At that moment, Mitsuki and a comically burnt-out Inko finally got up from the table, a stack of completed forms in hand. Congrats, Mamadoriya, you're a proud parent of 2. Yay. Inko murmured, a smile doing its best to stretch across her exhausted face. Izuku looked at Eri with a grin. Hey, that's great. You can stay here now. Eri looked at Izuku then to Mitsuki then back to Izuku. I don't have to go back? What do you mean? The older Bakugo just laughed. It means that, legally speaking, Izuku's your brother. And this ball of love is your mom. And that really makes me your auntie. It. Eri's eyes were shimmering with tears threatening to spill at any moment. That means that I'm. Izuku's eyes started tearing up too. My sister. Inko's started tearing up as well. My daughter. Within second, the three of them were sobbing hard enough to cause a tsunami. Mitsuki just laughed. Look at that. She already cries like a Midoriya. Katsuki just rolled his eyes. Peach, only plus side is now I get to hear someone call that moron, dang. Then he saw the little girl actually smile and his chest lightened. Having a 4-day weekend right after their very first week of school felt weird, but nobody could really complain, especially given the circumstances surrounding the break. After fighting off a horde of villains, practically every student in Class 1A was clamoring for time off to rest their bodies and psyches. So it was just Izuku's luck that he was currently stuck listening to the only two people, in the whole world for that matter, that would be upset at school's cancellation. To think that classes would already be cancelled so early in the year. The life of a hero is truly fraught with disappointment. Ida groaned from the other end of the line. Yaoyorozu's nods were practically audible over the phone. To think I was so excited for tomorrow's practical training too. Though, I suppose UA wants to do its best to up security after USJ. Speaking of which, Midoriya, how are your ribs and arm? Izuku hastily picked up the phone, having long since put it on speaker when the other two began their tirade. Oh, I'm good. Recovery girl managed to fix me up yesterday at the hospital, so I'm all healed up. Oh, did she manage to straighten out your hand? It looked pretty bad. He laughed sheepishly. Nah, that's permanent. I sorta overdid it with my quirk. It doesn't get in the way or anything. He quickly reassured them, hearing the other two on the group call inhale deeply. It just feels and looks a little funny. No biggie. Not to mention she likes it. The she in question was his newly adopted sister, Eri, currently holding said hand while she munched on a Granny Smith apple. I see. But if you went to the hospital, did you get to see 13 or Aizawa-sensei? Yaoyorozu asked. Yeah, I saw Aizawa-sensei. He was pretty bandaged up, but he was conscious and everything. The distinct grunt Ida made when he nodded sounded through the speaker. Excellent news. But speaking of Aizawa-sensei, the reason I called the both of you is that as class representative and deputy representatives, we must elect our cabinet. Where and when shall we meet? Izuku paled. I promised Eri I'd take her shopping today. See, could we do it tomorrow? We have 2 more days off anyways. Ida gasped. Midoriya, you yourself told Aizawa-sensei that we'd have this assignment completed by the weekend's end. We should not abuse his trust like that. It's not that I promised. Why can't you be a little less earnest? Midoriya, is there some sort of reason you can't do it today? Sorta. How do I explain that I spontaneously gained a sibling? Yaoyorozu sighed on the other end. You really ought to work on your stuttering. I can't help it. I kinda promised to take my sister shopping today. She kinda doesn't have any clothes. Ida gasped again. Midoriya, I had no idea of your familial responsibilities and problems. I apologize for judging you or your financial status. I get the feeling he just bowed through the floor, and we're not poor. It's not that she's new. New? Like she's a newborn? I didn't even know. You had a sister. Is that why? You know, it'd be a lot easier to say this in person. I can probably just go shopping afterwards. Is it okay if I bring her then? Of course. Oh, we should do it at my house. I can ask Mother to bring out our Golden Tips tea. Oh, the both of you would love it. And then I can get the cookies from. When did she get so bubbly? Izuku and I, where are we going? Eri asked as the older boy led her down the road. I told you. My friend's house to do some work for school. And then after, I'm taking you shopping just like I said. Although Izuku would definitely miss the sight of the small child in his all-might shirts, it was probably for the best that she gets something else to wear. I meant that they're all so big. True to her words, Every single house on the street looked like a castle more so than it did a home. At least the ones behind the duo. There was a lot of forest by the road now. All that I think my friend's family is well off. Makes sense considering she got in through recommendations. Then he found the house number he was looking for. Oh, nothing about anything makes sense anymore. As it turned out, the forest was just part of the property. Yaoyorozu's property. Because she's rich. Holy. Present company. Sheet. Damn it. Luckily, the small child was too intrigued by the massive gate that seemed to lead to some far-off land rather than a high school student's living quarters to pay attention to her brother's foul mouth. It's big. She simply stated. Laughing, Izuku pressed the call button by the gate, jumping back at the immediate response. I've been waiting for you. Ida's just arrived, so please come in. The gate swung open as Yaoyorozu's bouncy voice rang throughout the air, making the world slightly brighter. Too bad the walk to the house was hell on earth. This is excessive. Izuku groaned as he trudged through the path, the child accompanying him practically dragging on the ground. After arriving at the palatial home and being ushered in by a solemn butler whose judgment of his t-shirt, shirt and Aries dress was all too apparent, to the Great Hall, Izuku finally came face to face with his classmates. Is this what Odysseus felt? Relief? Yaoyorozu immediately bounced up, an uncharacteristically joyous smile on her face. Midoriya. Welcome to my home. Please, have some tea and cookies. Then her eyes traveled down to the child hiding behind his leg. Oh my. Within seconds, the female teen, probably the smartest and most mature student in the class, one of 4 UA freshmen to get into the hero course through recommendation, was bouncing up and down in front of a small child. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu, but you can call me absolutely anything. Did I mention you're so cute? Eri shyly smiled, the newest and best addition to her facial expression repertoire. Thank you, Miss Yaoyorozu. Ida then cleared his throat. Hello, young child. My name is Tenya Ida, hero in training and representative for Class 1A at UA. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He bowed deeply and powerfully. If that wasn't a thing, he made it one. The child seemed a little more weirded out at this greeting, but she bowed in response. Hello. I'm Eri. She looked up at Izuku as if asking permission, to which she received a reassuring nod and a smile. Midoriya. Ida smiled at the cute cinnamon roll, but rubbed his chin after noticing something. Midoriya, you say she's your sister, but I see very little resemblance. Although her eye color is the same as yours when you use your quirk, everything else is quite different. Oh, you see that Aries adopted kinda. Izuku rubbed his head at the terrible explanation. This broke Yaoyorozu out of her cuteness coma. What do you mean? So he explained everything he could, only leaving out the details about Aries' possible abuse, mostly the scars on her arms, and Aizawa discovering that Izuku knew about All Might's true form. Ida broke the silence that followed the rather heavy story. To think I ever judged you for prioritizing your beloved younger sister. Forgive me. He bowed right into the table, creating a painful-sounding thunk that didn't seem to bother him at all in his guilt. Izuku waved his arms frantically. No, it's fine. Really? Yaoyorozu sniffled, wiping at her eyes. Such a tragic background. You're so good to take her in, Midoriya. It appears I misjudged you again. She bowed too, although less violently, thankfully, than Ida. Why do I get the feeling these two don't think too highly of me a lot of the time? But after hearing this, there's absolutely no way I can let you leave here without a full wardrobe and supplies. I'll get my butler. Yaoyorozu ran off before Izuku could even respond. Eri smiled at her brother's friend's antics. They seem to like you. Izuku blushed slightly while Ida nodded resolutely. Your brother, dear sweet Eri, is one of the finest students in our class. Ida, that I'm not good with attention. I apologize for exacerbating your social awkwardness. Please accept my apologies. Does he hear the words coming out of his mouth? Luckily, Izuku's salvation came in the form of a still bouncy Yaoyorozu. Okay, I arranged for all the necessary items to be delivered to your home, Midoriya. They'll be there shortly. How did you do that so fast? How did you get my address? 2 days later. Getting ready for school was never fun. For one, Izuku had to get up early enough as is to get in a morning run. Then, he had to rush to shower and prepare his backpack. Then he had to spend a good half-hour struggling to tie his tie, that most nefarious of accessories. And then he had barely enough time to devour a small feast for breakfast before heading out the door to catch his long but train ride to Ua. But today was slightly harder than normal, mostly because he and his mother hadn't quite figured out what to do with Eri. My office has a daycare center. Eri, would you like to play there? Inko asked, smiling at her new daughter. Eri nodded. Okay. Great. Just let go of Izuku and we can head out in a bit. Okay. Mom, she's not letting go. Inko sighed, exasperated at this development. While she found it absolutely adorable that Eri was so clingy to Izu, even more so now that she had some adorably regal dresses courtesy of the rich girl she was now determined to make her daughter-in-law, it could not have come at worse time. Eri, you know Izuku has to go to school, right? He isn't coming with me. The young girl looked at her adopted mother quizzically, but nodded, okay. She turned to Izuku, so am I going to school? The older Midoriyas groaned at this. Maybe you should just saw off my hand and give it to her. That might work. Izuku deadpanned. I wonder if that's what happened to Shigaraki. Then his phone rang. Hello? Young Midoriya. All Might. Izuku stammered, surprised at the sudden phone call so early in the morning. Inko paled. WB? All Might. Waving his mom away, Izuku listened. Apologies for disturbing you, but are you still at home? Do you need something? Ha. Indeed I do. If you could bring young Eri to UA with you, that would be splendid. Recovery Girl would like to do an in-depth analysis of her quirk factor, if possible. The solution? Why yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Not entirely sure why you're thanking me for this, but you're welcome. Izuku put his phone in his pocket and grinned at Eri. Looks like you can come to school with me. Her face brightened, and she tightened her grip on Izuku's hand. Yay. Bye, Miss Inko. Bye, Mom. I'll buy Eri lunch from the cafeteria. The door shut as the two kids left, although the Midoriya matriarch didn't seem to register it. All Might. Calling my son. An hour later. Class 1A was a lively room that Wednesday morning, owing mostly to how reinvigorated everyone felt after the extended break. Man, I can't believe how many reporters are outside right now. Kaminari said, leaning back in his chair. Kirishima nodded. I know. I thought there were a lot the other day, but this is crazy. True to their words, the UA perimeter was positively swarming with journalists, desperately clawing the walls while clamoring for even the smallest hint of gossip. Luckily, the gate was kept clear by Hound Dog's intimidation. That, and the small pool of slobber gathering beneath his maw. Ribbit. It makes sense though. UA hasn't been invaded by villains in decades and never on this scale. Kaminari's face lit up. Yo, does that mean we're like, famous? 'Cause that's odd. Jiro pulled her earjack back from Kaminari's eye and chastised. I don't know why you're so happy. Aizawa and 13 nearly died. Shoji added. Also, Midoriya was in bad shape. Pissage. That nerd passed out like a beach. He needs to toughen up. Bakugo growled. He's the only one who actually hurt the Nomo. Your attack didn't even phase it. Ribbit. I did something, you amphibian. Uraraka looked at her lap and frowned slightly. I had to get escorted home before he woke up. I wonder if he's all right. The sound of the classroom door opening snapped everyone to attention, and this is my classroom. The door's big. A soft voice observed. Deku. Uraraka happily chimed. You're okay. Ribbit. Glad to see you awake, Midoriya. Why'd you bring the kid? Bakugo narrowed his eyes. A wave of confusion passed over the classroom at the sight of Midoriya walking in hand with a strange-looking child. Izuku chuckled nervously. Oh, this is Eri. The girl waved shyly from behind Izuku's leg. Uraraka's face went white. She's. Mina's face went white. So. Hagakure's face probably went white. Cute. The three girls swarmed the child. giggling uncontrollably at her overwhelming cuteness. Even the reserved Jiro was blushing slightly, overcome with a deep and instinctive need to pinch those cheeks. Look at her little shoes. Azui grinned. Ashido was practically hyperventilating. Horn. She has a horn. She picked Eri up and held her out towards the class. Kiri. We have a new horn buddy. Hell yeah. Kirishima exclaimed, only to get a book thrown at his head. Ow. What was that for? He glared at Bakugo, who just glowered. Izuku sheepishly chuckled. Oh, sorry about that, Kirishima. Kaken doesn't like swearing in front of Eri. Although apparently violence is fine. This startled the class even more than the arrival of the child. Even the stoic Todoroki raised an eyebrow at that revelation. Mina got very close to Izuku, her eyes wide as could be. Bakugo won't swear that I in front of her? She held up the perplexed Eri for emphasis. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was kinda surprising. Ha. The class erupted into raucous laughter, most prominently from Kaminari, Kirishima, and Mina, although Jiro had to clamp her hand over her mouth to control herself. I will subtly and very violently end all of your lives. The sheer malice behind those words silenced everyone rather quickly, although Mina, fearless as she was, still chuckled. Wait, does that mean Bakugo already met Eri? For that matter, what is she to you, Midoriya? Ribbit. I just got dragged to his house when my mom helped them sign the adoption papers. It's nothing. What? The class erupted into shouts again. So she's like your sister? Toru asked, drooling at the thought of 2 class cinnamon rolls. Uraraka got too close to Izuku's face. What else is new? And pleaded, Deku, you need to bring her every day. Izuku chuckled, sure thing. He tried to turn away to his desk, but a surprisingly strong grip held him back. Deku, Uraraka's bubbly aura shifted drastically, becoming almost scary. I mean what I say. Day. He gulped and nodded nervously. Wise ma'am. Great. Thanks, Deku. Man, she'd give Yaoyorozu a run for her money when it comes to mood swings. Izuku took his seat, smiling at the sight of his sister get snuggled by all the girls, and Kirishima, before landing in Bakugo's lap of all people. She looked up at him and blinked a few times before looking forward at the bare blackboard. She just relaxed like that? Everyone thought simultaneously, even as most of them snapped pictures of the blushing Bakugo and his contorted face. Chuckling, Izuku reached forward. Here, I'll take her, Kaken. My turn. Yaoyorozu swooped in, grabbed the child before anyone knew what was happening, and went back to her desk. When did she even get here? Hi, Eri. Remember me? She smiled at the young girl in her lap. Eri blinked a few times before nodding with a shy smile. Yes, you gave me these clothes, right? Thank you, Miss Yamamoto. The older girl was silent for a moment, before a massive grin crossed her face and joyful tears welled up. Please don't ever call me anything else ever again. Yaoyorozu hugged the girl tightly, somewhere between laughing and furiously sobbing. The main door slid open, interrupting the deputy rep's merriment. Everyone, please take your seats. Ida slid in and proclaimed, holding his hands out like he was giving an important speech. Ida, you're the only one not in your seat. Tokoyami deadpanned. The class rep grumbled and sat down. How humiliating. Truly, I must strive to be a cooler hero and person. Uraraka patted his back encouragingly. Don't mind. Oh, it's Mr. Ida. He turned, and his face lit up, the embarrassment from before completely gone. Miss Eri. It's wonderful to see you in good health. Ida went to shake her hand, only for Todoroki to dryly comment, You're out of your seat again. While Ida festered, Mina protested, Man, Midoriya. It's so unfair. Yamamoto and Ida got to see this bundle of sunshine and happiness, too? What about us? What about class? The entire room fell deathly silent as a mummy walked in. Seriously, you guys always take so long to shut up. Aizawa-sensei? Izuku stammered, recognizing the man from his hospital visit on Saturday. What? Expecting someone else. You're covered in bandages. The class collectively exclaimed, earning only a shrug in response. The pro-hero turned homeroom teacher side. If you're going to let a few broken bones get in the way of your job, you'll never be a good hero. Ida nodded. Truly inspiring, sir. That and my insurance company wanted to raise my premium. Ida nodded. Financial advice as first years. Truly, UA is a premier academic facility. Aizawa sweat dropped. Is he a kiss-butt or just that earnest? Anyways, no time to reflect on what happened Friday. We lost Monday and Tuesday. That means there's a lot of catching up to do. Kaminari, the lovable dumb as he is, groaned. Come on, sensei. Can't we ease into things? The teacher's eyes narrowed behind the white cloth. You've all heard of the sports festival, right? The class nodded, everyone familiar with the most significant sporting event in the country. Good, because, in case you forgot, in 3 weeks, you'll all be in it. What? Somehow, most of the class hadn't considered that by attending UA, they'd be in the UA Sports Festival. To call their reaction chaotic would do a disservice to the sheer calamity on display. Settle down. The calamity vanished, replaced by fear of the mummified pro-hero. This festival is gonna be your chance to get some agencies interested. It's the perfect way to show what you're made of against your peers. If you aren't gonna buck up and grab this opportunity by the shoulders, you should probably just leave now instead of face national ridicule. A heavy blanket of silence befell the class, none of the students particularly sure how to respond to the responsibility Aizawa just threw onto them. Izuku, in particular, was sweating. The sports festival that's like the Japanese Olympics, millions of people watching us watching me I'm not ready. Luckily, a small tapping on his leg snapped Izuku out of his funk. Deku, what's the sports festival? Deku. The heavy blanket was lifted to give way to uproarious laughter. Bakugo couldn't help but snicker at his derogatory nickname being used by the brat, while Uraraka was cry-laughing at the child's adorable pet name for her adopted brother. Hell, even Izuku was chuckling. I didn't know she was your sister, Midoriya. Your file didn't mention any siblings. Aizawa's gaze narrowed so harshly, the light seemed to fade from the world. Izuku was sweating bullets. Oh God, he probably has so many questions. And he's already suspicious that All Might was in his skinny form in front of me. Whatever. Q-Kid. Don't keep her waiting. So laid back. Let's see that the sports festival is like a contest between all of the students at UA to see who's the best. At least, athletically. Eri nodded. So you're gonna be in it? He nodded. Yeah. I just hope I don't embarrass myself. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. Uraraka chimed in. Eri, you're gonna cheer for your Deku, right? The younger girl thought for a moment before nodding rather enthusiastically. Then she raised her arms towards Deku, silently asking to be picked up, which he did so, even though his heart was clenching like it never had before. All the girls, and Kirishima cooed. Mineta fumed from behind and whispered, Dang it, Midoriya. You need to let me borrow your sister sometime. Chicks love kids. I don't know if that's a good idea. Come on. At least let me see her in 10 years then. The grapist felt a strong hand on his shoulder and a wave of murderous intent. Slowly turning around, he came face to face with a glowering Yaoyorozu. Touch her and I'll turn you into a thermonuclear warhead. Nodding solemnly, the short boy turned back around and quickly began writing the kanji for person on his hand and swallowing it, which did nothing to ease his growing terror at having most of the class mentally paint a target on his back. On that note, class rep, did you fill the rest of the positions? Ida stood up with the list of names. Yes, sir. For the role of secretary, we nom dash. I don't care who as long as it's done. Curses. Foiled again. Later that day. Man, I'm so freaking pumped for the festival. Kirishima exclaimed, balling his fists to contain his excitement. Tokoyami nodded. Although I'm not much for daytime, I admit I'm excited at the prospect of competing like this. I just hope I do not completely outshine all of you on the stage. Everybody ignored that. A growling sound filled the air. Deida. The two in question turned to their brunette friend, the same violent aura from before now emanating even stronger. Uraraka? Let's do our best. She pumped her fist, earning a half-hearted, mostly terrified response. Mina rubbed her chin. Man, Uraraka's got mood swings for days. PM dash. Sue thankfully slapped Mineta before he could finish. Did I wonder if he'd take a women's studies class? Izuku scratched his chin as the bell for lunch resounded. Say, Uraraka, why do you want to be a hero? Oh, it's kinda embarrassing. She laughed sheepishly while rubbing her head as she, Ida, and Izuku with Eri descended the stairs to the cafeteria. Ida shook his head. Impossible. For one such as you, there can be no negative reason you could possibly say for why you wish to be a hero. I want money. Foil. Again. She chuckled. It's such that my parents work so hard for me and they're still only barely scraping by. I feel like once I become a hero, I can finally take care of them and give them an easy life. Ida wasn't foiled. Bravo! Ida clapped loudly and enthusiastically. Izuku nodded with a smile. That's definitely nothing to be embarrassed about. That's as great a reason for becoming a hero that I've ever heard. Tears threatened to form in the teen's eyes. You guys. Miss Uraraka, that sounds nice. Eri-chan. Uraraka endearingly cried as she glomped the small child for her sweetness. Haha. What's that sound? Ida asked, turning away from his friends to a nearby hall. Young Midoriya is here. All Might appeared from the hallway and pointed right to Izuku. All Might? Izuku asked, perplexed. All Might? I thought he was Ski Dash. Eri pondered before Izuku clamped his hand over her mouth, nervously looking at Uraraka and Ida. The large man held up a wrapped bento. Lunch. Wanna eat with me? He's like a maiden. Uraraka guffawed as Izuku nodded, taking Eri's hand, still keeping her mouth shut with the other, as he joined his mentor. The trio walked to the teacher's lounge, where they were surprisingly met by Recovery Girl. The elderly woman smiled warmly at the two kids. Hello. Eri, do you remember me? The smallest one nodded. Yes. Hello again, Miss Recovery Girl. I'm glad to see you again. I was actually hoping to speak with you in private. Do you think that would be okay? Eri hesitated but agreed after seeing Izuku nod reassuringly. She let go and followed Recovery Girl to the nearby nurse's office, leaving the 2-1-for-all users alone. All Might instantly deflated onto a couch, literally and figuratively, and gestured for Izuku to sit across from him. I brought Katsudon. I remember you saying it was your favorite. Oh, thanks. Izuku nodded graciously as they both started eating. All Might raised an eyebrow. What is it? Is it cold? Izuku frantically waved his hands. Oh, no, it's awesome. It's just that did you ask me to come here for any reason besides lunch or giving Eri to Recovery Girl? All Might looked surprised, but softly chuckled. Heh. You got me. Setting his food down, the pro-hero leaned forward. As I'm sure Aizawa told you, the sports festival is coming up soon. Izuku nodded. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure what I should do to prep for it if I'm being honest. That's alright. But the reason I asked Recovery Girl to take Eri alone is because I want to ask a favor. All Might nodded. My time is running out. Every day, I get slightly weaker and the time I can spend in my hero form decreases. At this point, I'm only good for around 2 hours. That's it. Izuku paled, the realization that his hero was getting weaker at an exponential rate. Sorry about that. All Might lightly chopped his apprentice's head. Stop apologizing for things that aren't your fault. Sorry. God damn it. Look, how's your progress going with One for All? Oh, well, I can control it a little better, but it still takes a while to get it down. Although, it actually didn't take that long when I was fighting those villains at USJ. What was different then? Izuku remembered 13's words about the dangers of his quirk and then Eri's own admission that her quirk hurt others. I think that I was just scared of doing a lot of damage to the villains, so it was that I don't know that easier to focus, I guess? All Might rubbed his chin. Seems like against human opponents, your subconscious mind helps you pump the brakes. That's good considering you won't have much time to regulate One for All in a real fight. The thing is, those villains at USJ were all told something by their boss, that I'm getting weaker. How did they know that? Regardless of their source, if some small-time villains know, it's not unreasonable to assume that some of the public knows. That's why I need you, as my successor, to go to the sports festival and make your mark. Tell everyone that you are here. All Might briefly transformed and held his hands out wide in a grand gesture. Izuku didn't move or speak for a moment, but eventually nodded. I won't let you down. Grinning, the symbol of peace deflated again. That's what I like to hear. With that being said, do you have any ideas of where to start with your preparations? I guess the best thing to do would be to increase how much of one for all I can draw out. I'm still on the lower end of the spectrum in the class, so a power boost might help. Nodding, All Might commented, in 3 weeks' time, you might be able to get yourself up to 5% instead of 3%. That'd be a fairly significant boost considering where you are now. What about the Sharingan? You mentioned you discovered a new power the other day. Oh yeah. I took some notes and based on observations, I think I can hypnotize people. All Might raised an eyebrow. Hypnosis? Izuku nodded. That's the only explanation I have. I think it's based on eye contact and I need to have a lot of focus, but, based on my fight against Nomu, it's a good last resort if anything. Okay, so a new power. That also might help with Recovery Girl's analysis of your quirk. But what about your other abilities? Well, I actually copied some of Yaoyorozu's bow staff moves and Aizawa-sensei's tricks with his scarf at USJ. So I got the idea to maybe use my copying skill learn martial arts or something. All Might smiled. Hey, that's not a bad idea. Maybe you should talk to young Ojiro. For that matter, many of your classmates could give you some helpful advice. And with your quirk analysis skills, you'd be able to help them out too. The door to the lounge opened again, revealing Recovery Girl and Eri, the latter of whom was happily liking a green lollipop, probably apple-flavored. Deku Awakens. She happily ran to her brother's side and gestured to be picked up, which the latter graciously did. Deku Awakens? All Might muttered. Hey Eri, did you have fun? She nodded with a content smile. Recovery Girl chuckled at the sight. She was a model patient. And she even joined me for lunch. Really? Did you find anything about her quirk factor? Nodding, the older heroine held up her clipboard. From her blood test, I found out that her quirk factor is heavily mutagenic. It's actually not dissimilar to yours, Midoriya. Izuku smiled and looked at the girl in his lap. Hey, looks like we match again. This earned a bright smile. Although hers actually affects her forehead instead of her eyes, like it is for you. Her forehead? Recovery Girl nodded. It seems her horn is the focal point of her quirk. She also told me it glowed whenever she used her quirk. Oh, so what is he dash? Izuku stopped once he felt Eri shake in his lap, almost trembling. Eri? Recovery Girl looked at the silent Eri. In his lap, you should probably go back to class soon. Lunch is nearly over. Realizing the time, Izuku gasped and ran out of the room, Eri in tow. Thanks for lunch, All Might. He barely managed to say before the door shut behind him. Despite chuckling at his protege's antics, All Might was perplexed. What happened? Recovery Girl sighed and sat down. She had a lot of trouble talking about her quirk's function. All she could tell me was that it somehow hurt people. Truthfully, I spent most of our time together trying to determine her psychological scars more than her physical ones. Psychological scars? All Might asked, a heavy pit in his chest. The elder gravely nodded. I know we suspected abuse, but those scars on her arms, they're similar to those you'd see on lab-grown tissues. The ones designed to be harvested. That you're saying someone was harvesting young Eri? All Might's already ghastly face was even more solemn. Was it for her quirk? She shrugged. I can't be sure, but based on how she trembles whenever someone tries to pry into what exactly her quirk does, I won't rule out the possibility. All Might deeply exhaled. Geez, that I've heard of kidnapping kids with powerful quirks. This is new. And why would they do that? What purpose could it serve? Who knows? And truth be told, I'd rather not find out. All that really matters is that we help the girl recover. That's probably gonna be left to Izuku more than anyone, but it's important we be there to support him. And her. The male nodded before returning to his meal, although his appetite was long gone. Then he noticed the barely touched bento across from him. We were so caught up talking that he transformed and dashed out the teacher's lounge, gingerly holding the lunchbox. Young Midoriya. You forgot to eat. You can't go day without having lunch. Recovery girl just smiled at the smoke trail the novice teacher left behind. Well, he's got the support Midoriya, part down. Just as long as he doesn't put too much pressure on the boy. You want us to help you with strength exercises? Shoji asked, perplexed at being approached so sudden by someone he hadn't really spoke to. Izuku nodded. You two are the strongest in the class by far, and since my quirk also boosts my strength, I figured you guys would have some really good advice for me. Sato rubbed his chin. I mean, I'm naturally muscular, so I'm not entirely sure how someone like you would go about bulking dash. Thanks. But I'd recommend supination bicep curls. Those really help me out. Shoji nodded. Also, make sure to really squeeze during your reps. Izuku looked up from his furious scribbling. Squeeze? The tentacled teen elaborated. If it helps, flex as hard as you can with the weight, then inhale sharply and try to push further. It's weird to say, but you'll know the feeling the second you feel it for the first time. Got it? Izuku finished those notes. Anything else? Maybe drink a protein shake after your workout. I usually go for the really sweet ones, but normal people probably should stick to low sugar if possible. Sato scratched his head for anything else. Besides that, I guess just sleep as much as you can. Izuku nearly busted a gut laughing. All Might's plan had me get literally the minimum amount of sleep possible. I'd recommend creatine as a supplement. However, it may not do too much good in the time before the festival. Shoji added. The Greenette nodded. Thanks guys. This is really helpful. I actually made some notes on your quirks if you want to hear them. I don't know, but maybe it'll help. They both nodded, curious as to the depths of Midoriya's quirk analysis skills. He flipped to the right page in his notebook and explained, so, for Sato, I was thinking about the effects that different types of sweeteners would have. Like brown sugar or honey or even artificial sweeteners. But I know that overusing your quirk impairs your cognition, so maybe you could ingest a more complex sugar, like starch. My prediction is that you'd probably have less strength and it'd take longer to activate, but because it's harder to digest, its effects would last longer and be less severe than if you just chugged sugar. Got it. Sato rubbed his head, feeling his cognition fade after the onslaught of information. As for Shoji, I don't know enough about your quirk to be very useful, but I was wondering if you ever thought about using intimidation as a weapon? The masked teen pet his head. What do you mean? You have heroes like Gang Orca who look really scary, and because of that, a lot of villains tend to get thrown off their game just because they're unsettled. So if you could use your tentacles in a body horror type of way, you could give yourself a major advantage without much effort. Shoji rubbed his chin with one of his dupli arms. I've always known my appearance was fearsome, but weaponizing could produce interesting results, especially against some more animated villains. Thank you, Midoriya. This is very helpful. Izuku waved his hands in front of him. Oh, it's nothing really. I should be thanking you for all your advice. Really, I just do this for fun. Phew. 2 down, 16 to go. In his life, Izuku had done a lot of difficult things. Going to school back when he thought he was quirkless, for example. Or the American Dream Plan, before the entrance exam. Or even facing down the anti-symbol of peace at USJ. However, training with Hagakure was definitely coming close to topping that list. Wrong. Honestly, Midoriya, are you even trying? Izuku groaned, relaxing his position as the invisible girl chastised him for the umpteenth time. In exchange for advice regarding her hero costume, Izuku suggested adding removable mirrors to the glove to increase the intensity of the light she could reflect as well as its range, and the rights to hold Eri. Toru agreed to train Izuku in stealth. He thought that her kind and bouncy personality would make this easy. As it turned out, her insane lack of patience made training even harder. Trying really. I just need a bit more practice is all. I'm not even sure if stealth is gonna help in the sports festival. I know the events are randomized each year, but try harder. What's not to get? Just move quietly. Like this. Izuku waited for a moment, but nothing seemed to change. Then he heard a whisper in his ear, "See?" He jumped back in surprise. Gah! See? She knows she's not wearing anything, right? That's amazing. How'd you do that? What do you think I've been trying to teach you? She screamed. Remember, just use the outside of your foot to walk and shift your body weight with the leading foot. He nodded. Got it. Izuku barely took a step when she screeched at him again. Wrong. You're shifting your weight against your leading foot. Do it with the lead. It makes it quieter. He sighed. Yes, ma'am. He tried again, this time taking care to carefully lean into each step. To his surprise, and his teacher's glee, it actually sounded slightly quieter on the gym's squeaky rubber flooring. Hey, that wasn't terrible. Izuku didn't even need to see her to know that Hagakure was bouncing up and down like an excited schoolgirl, which she technically was. Now do it again, but faster. So the cycle continued. Izuku would get yelled at until he got the maneuver right, at which point Toru would compliment him and subsequently raise the difficulty. Until it came time to figure out hand motions. Come on, just swing your arms like this. But I can't see what you're doing? You don't need to see what I'm doing. Just stop doing what you're doing. I'm really confused, Hagakure. Ugh, I thought your quirk let you see people or something. How did I not think of that? Izuku activated the Sharingan and grinned. Okay. Time to get this stealth thing down. I could even copy Hagakure's moves to speed this up. I seriously can't believe the thought never occurred to me. Unfortunately, the second Izuku actually looked at Toru, he instantly realized why the Sharingan was the absolute worst quirk to use against the invisible and quite immodest girl. Ah, see what I did there? Now you do it, Midoriya. Midoriya? She turned to her student, only to find him lying down, his hands firmly clamped over his nose while he muttered something incomprehensible. Huh, guess he must have overexerted himself. Well, while he's down, Torune is coming for you. She skipped away to where the child in question was sitting, while Izuku murmured, so, BB bouncy. That I don't know too much about this, Kirishima. Izuku nervously said as the redhead stood across from him on a rubber mat. He just waved the comment away. Nonsense. You want to be a man, then you gotta learn to take hits like one. I guess so, but I'm starting to think asking Kirishima was a bad idea. Enough talking. Let's do this. Kirishima brought his arm down in a hammer fist right onto Izuku's head. Ow. Izuku squeaked, but he didn't move, keeping his legs spread shoulder-width apart and his hands tucked firmly at his sides. Kirishima flashed a toothy grin. That's what I like to see. Be a rock. He continued to attack Deku, earning pained grunts and the occasional squeal, only ceasing the onslaught when the latter finally collapsed. Ha! That was awesome, Midoriya. Really manly stuff. Everything hurts. Come on. You told me you wanted to make your mark at the festival, right? Think how badass you'll look just tanking everyone's attacks. Why yeah. I can't hear you. Yeah. Izuku shakily stood up and clenched his fists. Kirishima chuckled. That's the spirit. Now let me hear you roar. He howled in demonstration. Ugh. Midoriya's roar was weak. Bro that SCKD. Come on, roar. Gah. I said roar. Ah. That's it. Ah. 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 Shut the F up. Bakugu screeched from the other end of the UA gym. The redhead and greenette fell deathly silent. Unfortunately for him, Kaminari did not. Dude, you know Aries here, right? He pointed to the floating child, Uraraka's turn to play with her, that was staring at the ash blonde with a curious look. Bakugu went pale. Dada. Kirishima laughed. Dude, you broke Bakubro. Eri turned to the brunette keeping her afloat. Miss Uraraka, what does that word mean? Oh, it's a bad word. So you should never say it. Nailed it. Uraraka mentally patted herself on the back. But what does it mean? Eri, why? Uraraka's face flushed red and started sweating profusely. Deku, wanna take over? But I can't. I'm Kirishima. He looked pleadingly at his training partner. The redhead thought quickly, break's over. So did I need to hit you again? Right? Sorry, Uraraka, but I trust you to do it. Uraraka's eyes narrowed. I think Eri can wait for you to finish, right Eri? The young girl nodded. I don't want to interrupt Deku and I's training. I'll just ask him when he's done. Uraraka smirked victoriously and looked at the now sweating duo. Kirishima's eyes widened. Dude, they're in it for the long haul. Deku paled. I can either explain what that word means, or get beaten into unconsciousness. Kirishima finished the sentence for him. Izuku looked at his friend. A man would face his problems head-on, right? Ejiro nodded. Izuku took a deep breath and steeled his gaze. Then I only have one choice. And that's why Izuku spent the rest of the day in a full-body cast. Uraraka laughed. I still can't believe you let Kirishima wail on you like that. I can't believe Eri asked my mom what it meant at dinner. Izuku nearly face-bombed, remembering the slide his mom nearly had when the youngest Midoriya popped the question with a mouthful of pie. The two of them were jogging along Dagoba Beach to enjoy the cool sea breeze on the hot Saturday morning. What's that like? Just suddenly having a new family member like that? Uraraka asked after a moment's silence. Izuku pondered the question. I guess it's nice. Like it's definitely weird since it's just been my mom and I for a long time, but having Eri around makes everything seem that I don't know brighter. He wasn't so sure as to how to describe the warmth he felt with his newfound sister besides that. That sounds really nice. Uraraka spoke unusually softly. What was that? Hey, are you okay? Izuku asked concernedly. What? Oh yeah, I'm good. She plastered the biggest smile she could on her face. Unfortunately, it also looked like the fakest. You sure? Did I say something wrong? I'm sorry about that. She suddenly slowed to a stop. Izuku did the same, worry etched onto his face. Damn it. I did say something. Idiot. I think I just. Her voice broke. Miss my family is all. I'm sorry. Izuku scratched the back of his head, scouring his mind for anything to say of comfort. You don't need to apologize. She chuckled. Sorry to put this on ya. Guess I was just feelin' lonely or something. She rubbed her eyes while keeping her focus on the ground. You know that it's weird to live by yourself. I know I can't really relate to your situation, and I get that it's probably tough to move here by yourself, but it's not like you're alone. Huh. She looked at him, eyes tinged red. He stammered and looked away. I mean that you have me. His voice decided to crack on that last word. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then they were laughing like there was no tomorrow. Deku, you're really dorky, no. Uraraka clutched her stomach, the laughter so intense it hurt. Izuku tried and failed to contain his snickering, sorry. He finally got in under control and finished his thought from earlier. I mean, you have your friends here. So like Ida and Ishido and Isu and Yaoyorozu and Kirishima and Dash. I got it. I got it. Izuku added, and if you're ever feeling lonely at your place, just come visit me. Eri would love it and my mom would probably fawn over you like crazy. She might cry too. Thanks, You're a really good friend. She smiled brightly at the boy. It's nothing really. I just like it when you smile. His face flushed after pondering his words. I didn't mean it like that. I mean that I did but not like that, Uraraka wasn't doing much better, blushing and stammering furiously. She even clamped her hands over her cheeks, causing her to start floating away and prompting a quick break to the flusterfest. Let's keep running. Yeah, that sounds good. That I didn't know ya had an accent. Shut up. Izuku walked up to Bakugo as the lunch bell rang, Eri leaving hand in hand with Koda, lover all of things cute. Hey, Kakin. Wanna do some training later? Fuff. Got it. Good talk. Hey, Tokoyami. Do you want to train with me later? Izuku asked the next day at lunch. The Birdman rubbed his chi-jawed beak. The proposition is interesting but I'm not sure if your sister would take kindly. He gestured to the girl currently hiding behind Izuku's leg. staring wide-eyed at the feathered student in a profound mixture of curiosity and fear. Eri, what's wrong? I know she was sheltered, but I still thought she'd know about quirk-based mutations. She gasped and looked away, an embarrassed look on her face. Sorry. Fumicage's normally stern expression relaxed. It's fine. It happens more than you'd think. Still, she doesn't act like this around Shoji, and he's way more intimidating. That I'll try to take that as a compliment. Oh, that is sorry. Looking back at Eri, Izuku placed a reassuring hand over her horn, which seemed to have shrunken slightly in the last few weeks, and softly asked, "You sure you're okay? You can tell me." She whispered, "They had masks." They? Izuku paled. She means her kidnappers. They had bird masks? Tokoyami pet his head. Might take it to mean she means a mask that resembles my face? Perhaps a plague mask from the olden days in Europe. Olden days? But hey, I remember those masks with the beaks. Wow, Tokoyami. How do you think about that? I often find myself drawn to imagery from that time. So macabre. Izuku laughed nervously. You really like that dark stuff, huh? You should see him when he reads Edgar Allan Poe. He smiles like it's the black friggin' plague. Dark Shadow popped out energetically, much to his host's chagrin. Get inside. Fumicage growled as he forced his sentient quirk to reseed into his body. Unfortunately, the already on edge Eri wasn't prepared for a jump scare and promptly ran out the classroom shrieking. Eri, I'll have to get her. Sorry, Tokoyami. Izuku ran out the class, but not without one last thought. Wait that he smiles at the Black Plague. Ida breathed deeply. I'm ever so glad you asked me to run with you, Midoriya. It truly makes me feel as if the bond between us is growing stronger and more robust. Izuku wheezed in response, his stamina spent in the mad sprint he had to perform just to keep Ida from fading into the distance. He didn't even know how that was possible given they were at the UA jogging track, but apparently anything was possible when it came to the overly sincere, overly quick, class representative. I see you've already started to push yourself. I'd expect nothing less from someone of your caliber. You continue to inspire me. Izuku wheezed again, managing to wave a hand, either in modesty at the compliment or in agony at the searing pain in his lungs and legs and entire body. I see. This must be some new form of breathing to increase lung capacity. Ida's glasses reflected light as he stood tall. I knew you were seeking advice from our classmates, but to think you're already bettering yourself by implementing them into your everyday workout. Izuku wheezed. Every day doing this. I'd rather give him one for all. Hell, if he does this every day, he probably deserves it. Such devotion to your respiratory training. You are clearly superior to me, but I will not give in so easily. Why it really does have the wrong opinion of me. I'm just tired. Ida laughed merrily. Such modesty. One day soon, I'll show the world that I can stand amongst you and Bakugo and Todoroki. Todoroki? I haven't really spoken to him, but he got in through recommendations and got second in the fitness test. His hero costume is kinda strange though. He nodded. Of course. The three of you are probably the most powerful in the class at the moment. Although, you're admittedly more of a glass cannon, but you compensate for that with your intelligence. But why Todoroki? I haven't really seen that much of him. How strong is he? Izuku finally managed to stand up straight, the fire in his lungs shrinking. Oh, I forgot that you were being healed during his match. During the battle trial, Todoroki instantly froze the entire building and defeated Ojiro and Hagakure. It was quite the spectacle. Izuku's face blanched. I instantly? Like that he did that in one move. Ida nodded. It was truly inspiring but also intimidating. But such feelings can only push me further. Come, Midoriya, the warm-up is over. Warm-up? Izuku squeaked. Ojiro brought his tail down hard across Midoriya's face, knocking the greenette down. Oh, was that too fast for you? Sorry. Izuku spit whatever saliva blood was knocked around from the attack and shook his head with a smile. Nah, that was awesome. And I'm learning a lot from just watching you. Even I can keep up with his movements, he's too fast for me to react. You said your quirk lets you mimic movements, right? How does that work? Ojiro took a drink of water to give Izuku some time to recover. It rubbed his head. It's not kinda weird to explain. It's sorta like I just remember some moves really clearly and then when I try to replicate the move, my body sorta clicks into place. Ojiro just shrugged. I don't really get it, but I guess it'd be like if I tried to tell you what having a tail felt like. Still, I could teach you some basic blocks and grabs if you want something to actually copy. Izuku perked up. Really? That'd be awesome. But I guess you'd have to watch, so I need someone to perform the moves on. Midoriya, I need your magic eyes. I found a peephole to the girls' locker room and you might be able to see through it. Ojiro looked at Mineta, then at Izuku, raising his eyebrow with a slight smile. Izuku's eyes widened. That I don't know. Remember what he said to Eri the other day? Hey, Mineta, can you help us with something? Mina clapped her hands together in rhythm, and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 stop. Midori. She sighed exasperatedly. Izuku ceased the two-step and sighed, an apologetic smile on his face. Sorry, Ashido. It's not embarrassing. What's embarrassing about dancing? Besides, you said you wanted to learn some flips and stuff. So you gotta learn the basics first. But that I can just watch you do it once and then it's done. You really don't need to waste your time on me. Mina's eyes twinkled mischievously. Oh, so you're going to watch me closely, huh? Gonna pay real close attention to how my body moves. Her voice alternated between sly and sultry with alarming ease. Izuku's face went bright red and he turned away from his temporary teacher. That's not how IW would put it, but. And after you already paid such close attention to me during Aizawa-sensei's exam. Mina slowly walked towards Izuku, each step accompanied by a slight swing. The shade of red on Izuku's cheeks deepened to a level long thought impossible. Oh, that's right, I noticed. And it made me very interested. She dragged a finger down Izuku's cheek. What? The greenette jumped back and completely seized up, his entire body screeching in a profound mixture of epinephrine, cortisol, and a variety of other hormones and neurotransmitters telling him to either run or run while screaming. Her raucous laughs luckily stopped his mental breakdown. Man, Midori, you're too much fun. What, huh? She knows there's an extra syllable that I've told her like 50 times. But where's the fun in just copying my moves? Nah, I want you to work for them. Besides, it's kind of fun. Izuku looked down. You're right. Ashido giggled. Of course I am. Now come on and get this two-step. Yes, ma'am. Out of all the students in Class 1A, the one Izuku most wanted help from was Ojiro, then Sada, then Ashido, and so on and so forth. Aoyama was at the bottom of that list. That only because Mineta was intentionally excluded. So it came as a surprise when he and Kaminari were suddenly dragged away during free training by the titular pseudo-Frenchman. What's going on? Izuku asked, nervously scratching his head. Not to be rude, but are you gonna kill us? Kaminari eyed the secluded corner the trio was standing in, curiously out of sight from the rest of the class. Aoyama laughed haughtily. Just sweet ol, but I wanted to bring us three together for a surprise. But why? Kaminari readied his quirk just in case he was right about Aoyama's intentions. Because we are all the same. We're like les trois mousquetaires. Aoyama, I think that Kaminari and I are still a little lost. Aoyama just chuckled. Without my dazzling support belt, navel laser would constantly leak out and hurt my stomach. My doctors tell me that my body just isn't suited for my quirk. He looked at the other two with a knowing glint. You two hurt yourselves with your own quirks too, right? Izuku and Kaminari were dumbfounded. This is the same Aoyama who spent half of the class costume budget on a cape infused with diamond. Do you not like the surprise? No, it's great. Just surprising is all. Kaminari rubbed his hair, embarrassed at his earlier accusations. It's because I saw you training so much and becoming impatient. Aoyama turned to Izuku, his face uncharacteristically serious. For us three, there's no reason to struggle alone. Otherwise, how could we ever shine? I thought he was scary, but that he's actually trying to help. Thank you, Aoyama. This is an awesome surprise. Izuku grinned at the sparkly blonde appreciatively. Bien entendu, but the surprise isn't over. We're gonna commemorate the first meeting of Les Trois Cassetaires by sharing our feelings. Kaminari, what are you doing to help you sparkle? Well, first, I know my French is bad, but I'm pretty sure you made that word up. Debatable, but continue. Well, and I guess I'm just trying to work on cycling a small amount of electricity through my body so I don't fry my brain or my nerves. Izuku suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, you're spreading your power out? Taken aback, Kaminari elaborated. Well, yeah. If I try to focus my electricity in just one body part, I could damage my nerve endings, and you saw what happens if I just let loose at full power. That I see. Izuku's brain was in full-on ramble mode, but that didn't deter Aoyama. Merci, Kaminari. I find it difficult to control naval lasers' intensity, so instead, I prefer to control the duration it's active. Does that work? Izuku snapped out of his rambling. He nodded. Evidement. If I only use it for a brief moment, it only hurts the slightest bit. Whoa. Izuku shot up and flashed a manic grin. Thanks, you guys. I know what I need to do. Kaminari protested. Huh? But we all shared? What a boodash. Let him go. Aoyama stated, brilliant tears falling from his shimmering eyes. He's going to sparkle. Izuku nodded with a grin. Seriously, you guys? Thanks. He ran off, leaving the others behind. In that case, let's make friendship bracelets. Why not? Hey, Yaoyorozu. Izuku called to his fellow deputy rep while she twirled her bow. What is it, Midoriya? Izuku stared right at her with uncharacteristically excited eyes. I have a really good idea for my quirk, but I need some help with the logistics of it. Can you help me? She pet her head. Huh? Maybe you should ask Cementos or Ectoplasm. I'm sure they'd be able to help you much better than I could. Izuku shook his head. Trust me, you're probably the only person who can help me. Huh? Momo's face lit up appreciatively, but she managed to rein it in before she went full bounce. Okay, how about you spar with me and we'll talk it about in the meantime? Izuku nodded with a confident smile. Deal. 2 days before the festival. Uraraka, Izuku, and Ida got into position and called up, we're ready. From above the cliff at the USJ landslide zone, 13 nodded, got it. We'll start now. He turned to the rescuers and instructed, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, and Todoroki, you 4 need to save those 3 with the provided materials in a timely manner. Your time starts now. 13 joined the rest of the students and a heavily bandaged Aizawa in observing the mock rescue. Bakugo growled, let's just blow up the cliff. What Are you crazy? Yaoyorozu chastised. Tokoyami sighed, this is about what I expected from you. Off bird brain. Todoroki knelt by the stretcher and rope. Yaoyorozu, make a series of pulleys to pull them up. Tokoyami, you go down and use dark shadow to push them up as far as you can. Bakugo, Yaoyorozu, and I will pull them up the rest of the way. Got it? Tokoyami nodded, appreciative to the hybrid quirk user's decisiveness. Bakugo instantly protested, wait, why am I stuck doing this boring sheet? And why the F should I listen to you? Todoroki glared, I don't want to waste any more time than I have to on this exercise. Either help out or get out of the way. Before the argument could continue, Yaoyorozu intervened, both of you, be quiet. If you can't take this seriously and work together, then why are you even here? We need to cooperate to succeed in school and in the real world. And besides, first, we need to reassure the victims. The explosive teen growled but didn't put up any more resistance while Todoroki just stayed silent as Yaoyorozu called down to the injured students. From below, Izuku and Uraraka were doing their best not to snicker at Ida's overwhelming seriousness. Please save us. Uraraka is dying. Help. We hear you, Ida. Tokoyami deadpanned, slightly put off by the class republic. Uraraka's unconscious, yes? Izuku nodded, but Ida and I are injured so we can't really help you put her on the stretcher. Tokoyami shrugged, doesn't matter. I always have help. Dark Shadow popped out at that moment and growled, posing intimidatingly over the 4 students. Does he look that bigger? I could have sworn he was Tokoyami's size. Izuku gazed in awe as the sentient Quirk, with great resistance, carried the Uraraka-laden stretcher up the cliffside, stopping about 2/3 the way up, coincidentally by the edge of the shadow that blanketed the rocky bottom in darkness. From there, it wasn't long until the other 2 were back up the cliff, much to Ida's great relief. Thank you, heroes. That made Uraraka and Izuku burst out laughing, unable to contain their amusement any further. Even the stoic Tokoyami and serious Yaoyorozu smiled at the scene. 13 stood in front of the class again. Now, can someone tell me who the MVP was for this round? Given that Yaoyorozu was one of the participants, nobody raised their hand to answer, much to the space hero's annoyance. It was Bakugo. That came as a surprise, at least based on everyone's reactions. Bakugo's quirk is ill-suited to an operation like this. The fact that he stayed back and kept out the way by not using his quirk to pull everyone up is proof that he thought about the best way he could help and executed it well. Izuku smiled at that. Even if he's kind of an butt, he's definitely one of the smartest people in the class. And to think he'd put his ego aside, that maybe Kaken's really changing. 1 hour later. Or maybe not. Izuku's sweat dropped while Bakugo ranted at being forced to work with others for the citywide rescue operation at the ruin zone. 13 had just assigned the former 2, Uraraka, and Mineta the job of heroes while the other 16 students were to hide in the cityscape and pretend to be injured. Essentially, it was hide and seek, but for a grade. And awesome. Bakugo, let's just try to get along and do our best, huh? Uraraka placated, nervously laughing while moving in front of Izuku, just in case. Who are you? Her composure broke with her pride. What? We literally fought each other in the battle trial. We've talked before. I don't think so. While they argued, Mineta looked around excitedly. Hey, if we have to rescue all the other girls, then we can touch their butts and chests, right? When we carry them. Izuku's sweat dropped. You're not allowed to carry anyone, Mineta. Could you even physically manage carrying someone? 13 announced 5 minutes for everyone to hide and then ordered the hero team to start the rescue operation. Okay, I can look for everyone with my Sharingan. Once I find someone, we can dash. F off, I'll do it myself. Bakugo blasted off to God knows where, leaving his 3 partners behind. To be fair, he stuck around a lot longer than I thought he would. Izuku deadpanned. Anyways, I was actually gonna suggest we split up once I locate the others. Uraraka and Mineta nodded in agreement, so Izuku went ahead with his search. Sharingan. I can see Ojiro in the building right there. Kyoka hiding under that red car. Oh, Todoroki's in the building next door. That's everyone I can see from here, so I guess we just go from there. They agreed and split off, with Midoriya rescuing Ojiro, Mineta rescuing Todoroki, oh the irony, and Uraraka saving Jiro. Man, I don't know how you found me. Jiro chuckled as Uraraka released her quirk on the car she lifted off the former. Well, Deku found you with his quirk. I'm actually supposed to look for the others now. Run! Ida cried as he sped towards the 2 girls. Uraraka smiled. Ida, I found you. Why is he running like that? Run. There's a villain. Ida tackled Kyoka and Uraraka, narrowly avoiding the rock that sailed through the air. Looking up, the 2 girls paled. And no freaking way. Jiro felt her blood run cold at the sight of a massive, muscular man with a black shirt, camo combat pants, and a full-face mask slowly stalking towards them, casually carrying someone's limp form with one hand. Uraraka narrowed her eyes on the unconscious body in the man's grasp and felt her heart drop. Todoroki? The strongest in our class. Hello, children. His voice was muffled by the mask, yet its menace was clear. Let's make this as painless as possible. He raised his free hand and waved it, creating a shockwave that blew the 3 students back. Guys? What's going on? Izuku called, running towards the source of the disturbance and nearly fainted at the sight of 3 of his classmates facing off against an intimidatingly large villain. Mineta cried, a villain? Again! Ojiro ran to Aizawa and 13. Sensei, we're under attack. Again. Sure. Aizawa dully remarked. 13 hissed, Senpai. This is serious. Sighing, Aizawa spoke again, somehow even duller than before. Oh no. What a mystery this is. And we're completely incapacitated. 13 pointed to the exit enthusiastically. Get everyone to escape. You're on your own, unfortunately. I feel like I'm missing something. Ojiro remarked as he ran away from the teachers. Everyone, head for the exit. The villain just laughed, as if I'd let you. He stomped once and made the earth shake. When the dust cleared, a massive chunk of the ruins zone had been leveled. Now there's nowhere to hide. Who's hiding, dipshit? Bakugo roared as he fired an explosion right into the villain's face. However, it didn't even make him flinch. You'll have to do better than that. The villain tried to grab Bakugo, only for the explosive teen to blast out of the way and counterattack. Bakugo growled at the lack of visible damage. I'll kill this a-hole, you hear me? So you extras just get out of my way. Realization dawned on Izuku's face. He's not trying to buy us time to escape? He really has changed. Everyone, we can't let Bakugo do this himself while we run. Ida called to the assembled students. Yaoyorozu nodded. We're all Class 1A, right? If we cooperate, we can definitely win. Everyone smiled at the encouragement and readied themselves for battle. Izuku rolled his shoulders and readied his quirks. Sharingan. That villain's faster than I can keep up with, but he looks familiar. In fact, I've definitely seen this energy signature before. Let's go. Ida cried like a general as he led 17 students to battle. The villain turned away from Bakugo and smirked at the united front displayed. He readied himself for another mighty stomp. Unfortunately for him, Izuku said the last thing he wanted to hear at the moment. All might? The students all stopped and stared at the greenette like he was crazy, oblivious to the nervously sweating mess before them. Midoriya, what are you talking about? Ribbit. Azui remarked. Izuku pointed to the villain. With my quirk, he looks the same as All Might. Class 1A stared accusingly at the villain and took a few menacing steps towards him, which he responded with by stepping back. At that moment, Bakugo blasted up and ripped the mask off, revealing a chiseled and familiar, blonde visage. I am here? All Might said rather meekly, slightly embarrassed to have been caught prematurely. Todoroki suddenly moved and sighed. Looks like the plan didn't work. He freed himself from All Might's grasp and dusted himself off. All Might cleared his throat. Sorry for the deception, but I thought it important that you all have some more experience dealing with villains. Too many of you felt that what happened a few weeks ago was just a freak accident. But spontaneous and unexpected villain attacks are all too standard for a hero. My only hope is that you all learned that. The hero stopped talking once he realized that nearly every student was glaring at him with hate. I'm sorry? For the next 5 minutes, All Might was treated like everyone's verbal punching bag until he was reduced to a blithering, broken mess. Aizawa just sighed. I knew it. Izuku sighed, but with relief. I'm just glad it was a drill and not a real attack. This made the other students stop and smile slightly. Midoriya's right. That's something to be happy about. Yaoyorozu commented. Ida nodded. And at least this kept us on our toes before the festival. All Might smiled joyously. Midoriya, my boy. And just like that, all previously built goodwill was gone. Don't Midoriya, my boys. That afternoon, Izuku went to Recovery Girls Clinic to pick up Eri and check in on the still sobbing form of his mentor, then went to one of the study rooms for a student council meeting. Mr. All Might looked really sad. Eri commented dejectedly as she sat in her brother's lap by the Class 1A table. Izuku nervously laughed. He gave us a, interesting surprise. Ida and Yaoyorozu were still fuming, but at least stopped their profanities for the sake of present company. So did the other 3 student council members. Once the tables were all filled, an orange-haired girl from Class 1B stood up. Okay, I think we're all here, so why don't we begin? Typical hero course. Who made you leader? A guy with purple hair and rather dark eyes commented from the Class 1C table. A guy from Class 1B with silver hair, Incredibly thick and prominent lashes and familiarly sharp teeth jumped up. Hey, what's your damage? You want to take this outside, Einstein? Tetsu, please. The orange girl waved him down. Sorry about that. To answer your question, well, nobody. But if you're volunteering, then by all means. The girl responded as she sat down, her irritation gracefully subdued. The purple man shrugged and stood up. I'm Hitoshi Shinso. We're from Gen Ed, so we're really only here to see what the fuss is about. And now that I see you, I'm not impressed. Shinso was looking directly at Class 1A as he spoke. Depending on how we do on Friday, the Hero Department will consider our transfer applications. So none of us are here to make friends or whatever. We're just here to see who we need to beat. He sat down, leaving a palpably awkward silence in the air, only broken by, you're gonna lose. Round calling it right now. Guess you Class A kids really are as pretentious as you seem. Whatever. That'll just make dealing with you all the sweeter. A blonde kid with pale blue eyes joked from the 1B table. Huh? Who's this punk? Bakugu turned to Izuku, cover her ears tightly. Once Izuku complied, much to Eri's confusion, Bakugu unleashed the storm. Beach? I'll kill you, you Aryan F-. You seriously want to talk all this sheet with your smug, sunburns easily looking butt? Come at me, motherfucker. I'll vaporize you. After a moment of pause for the echo to fade out, Ida went into full Ida mode. Bakugu, stop this at once. This is no way for our treasurer to act. He bowed to the other tables. Apologies. Please continue. The rest of the council was stunned silent, but the orange girl from before managed to close her jaw enough to speak. It's Suka Kendo, the class representative. This is Tetsu. Tetsu, our deputy representative. The lovely person to my left is Nito Monoma, our secretary and dash. She was cut off by Bakugu's raucous laughter. What was his name? Sach. Yaoyorozu hissed. Apologies for our treasurer. His name's Katsuki Bakugu. Whispers filled the air as people recognized the name of the top-scoring participant in the entrance exam by a long shot, at least in terms of villain points. And this is Tenya Ida, our class representative. Our secretary is Ejiro Kirishima and our historian is Mina Ishido. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu and I'm co-deputy representatives with Izuku Midoriya. She gestured to the greenette with the child. Oh, and this is Eri. Shinso's eyes immediately narrowed. You're Izuku Midoriya? Top score on the entrance exam. Izuku shifted back in his seat from the sudden attention but nodded. The blonde boy from 1B, Monoma, smirked. Oh, so you're the one who got injured. You don't look all that tough. You sure you belong here? Before anyone else could retort, a soft and shy voice spoke. Dekunai eyes the strongest. Eri wouldn't look at Monoma, opting instead to twiddle her thumbs shyly, but the recipient was clear off of context. Monoma smirked at Eri. You babysitting or something? Who let the annoying brat in? Oi, only I can call her a brat. Bakugu growled. Kirishima stood up defensively. Insult our Midoriya all you want, but nobody messes with Eri. Mina cracked her knuckles. I'm so gonna enjoy this more than I should. Ida fixed his glasses. I normally wouldn't condone this, but you are out of line, good sir. He rolled up his pants, revealing his exhaust ports. Kendo raised her hands placatingly. Wait, let's keep calm. Yaoyorozu nodded. Seriously, we shouldn't resort to violence even if he is a punk. Something. She blushed at her inability to say the profanity. Luckily, Izuku was ready to quell the storm for the second time that day. Guys, it's fine. Eri, are you okay? She nodded with a blank expression. I couldn't really hear him. His voice got all nasally. The Class 1A students sat back down, rather embarrassed at their display, while Monoma seethed, the only thing stopping him from a full-scale eruption being Kendo's hand over his mouth. She chuckled nervously. I'm really sorry about that. Why don't we continue? This was supposed to be about class intros for the sports festival, right? Izuku couldn't pay attention to the rest of the intros. Instead, he was too caught up thinking about Monoma and Shinso. I don't know why they're like this, but I definitely don't want to lose to them, of all people. For that matter, I want to win. Besides that, he looked at the child in his lap and reflected on the two other important people in his life. That I've got people counting on me too. It was a bright and sunny Friday morning in Mizudafu, Japan. The air was positively alive, the May heat gently warming the earth. And across said earth, civilians everywhere brimming with excitement over what was to come, the much-anticipated UA Sports Festival. Today's the day that after all the training I did, it's finally here. Izuku slowly chewed on his rice, unable to muster up much of an appetite. Izuku, sweetie? Inko placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You've barely touched your food. You need your strength, you know? He smiled appreciatively at his mom. Yeah, I know. I'm just thinking is all. She nodded knowingly. You know, it's okay to be nervous. I mean, it's the UA Sports Festival. You're amazing just for participating. Izuku laughed. I know. But I'm not really nervous per se. I mean, it's kinda scary to be on stage in front of the whole world, but I've also been working for this for so long. It's weird, but it's like I'm somewhere between nervous and excited, you know what I mean. Nope. Inko deadpanned, but chuckled soon after, but I know you're gonna do your best. Now hurry up and finish so we can go. You too, young lady. Yes, ma'am. Eri said obediently as she devoured her daily morning apple with gusto, earning coups from the other two family members. I should really thank All Might again for giving them tickets. Izuku thought as he finally finished his breakfast and changed into his gym uniform. The train station was absolutely packed with people heading to the UA stadiums, so it was only natural that the Midoriyas were assaulted with a steady stream of, hey, good luck, and do your best, and we're rooting for ya, among other pieces of encouragement once they saw Izuku's gym uniform. On the train itself, a few kids gathered around the middle Midoriya to hear exciting stories about UA and what his quirk was, much to the latter's embarrassment. Inko, on the other hand, was already about to bawl at the attention her son was receiving, even though Eri pouted slightly at having Deku attention diverted. But it wasn't long until they arrived at the UA gates and the family had to separate. All right, we're supposed to head straight to our seats in the first-year stadium. Izuku nodded. I think I need to go to the waiting area for students so that we can make our entrance. Inko smiled and cupped her son's cheek. Hey, do your best. We're gonna be cheering for you. Eri nodded and, after a moment's hesitation, hugged Izuku's leg. Good luck, Deku. Izuku looked at his family and grinned confidently. Thanks. I'll see you afterwards. Once they left for the stadium entrance, Izuku made for the student entrance, only for a strong hand to cup his shoulder. Yo, young Midoriya. All me dash. Another hand clamped over his mouth. All Might hissed. I'm skinny right now. He removed his hand from Izuku's face, cautiously watching the moving crowd around them. Sorry. What are you doing here? All Might grinned, probably scaring a few kids with his skeletal visage. I came to see how you were doing. He gestured for Izuku to follow and led him down the student path. Oh, I'm good thanks. And my mom and Eri really liked the tickets. Thanks again. He laughed. It's nothing. Recovery girl insisted anyways. She thought it'd be good for young Eri. Is she doing better? Izuku nodded, smiling. Yeah, she's doing really well. She and my mom are getting really close too. I'm glad to hear that. All Might looked straight at his protege. But how are you doing? Izuku was taken aback. You feel ready for the sports festival? Nervous? Excited? We haven't really had much time to catch up the last few weeks. Besides 2 days ago when you traumatized half the class. Izuku sheepishly chuckled at the memory. I'm feeling good actually. I got the Sharingan's time limit to around 10 minutes of straight use. All Might flashed a huge smile. Hey, that's great news. That'd probably help with some of the preliminary events. But what about one for all? Did you increase your limit at all? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I can manage about 5% now. But I actually figured out a couple really cool things to do with one for all. See, I let it dash. All Might held up a polite hand. Hey, I think it'd be better if you surprised me with this. Besides, we're already at your stop. True to word, the duo was right by the Class 1A waiting room. Oh. Izuku looked down and sighed. I haven't forgotten, you know. What you asked me to do. This kid, All Might placed a hand on Izuku's head and softly rustled his hair. Good man. I'll be cheering for you. He removed his hand and went to the elevator to the teacher's viewing box. Izuku touched his hair where All Might had ruffled it and smiled, a warm tint on his cheeks. Oh, Deku! Uraraka called from one of the tables. Yaoyorozu and Kirishima waved to him from across the table. Deku grinned back. Hey, you feel ready? Uraraka laughed nervously. I thought I was, but man, do I feel nervous now. Ribbit, you're probably not ready then. Hey Azui. Yaoyorozu chastised, be more considerate. You're one to talk. Ribbit. Izuku laughed sheepishly at the two dejected females' comically downtrodden expressions. They're all clearly nervous, but they're definitely gonna give it their all. That I have some really awesome friends, don't I? Midoriya. A serious and rather monotonous voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned around. Todoroki? What's up? The taller boy looked dead into Izuku's eyes with unusual intensity. It's safe to say that I'm stronger than you. Hadaraminya. What's going on? I don't know why, but All Might's got his eye on you, doesn't he? Izuku's face went stark white. Does he know about One for All? No, he just suspects something. But what? Todoroki sighed. I'm not gonna make you answer. But I'm going to beat you. The entire class was focused now. Kaminari joked. Man, you're really in it for Midoriya's blood. Todoroki coldly retorted, I'm not here to pretend to make friends. Hey, that's uncalled for, Todoroki. There's being competitive and then there's being flat-out hostile. Yaoyorozu said sternly. The dual quirk user was silent for a moment before sighing and turning away. I thought I should say something. Unfortunately for the greenette, the door opened wide to reveal the always energetic class rep. Everyone, we're going out first. Let's go. Did I miss something? He said, noting the tense atmosphere. No. Todoroki bumped past him on his way out. Ignoring that, everyone lined up by class number and waited by the stadium entrance. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu whispered from behind Mineta. You okay? I don't know what's up with Todoroki. Izuku nodded with a slight smile. Yeah, I'm fine. I actually wanted to talk to him, but I guess that'll have to wait. Without further ado, let's kick off the first-year stage. Present Mick's voice cut through the air on the stadium loudspeakers. They're the ones to watch this year. Fresh off a villain attack and tougher than ever, it's the Hero Courses class. Everyone took a collective breath and stepped into the sunlight, allowing themselves to get swept up in the crowd's cheers. Uraraka gasped, wow, there's so many people. That I don't like this. Izuku squeaked, all his prior confidence gone. I wonder where Mom and Eri are. I could probably find them with the Sharingan, but there's so many people, I might just burn it out. Mina commented, wow, they're really hyping us up. Don't know how that's gonna sit with the other classes. Kirishima deadpanned as he remembered the disaster that was the student council meeting. Present Mike continued to call the other 7 classes and had all the students assemble around the stage where 8 interesting figures stood. Please give it up for your referee for the first-year stage, the R-rated hero, Midnight. The titular heroine smirked and brandished her whip with a profound swing of her hips. Representing the first-year students is Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya. Ha! Midoriya, go! Yaoyorozu hissed, pushing him towards the stage. But what? He timidly walked up the steps and approached the mic. Kirishima scratched his head. I guess it's 'cause Midoriya got first on the entrance exam. On the hero course exam. One of the Gen Ed students retorted dryly with a glare. Izuku gulped. Nobody told me I had to speak. There's so many people. Hello. He muttered into the mic, unwittingly causing a static whine to reverberate throughout the arena. Grasping his ears, Aizawa remarked from the announcer's box, you know, I don't think I told Midoriya that he was gonna give a speech. Present Mick's eyes bulged. Seriously? Aizawa nodded, causing the blonde to fall into hysterics. Man, Shota. You're a terrible person. WL.II. This is bad. People are already getting bored. I need to make a good impression and fast. What do I say? Shinso smirked. Looks like he wasn't much after all. Man, this is the best student in class, eh? Guess that really says a lot, huh? Monoma snickered. Blushing from those comments among other overheard whispers, Izuku took a deep breath. Just say what you're thinking and get this over with. Say what you wanted to tell Shinso and Monoma. And Todoroki. I know I probably don't deserve to be up here. The audience collectively fell silent and leaned forward. Most everyone here is probably stronger than me. I'm only even up here because I got lucky in the entrance exam. Yaoyorozu pet her head. He's being really self-deprecating, huh? Ida put a hand to his chin. He must be playing humble, right? But everyone here's trying to do their best, aiming for the top spot. So, I guess what I want to say is that I'm not gonna fall behind. I'm gonna shoot for the win with everything I've got. Izuku bowed and descended from the stage to fairly loud applause and one insanely loud sob. On the steps, he locked eyes with Todoroki. For a second, they just stared at each other before nodding and breaking eye contact. I'd say that means he got the gist of it. Deku, that speech was awesome. Uraraka applauded. Izuku blushed and rubbed his head. Why think so? I'm glad you liked it. Indeed, that was quite galvanizing. Is Ida even trying to sound like a normal teen anymore? Midnight cleared her throat. Now that we're all positively aroused by the student rep, let's get right into the first event. She waved her whip towards a wall, which rapidly deconstructed, revealing a hidden gate. The screen behind her flashed yellow and the first event appeared, the obstacle course. You'll all run 4 kilometers around the stadium perimeter. But watch out for the traps and dangers we set out for you. Now get in position. The students all stood just outside the course entrance and readied themselves to take off. Remember, as long as you stay on the track, anything goes. When the green light goes on, start. Todoroki cracked his neck and extended his right arm, small waves of mist already forming. I'll finish this in one hit. The red light flashed. Bakugo formed a fist and growled at the hybrid quirk user. That BS he challenged the wrong person. The yellow light turned on. Izuku stretched out and took a deep breath. This is perfect for my training. The second the light changes, I'll do it. The light turned green accompanied by a sonorous horn. Instantly, everything went to shit. Gah! Izuku groaned as he was forced between the rushing crowd in the hallway out of the stadium. Can't even focus. It's so narrow, it's basically a bottleneck. However, the ground suddenly became encased with ice, entrapping most of the students. Hey! What the hell? And Todoroki freezes half of the students in one move. Todoroki ran past the trapped students, so the hall's the first filter. Too bad. You're too naive, Todoroki. Yaoyorozu called as she created a pole to propel herself out of his attack's range. Bakugo roared as he blasted over the ice field. You think it'll be that easy, icy hot? One by one, more and more students appeared through the crowd, each escaping Todoroki's trap in their own quirky ways. And each puns. HM. That's more people than I thought. Todoroki remarked as he kept running at full speed. Todoroki! Mineta cried from high in the air. You think you're so hot? Not really. I actually actively try to be cold. Shut up. Take this. Special move. Hirash. Mineta was cut short on account of getting flicked to oblivion by a giant metal finger. Todoroki skid to a halt. Robots? Are these the same robots from the entrance exam? There was a fairly sizable army of the small robots and around 10 of the massive zero-pointers. Those who took the hero course's exam instantly stopped and contemplated running away. Everyone else instantly stopped and contemplated how much shit they gave those who took the hero course's exam. The first obstacle, Robo Inferno. In the stands, it was becoming evidently clear that the real hazard wasn't giant robots but the flood risk coming from the green-haired mother tightly gripping her white-haired daughter. How does that work, genetically? While watching the race on the big screen. No, you can't fight those. Please just run away, baby. She wailed, presumably for her child. Miss Inko. It's okay. Deku and I worked really hard for this. Eri placated, patting the mother's knees. She wiped her face and took a deep breath. "You're right, sweetie. Sorry for getting all hysterical." The onlookers' sweat dropped. "Who's the adult?" From the teacher's box, All Might smiled at the sight of the Midoriyas, enjoying the festival. But his expression hardened when he turned back to the screen. "I suppose it doesn't even matter if you win this round as long as you get to the next one. But I guess it's time to see the fruits of your labors, young Midoriya. How does Yue even pay for this?" Yaoyorozu deadpanned, mentally calculating how to build a mortar. Izuku gulped. "This is bad. I probably can't beat the 0-pointers without breaking my body. I'll just have to go around." He spread his feet apart and clenched his fists at his hips. "One for all, Fu dash." A sudden cold breeze broke his attention. "I almost wish there was something better." Todoroki placed his hand on the ground and swiped up at an encroaching thwomp. "That since my old man's watching." In an instant, many of the robots, including the 0-pointers, were encased in a thick layer of ice. Without even marveling at the insanity of his feat, he took off past the machines. Hey, he just beat them. Let's go." Some poor sod exclaimed. "I wouldn't," Todoroki called as he cleared the obstacle. "I froze them while they were off balance so they'd fall." On cue, a few of the 0-pointers toppled over, dousing the students in dust and frost. "Holy shit! He could have killed us. Wait, someone's buried there. Look. No way. Are people gonna die?" From under one of the collapsed bots, someone emerged with a roar and the shattering of metal. "Seriously, Todoroki? I'm the only one who could have survived that." From under one of the collapsed bots, someone emerged with a roar and the shattering of metal. "Seriously, Class A? I'm the only one who could have survived that." The redhead and silverhead looked at each other before groaning and taking off. "Seriously, man? I already don't stand out as it is. You kidding me? I didn't ask to get freaking Mechagodzilla dropped on my head." Kaminari chuckled. "Man, they're lucky that they can just break through the robots." "Shut up, Pikachu!" Bakugo roared as he rocketed himself up and over the 0-pointers, followed closely by Siro and Tokoyami. "Wow. Class A is overwhelmingly in the lead. Any thoughts, Eraserhead?" Aizawa's dull voice sounded through the speakers. "It's not because the other classes are bad or anything. It's because Class A's gone through a trial by fire and forgotten how to hesitate." Izuku smiled at the sentiment as he jumped at a 1-pointer. "These guys are faster than the Sharingan can keep up with. But with 5%. Carolina smash." Izuku jumped forward and delivered a full-powered cross-chop that pulverized the speedy machine. Now to find an opening. On cue, a sound like a cannon reverberated through the air. Izuku turned to see a cannon. Yaoyorozu turned and fired shot after shot, each time incapacitating a different 0-pointer. She smirked. "Easy." Her shirts open. Ignoring his blush, Izuku took off, only to stop again once he realized that one of the 0-pointers' head was falling forward. "Yaoyorozu! Working on it." She called back, struggling to move the cannon up. "It's not gonna get there in time." Izuku jumped without hesitation and grinned. "Good thing I came prepared." There was a brilliant flash of light, the smell of ozone, and the sound of a falcon's cry. Then the 0-pointer head exploded, revealing one very happy Izuku and a slightly steaming, slightly red hand. "It doesn't hurt too bad. And now's my opening." He focused the power that he used to keep in one place around his body instead. His entire being became outlined in red veins. Then he landed, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Then it was suddenly pushed back with a light shockwave. Izuku was glowing. Literally. His skin crackled with green lightning and his red eyes were rimmed with emerald light. He smirked. "One for all, full cowl." "Yes. Yes." All Might cheered, jumping up and down in his seat. "Ahem." Ectoplasm and Cementos cleared their throats, causing the blushing blonde to sit back down and attempt to regain his composure. Yaoyorozu smirked. I was wondering when you'd pull those out." Izuku grinned at her. "I just needed a moment to breathe. See you at the finish line." He took off at a sprint and reveled in the feeling of his new ability. A 3-pointer and a 2-pointer were in his way. Without a second's hesitation, he casually knocked them aside and kept moving. Soon enough, he came upon the second obstacle. If you thought the last one was easy, then try the fall. Izuku gulped at the task, several rock pillars attached together by tight ropes over a seemingly endless chasm. Ha Deku! Izuku turned to face Uraraka, Mina, and Tsu. Oh hey! You're all here too. Azui pointed at him. Midoriya, you're sparking. Ribbit. He looked down and laughed with realization. Oh, it's just my new technique. Cool, right? I found a way to control my quirk without hurting myself. Oh. So you're like a glow stick now. Mina poked Izuku and yelped when a stray arc caught her finger. Sorry. He turned back to the chasm. I can see Todoroki and Kakin around the halfway point. How can we catch up to them? Tsuyu answered, it's just a tightrope. She jumped forward and began crawling across the rope like a frog. Heh. This is my chance. The 3 Class A students turned to see a girl with pink hair wearing goggles, special boots, and several other apparatuses. Take a good look, all you support companies. Especially the big ones. That I'm guessing she's in the support course. Mina protested. Hey, why do you get to have all those tools? No fair. The mysterious girl chuckled mischievously. Heh. For us support course students, we're allowed to use whatever gear we make ourselves to even the odds with you hero kids. She tapped a button on her belt, releasing what looked like a graping hook from the device around her torso. This is the best way for us in the support course to show off. She giggled as the hook secured itself into a pillar and pulled her towards it with great force. She then activated her boots, which propelled her up using fans. With these 2 tools, she essentially rocketed over the majority of the obstacle in one shot. Look at my babies. Mina groaned. Talk about misplaced equality. Izuku's sweat dropped. Mina, I don't think that's ever been a thing that he jumped from rope to rope, relying on the tension to keep him from slipping. I wish I could figure out something else, but it takes so much just to keep full cowl going, I can barely process the info from the Sharingan. Just stay at 5%. Stay at 5%. Stay at dash. Izuku felt his foot slip off a rope. Huh? He started to tip over. He fell down. Damn it. Then he stopped. Please be more careful in the future. A soft voice called from above. He suddenly realized that green vines were wrapped around his torso, and they were pulling him up. Once on level ground, he turned to his savior. Thanks so Mu, it's you. You're Shiozaki, right? Class B's treasurer. She nodded with a smile, thorny vines retracting back to her head. Nice to see you again, Midoriya, and you're welcome, but we really should keep going. Oh, right. He continued his trek across the ropes, more carefully this time, but berated himself. Damn it. Again, I'm only in the running because of dumb luck. Now I need to win that, otherwise how do I know I even deserve this? In the front lines, Todoroki just finished sliding across the last rope when he felt a wave of heat behind him. He ducked instinctively, just in time to avoid Bakuga's blast. He caught up? Must have been a slow starter. Damn it, icy hot. You declared war on the wrong person. Bakuga roared as he fired an explosion backwards, both pushing him forward and halting the former leader's momentum. The crowd was whipped into a frenzy at the sight of Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, dominating much of the race. Man, that kid isn't just a powerful quirk. Look at his athleticism and perception. He'd give a pro a run for the money. In the background of the stands, a certain hero grinned, the flames on his beard practically dancing as he overheard the praise. That's the way. And just like that, Blue from Class A steals the lead. But will he keep it? The same man, Endeavor, clenched his fist and his eyes hardened dangerously. Shoto. And just like that, they're at the final obstacle, the Afghan carpet. The mines aren't really harmful, but they don't tickle either. Aizawa added. Izuku shook himself free of his nerves at the sight of so many mines and focused on his goal. They're already halfway across that I almost wish I had a panel like in the entrance exam. Would have just blown myself up for a boost. Izuku smiled at his joke but went to work. With just the Sharingan, I still wouldn't have the speed or agility to avoid the mines. But with full cowl and all that training with Ishido, after intensely training with and observing the Pinkette and combining his two quirks, jumping around the mines was practically effortless. I can still catch up. I can still catch up. I have to catch up. Kaken. Bakuga temporarily stopped assaulting Todoroki to look at the sound source, while the latter also turned away. Deku? His gaze hardened at the electricity-shrouded teen. Another power-up. God damn it. I'm not gonna lose to you. Either of you. With their attention on him, Izuku remembered what he felt against the Nomu. I want them to stop. Stop. Deactivating full cowl to focus, Izuku called, Sharingan. His eye immediately itched and he saw the red and black pattern reflected in his opponent's eyes. Todoroki and Bakugo instantly seized up, albeit only for a moment. It worked. Sorry, but I can't let anyone down. Izuku overtook them and felt a sudden lightness in his chest. And Midoriya takes the lead. Bakugo and Todoroki are so stunned they can't even move. Deku. What happened? Bakugo started to stir. Never mind. Todoroki snapped out of it as well. Was that his quirk? They quickly realized they were behind and took off with less than kind intent. Damn it. It didn't work nearly as well as it did against Nomu. Izuku reactivated full cowl just in time for the three of them to exit the minefield and madly dash for the home stretch at the same time. Damn it, Stu. Bakugo fired explosions to his side, trying to push back the greenette in the middle, who was also busy dodging icy blows from the hybrid quirk wielder. Wait for it. The three of them entered the tunnel back to the stadium. Izuku, recalling his lessons against Ojiro, slapped Todoroki's chin up and immediately pushed his collarbone, both with his right hand. Todoroki bumped into the wall and fell behind, temporarily stunned. He then waited for Bakugo's next explosion, which he not only dodged, but managed to catch the latter in a wristlock. Using his momentum from continuously running and his enhanced strength, Izuku jumped into the trapped Bakugo, knocking the wind out of him against the wall while the former simply ricocheted back into the middle of the path, just in time to exit the hall and re-enter the stadium. And the first one back is Izuku Midoriya. Cheers erupted from the audience and confetti descended on the panting teen. He was remotely aware of Todoroki charging in, followed closely by Bakugo, but he was too busy wiping the tears from his eyes. I did it. I did it. He looked up at the teacher's box and grinned at his smiling mentor. Izuku. He turned and saw his mother wailing so hard from the stands, she created a small geyser. In her lap, Eri was actually beaming at him. He chuckled and waved at his family. Don't cry. Don't cry. Screw it. Izuku just let the triumphant tears fall as he watched the rest of the students enter the stadium again. Bakugo looked at the weeping wimp and rubbed his right arm, the one that got caught in a grab. That's twice now that little that won't happen again. Hear me, Deku? Todoroki rubbed his head. Whatever he hit me with. It completely threw me off. But all I remember is red. Deku, that was awesome. Uraraka panted once she finished. You were jumping and stuff. Man, are you sure your costume isn't a rabbit? He chuckled with a slight blush. Why is she always so close? It wasn't much. Ida sulked. I can't believe I got 6th in a race of all things. That's so uncool of me. Uraraka patted his back. Well, it could be worse. She pointed to Yaoyorozu, who looked oddly tired for someone who placed first in Aizawa's fitness test. Then she turned to the side and everything made sense again. You need some help getting off, Mineta? Izuku asked tentatively. No thank you. I've gotten off plenty of times. Haha. Mineta cackled, in some sort of supreme nirvana. Yaoyorozu groaned. Seriously, Midoriya, use that hand move and just blow him away. Izuku raised his hands nervously. That might kill him, Yaoyorozu. Yes. Blow me. Maybe just a little bit. After finally removing Mineta from Yaoyorozu's shirt and promising her both therapy and a restraining order, the second event began. Cavalry battle. Midnight announced from atop the stage. Forming teams of 2 to 4, Participants get into horse and rider formation and try to steal the headbands of their opponents. Based on how you did in the last event, you were all assigned points increasing in increments of 5 with last place starting with just 5 points. A devious smile overtook her features as the screen behind her showed the point chart, but first place is worth 10 million points. Izuku suddenly felt 41 hungry pairs of eyes on him. I thought I've made a terrible mistake. Midnight snickered at the panicked look on the frontrunner's face. This round is all about comebacks. It's anyone's game. Each team will receive a headband displaying that team's total point value. Your job is to get as many headbands as you can to stay in the lead. Even if you lose your headband or fall, you're still in the game. The only way to get disqualified is intentionally knocking the rider off of another team. Bakugo swore under his breath, "He pussies." You can use your quirks for anything else though. You have 15 minutes to choose teams. 3 things happened almost instantly. 1. Todoroki immediately picked out 3 of his classmates and pulled them aside. You 3 form the ideal team of horses. Together, we'd have a counter for Bakugo's explosions and Midoriya's reflexes as well as the defense needed to keep our own points. I see. So you'd use your ice and fire to keep others at bay as the rider, then? Todoroki's gaze steeled. Oh. I never use my left. He looked to the stands where his beloved father stood, shining brightly like a pompous a-hole. 2. Bakugo got swarmed by prospective teammates hoping to use his quirk and point value to secure their place in the next round. Bakugo, pick me. Mina jumped. Nah, you want my strength, right? Sato flexed. How about a sparkle? Aoyama weakly grunted, his stomach still in agony from the race. Who are you? Before the other 3 could scream at the ignorant blonde, Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder. Yo, Baku bro, let's go. Bakugo turned to him and scoffed, weird hair. My hair's not even that different than yours. Pick your battles, Kirishima. Look, you want to be the rider, right? Who else but me could be the front horse and tank your shots? Bakugo was about to turn away, his interest waning, when the redhead said, You're after the 10 million, right? The explosive teen swiveled. You have my attention. With me, it's practically guaranteed. Bakugo grinned, a surefire sign of inevitable genocide. All right, Kirishima's front horse. Now for the rest of the extras. 3. Izuku was left completely alone. Nobody wants to keep the points for the entire game. Stupid 10 million. At least for me, points don't matter. I guess I should get people I get along with. Hey, Ojiro? He meekly approached the martial artist, only for the latter to not so discreetly scoot away. Hey, Kirishima? I called dibs on weird hair. You just said my name right though. Kirishima groaned while Izuku tried, and failed, to recruit Ishido or Sato. Kaminari Ida and Yaoyorozu are all over there. Maybe they don't have a team. Hey you guys. Do any of you want to team up? Please say yes. Please say yes. Please say yes. Yeah. Kaminari thumbs upped. But Todoroki already. Sorry bro. Kaminari clapped the shattered Izuku's shoulder with an apologetic smile. Yaoyorozu smiled too. Sorry Midoriya. Ida rubbed his head. Midoriya, you're an exceptional friend and a great hero. But seeing you succeed has reminded me that I need to strive for the top as well. He stared at Izuku with newfound grit. I've lost to you 3 times. No more. Todoroki isn't the only one who sees you as a rival. They walked off, leaving Izuku stunned silent. I mean that I'm glad he sees me as a rival, but who sees me as a friend right now? Deku. His neck creaked with panic as he turned to Uraraka. Let's team up. Uraraka. Izuku cried a literal river. Are you sure? Everyone's trying to come after me and my stupid points. She smiled. That's fine. It's better to team up with people you're friends with, right? Oh no, it's coming. Heart clench. Your face is all ugly. He wiped his eyes. Sorry. I'm just really glad. Too bad it didn't last. Person in first, team up with me. Izuku turned to the speaker. Eicha? You're that girl from before. In the support course. Why does she want to team up with me? She chuckled. I'm May Hatsum. I don't know you, but if you're in first, then everyone's gonna be watching you, right? That means if I'm with you, I'll be in the spotlight. That means all the big shot companies will have to look at my super cute babies. Babies? Uraraka questioned while Izuku went fetal at Hatsum's close proximity. But I'm also useful to you. Hatsum pulled out a wide swath of tools from God knows where. That she doesn't even notice me, huh? By the way, my quirk's called Zoom. It lets me see up to 5 kilometers away. W.O. My quirk lets me magnify things, but yours is telescopic in nature. That's so cool. That they're friends already. A deep yet dull voice cut through the air. Yo, pink girl. May turned with her trademark mysterious grin. Yes? Her smile instantly faded. Shinso smirked. Team up with me. Without a word, Hatsum followed him to where Ojiro and one of the Class B kids were standing. What the hell? Izuku freaked. Why did she just leave us like that? Uraraka shrugged, secretly glad to be rid of Hatsum. Who knows? But what should we do now? Right on time, Izuku felt a tugging at his shirt. Midoriya, do you want to sparkle? Aoyama? Do you need to team up? We. The blonde seemed less than enthused about his lack of options. Well, at least he and I are friends, but his quirk complicates things. But maybe we can fix that. Izuku spotted one person hanging around alone and grinned. Perfect. Hey, team up with us. Time's up. Pick up your headbands and get into formation. 15 minutes on the clock. 10,320 points between the four of us. If we play this right, if we can defend the entire game, we win. Uraraka, make us float, right? She nodded from the right. Yes. Aoyama, use your naval laser to protect our front. Oui, monsieur. Tokoyami, you and Dark Shadow cover our blind spots. The Birdman and his shadowy avatar nodded. Understood. Izuku tied the band around his forehead. Then I'll guard the points and keep track of everyone else. It's not ideal, but this is pretty damn good. Start. Izuku wasn't stupid. He knew that being in first place in the obstacle course and the bearer of 10 million points made him everyone's target. He knew that performing towards the top of the class consistently, no matter how many times it was due to coincidence luck, made him Ida's target. He knew that being All Might's somewhat secret pupil made him Todoroki's target. He knew that being born had somehow made him Bakugo's target. But holy hell, did he not expect the stampede headed his way? Get the 10 million. The battle cry of 38 people washed over Team Midoriya as they apprehensively watched every other team charge them from all directions. Luckily, the number of attackers didn't mean much in the way of the strategy. Tokoyami, let's go up. On it. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami called his sentient quirk, which promptly pushed the entire team up at great speed, thanks mostly to their lack of weight. Izuku grinned as the group sailed over the awestruck crowd of first years. Wow. Uraraka, you're the best for making us float. Her permablush deepened. It's nothing, you know? From the ground, a topless Hagakure groaned. Man, no fair that they can fly. Jiro, get them. Sporting a furious blush at her rider's state of dress, the bobcut rocker complied. It's not like you're hiding the headband or anything by being naked. She launched her jacks at the floating Team Midoriya. Dark Shadow chirped, incoming. Moving quickly, he knocked the jacks back and resumed circling around the slowly descending team. Midoriya grinned. With Uraraka making everyone but her weightless, Tokoyami and Dark Shadow keeping up our sides and rear, and Aoyama giving us offense and defense in the front, we have a fairly solid formation. Tisk, damn it. Jiro cursed as she retracted her jacks. Hagakure reassured, don't worry. We'll get them next time. Hagakure, where's the headband? Sato tentatively asked, dread filling his mind. From behind, Monoma chuckled as he twirled a headband around his finger. These Class A kids really need to get better at multitasking. And just 2 minutes from the start, the field is complete chaos. Present Mike shouted, fists shaking in excitement. Landing with a soft thud, Team Midoriya quickly made haste away from the chaotic crowd of students. Hopefully everyone else will distract each other for a little while longer. Then we can... An object sailed right past Izuku's face, disrupting his concentration. What the he dash? Shoji was charging the team, his arms wrapped around his back like a protective barrier. From a small opening, Midoriya could barely make out two figures. WHOIS that even allowed? Midoriya. The frighteningly decent signing voice of UA's resident grapist filled the air. I'm coming for you. A torrent of purple balls sailed towards Team Midoriya. Acting quickly, Dark Shadow smacked them aside as fast as he could, using his non-corporeal form to avoid the adhesive effects. However, a famously long tongue darted out, nearly seizing the headband off of Midoriya's head if not for a well-timed Sharingan. Izuku ducked under the tongue and grabbed it. Oh, this is disgusting. Sorry, Azuid. He pulled on the tongue, earning a yelp from behind Shoji's barricade. No ku Midoriya, Ibi. How'd guess she's gonna have a bit of a lisp for a while. Sweat dropping while wiping his hands on his pants, Midoriya ordered, Aoyama, can you fire at the ground a bunch? If we make lots of potholes around us, it'll make it difficult for everyone to get close. Even if you share the rider's weight, the carrying formation's hardly comfortable, especially on rough ground where weight distribution is everything. It's not much, but it'll at least buy us some time against everyone else. The pseudo-Frenchman twinkled. Oui. I'll try not to outshine you three. Aoyama fired several short bursts of his naval laser at the ground, Uraraka helpfully pivoting for him as the group's center of mass. After only a few moments, the ground was littered with potholes and foot gaps for a 30-foot radius all around the team. Tokoyami mused. I see the point of this strategy, but how effective would it be against someone with greater dash? Du. Bakugo roared as he blasted over the obstacle and straight for Izuku's head. Mobility. Tokoyami's sweat dropped as Dark Shadow rocketed forth like a shield, just in time to block one of Bakugo's explosions, albeit with a shriek. Tisk, damn it, Bakugo. What did I say about blasting off like that? Siro commented irritated as he used his tape to pull the ashy blonde back onto his, Mina, and Kirishima's interlocked arms. The redhead huffed. Man, at least give us a heads up when you pull that kind of stuff. Midoriya sighed with relief. Man, that was too close. That's the downside of this strategy. We can keep everyone at bay and stop them from sneaking up on us, but that means that we have to stay in this one spot. Man, I really wish we had more in the way of mobility. Uraraka nodded. Plus, I think that explosion scared Dark Shadow. She nudged her head towards the cowering spirit, currently muttering scripture in Sanskrit to ward off evil. Sorry, but Dark Shadow doesn't do well against bright lights, remember? That's why you asked us to keep away from Aoyama and his quirk as well. Tokoyami reminded with a grave tone. I remember. Izuku reassured, wiping some sweat from his brow. Looks like most of the other groups are staying away from us now that we have the field trap set up. It's almost halfway through at this point that we can do this. And that's 7 minutes. Let's look at the standings. Team Midoriya, 10,320. Team Minoma, 1,355. Team Tetsu, 1,015. Team Todoroki. Where did Team Minoma come from? Bakugo clenched his fists in rage as the Class B blonde boy quickly seized his headband. Really, Class? It's almost too easy. Minoma waved condescendingly to the stunned Team Bakugo as he turned to face Team Midoriya. I know I said we should keep a low profile, but, Suburaba, create some platforms, will ya? Let's get the 10 million. Kaibara looked up in surprise. You sure, Minoma? It was your idea for Class B to stick to the sideline, I mean. The blonde shrugged. I mean, why should Class A hog the spotlight when they're leaving themselves all open like that? With little reason to disagree, Team Minoma charged forward, Suburaba creating a path over the potholes with a few quick puffs of solid air. Bakugo, meanwhile, was seething in rage. First, they take my headband, but then they go after my kill? Kirishima, let's kill him. Midoriya on our left. Tokoyami called in a panic. The greenette blanched at the sight of his newly crowned, least favorite blonde, and his posse. I can't see what they're walking on, even with the Sharingan. But right before they take a step, That guy in front with the brown hair exhales in at the ground. I'd say he has some sort of propulsion quirk, but considering that their feet looks like it lands on something, I'd guess that his quirk can create platforms out of thin air. That means that wherever he can aim his breath, he can defend. But it also means that he's limited based on how fast he can exhale. Midoriya waited for the front horse to exhale and ordered, "Aoyama, fire straight ahead." Aoyama quickly launched a beam right as Tsuburaba created another platform over the potholes. For a moment, it looked like Team Monoma would have to avoid the attack and lose their momentum. Unfortunately, the naval laser collided with something in the middle of the air and dissipated. Izuku started sweating. I timed Aoyama's attack perfectly. I even used the Sharingan for it. There's no way he could have created an air shield while he was focused on the ground. Yeesh, Tsuburaba. Looks like Midoriya's got some good timing. Monoma whistled as he cracked his neck. The brunette sighed in relief. Good looking out, Monoma. Monoma did that? What's his quirk? Uraraka asked. Deku, did you see what he did? Izuku nodded. It was kinda fuzzy, but I think I saw him dash. Oi, fuckface. Bakugo roared as his team jumped over the stage traps. Deku's mine. And so's that headband. Monoma sighed as the other blonde approached with an explosion at the ready. Man, Class A's just so predictable. At the last second, he deflected the blow and almost immediately countered with an explosion. Oh, that feels fun. That's a nice quirk, Bakugo. Monoma rubbed his hands with a cocky grin. What? He has the same quirk as you, Bakugo? Mina exclaimed as her team pulled back after that last attack. Uraraka pet her head. But how does that make sense? Izuku clenched his fists. That guide at the way he blocked Aoyama, how he countered Kaken. Be sturdy. Bakugo roared as he fired another explosion straight ahead. This time, however, it collided with something in the air and made a distinct shattering sound. Again with the solid air. He's a copycat. Bakugo growled, angry realization dawning on him. A quirk that lets you copy other quirks. Sounds problematic. Midoriya, I think we should retreat. Tokoyami advised, also eyeing another team that seemed dangerously focused on his own. Izuku nodded, sounds good. Uraraka, can you keep up your quirk? She flashed a grin, yes sir. Then let's get out of here. The team barely made it out of their own trap, courtesy of Dark Shadow, before they came face to face with another enemy. Todoroki's heterochromic eyes narrowed, going somewhere, Midoriya? Bakugo growled as one of the Class B students launched some kind of cement-like substance at Kirishima's legs, trapping the entire team. Oh hey Bondo. How's it going? Monoma waved to the man with a sand castle for a head. Monoma, with all those headbands, you'll move on for sure. Let some of us have a go. The blonde shrugged, sure, why not? Though you're not gonna get anything from this one. He jerked a thumb towards Team Bakugo. I already cleaned them out. Mina exclaimed, okay, I melted through it. Kirishima rolled his leg appreciatively. Thanks, Mina. Bakugo, what's the move? Bakugo cracked his knuckles. I ain't gonna lose to this jackass. I still gotta kill Deku and that half-and-half BSRD. Raccoon eyes, lay down some slime in front of us. Why don't ya? And weird face, use that tape to pull us towards those Class B BSRDs. The Pinkette growled as she started spraying some mild acid. My name's Mina Ishido. And mine's Hantasiro. Whatever. Monoma looked towards Team Bakugo, currently sliding straight for him. Oh, looks like the celebrity's coming for blood. Funny though, I thought after last year, you'd be sick of slime. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. Bakugo growled. Kirishima, heads smashed through whatever walls they put up. The redhead grinned toothily, got it. He hardened his upper body in preparation for a collision. I'm gonna leave this to you, Monoma. Bondo said nervously as he backed away from the murderous Team Bakugo. Monoma exhaled, man, I really didn't want to put up with you for this long, but... He fired several explosions in his opponent's path. That I won't deny how much fun this is. However, Team Bakugo pulled through the smoke, much to his surprise. You call that an explosion? You're like the rest of your class, just a shittier version of the real thing. Tisk, Tsuburaba. Monoma ordered as he and his classmate created 2 layers of solid air as defense, only for Kirishima to barrel straight through. Tape face on my mark. Bakugo ordered as he swung at Monoma with an explosive haymaker. At the last second, Monoma managed to graze Kirishima and instantly hardened, defending against the attack. Whoops. Sorry to waste your dash. Die. Bakugo roared as he brought both hands down over Monoma's head. But once again, the copycat hardened and blocked the attack with both arms. Seriously, you just never dash. Now let's kill the... Bakugo ordered as he unstuck the headbands from Siro's tape while his horses charged for the current winner. Da what? Tsuburaba deadpanned. Monoma's jaw dropped. While I was focused on Bakugo while my hands were up, that he had that one guy use his tape to grab the headbands from my neck. The Class B was silent for a while until Kuwaro commented, F. U. Monoma. Eri pet her head when she saw Team Monoma's name get replaced by Team Bakugo on the scoreboard. That one at Monoma. Inko looked at her daughter. Oh, you met him already? The younger girl nodded. He had a weird voice and I don't think he liked Deku very much. Oh. Inko commented in surprise. Why not? Eri shrugged. I don't know. But Banai called him Dare and Arian. Something. Inko paled as she felt a few onlookers stare at her and her daughter. Sweetie, let's not say that word in public, okay? This is bad. We're completely trapped now. Izuku wiped the sweat from his brow as Todoroki finished constructing a wall out of ice, effectively sealing the 2 teams in a small area by the field boundary. Todoroki exhaled mist and rubbed his right arm. Ida, get us in as fast as you can. Kaminari, keep Tokoyami at bay. Yaoyorozu, you distract Midoriya while I get the 10 million. I doubt this'll work on the first try, but... Without hesitation, the 3 horses complied, Ida providing some much-needed speed through his engines while Yaoyorozu and Kaminari relied on skates to minimize impeding the former's movements. Tisk, they're not waiting around. Aoyama. Izuku commanded. Art of Stuckton. Aoyama grunted as a powerful beam shot through the air and collided right in front of Ida, forcing the speedster to skid to a halt and move to the side. Ida grit his teeth. Sorry, everyone. His naval laser's speed caught me off guard. Doesn't matter. Just keep trying. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. As I thought. I can't defend against Aoyama without my ice, but that would get in Ida's way. The best thing to do is keep up the assault until he reaches his limit. Midoriya's Tomo were spinning like a power drill. Everyone, try to stay on Todoroki's left side. I can't find any noticeable weak points on any of them. And the ice wall's so tall that even if we could push over with Dark Shadow's help, Kaminari would have plenty of time to zap us and take him out. We just have to defend with whatever limited mobility we have. Got it, Deku. Uraraka nodded, slightly panting. Echa? Uraraka, are you okay? Deku asked, noticing his teammates' labored breathing. She smiled, but it was clearly forced. Doing great. Little winded us all. Liar. She and Aoyama's belt are the only things weighing us down, so she's basically in charge of weighing us down and stopping us all from floating away. Of course this'd be difficult for her. And keeping her quirk active continuously must also be really hard. Uraraka, if you need to turn your quirk off, go ahead. We only have 3 minutes left anyways. She shook her head and flashed a determined grin. Sorry, Deku, but you and Ida, everyone's giving it their all. Like you said, I'm not gonna fall behind. I'm gonna shoot for the win with everything I've got. Damn it, that sounded way cooler coming from her. Gotcha. Izuku smiled back before turning his attention back to his opponents, whose attempted assaults kept getting thwarted by an increasingly weary Aoyama. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. They're keeping to my left. Midoriya knows I'm not using it, and since I can't fire my ice straight without hitting Ida in front, I'm sorely limited. Todoroki, you're trying to wear Aoyama down, yes? Yaoyorozu asked as Ida steadied himself after yet another failed attack. The dual quirk user pet an eyebrow. She catches on quick. We don't have time for attrition. We need to do something fast. How fast can you trap them in ice? Yaoyorozu held up an arm as it began to glow. Todoroki shook his head. Doesn't matter. They're keeping to my left side so I can't dash. I'm aware. Use this. Izuku's eyes narrowed from afar. What are they saying that I can't hear them, but I still knowed how? She held out the object she created, a metal rod, just like how we trapped the other teams earlier. Channel your ice through the rod instead. The stoic teen grasped the metal pole and nearly smiled. Not bad at all. He turned towards his opponents and glared. Midoriya. Time to finish this. Let's go. Izuku's eyes widened. The Sharingan. I can read lips. And they're gonna use that stick to avoid hitting Ida. Aoyama, Tokoyami, I need you to destroy that rod in Todoroki's hand. They're gonna use it to trap us in ice. Tokoyami looked at Izuku quizzically. Huh? How do you know? Trust me. The other two didn't seem too sure, but they complied with the request. Aoyama's beam missed its mark, but threw Team Todoroki's rhythm off, allowing Dark Shadow to swoop in and go for the rod. Unfortunately, Kaminari was still on Tokoyami duty and held out a sparking hand to repel the shadowy being. Izuku cursed, damn it. But Todoroki jammed the rod into the ground and instantly froze much of the ground in front of them, sparing Ida while still enveloping Midoriya's left side in ice. As long as he's stuck, they can't go anywhere. While Team Midoriya was startled by their sudden entrapment, Ida flexed his legs as hard as he could, recognizing the opportunity before him. Recipro burst. The flames from engine turned bright blue and, in a flash, Team Todoroki rocketed past Midoriya's, allowing Todoroki to quickly seize the headband. And just like that, Team Todoroki takes first place. What a development! Present Mike cheered, his heart racing from sheer excitement. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. It looked like Ida suddenly shifted to a higher gear at the last second to take advantage of Team Midoriya's momentary surprise. That was at a different level than anything I've seen, though. Does he have something greater than third gear? Meanwhile, All Might gripped his chair tightly as he saw Team Midoriya shift to 6th place with 0 points. Young Midoriya. Below the teacher's box, Inko was reflooding the stands with her wails while Eri shifted uncomfortably, her heart sinking at her adoptive brother's shocked expression displayed on the stadium jumbotron. That I didn't even see that coming. Izuku shook as he turned to Team Todoroki with a ghastly look. There've been a few times when the Sharingan couldn't keep up with someone, but Tai-T was like I didn't even see Ida move at all. Todoroki let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and slowly tied the 10 million around his neck, carefully shuffling all his headbands and flipping them around just in case. Ida, what was that at the end? Ida panted. Sorry for the surprise, but when I saw them trapped, I thought it best to take advantage of the situation. I used my special move to increase my speed to its limit. I'm just glad you were able to grab the headband in that split second. Todoroki looked down and noticed Ida's smoking exhaust pipes and the slight redness to the metal. Your quirk, is it good to go? Unfortunately, I'll be down for a few minutes or so. It might go faster if you cool my engines down though. TSK. There's less than a minute left. No point in doing that. Might as well just play defense now. It's just Midoriya, anyways. Izuku looked at his arm trapped in ice, then to his exhausted team. Aoyama's about to collapse. Uraraka's gonna throw up at any second. Dark Shadow's crying about Buddhism. And there's only 45 seconds left. This is it. He hung his head and tried to hold back the tears that stung his eyes. Come on everyone. Let's get our points back. Uraraka shouted. Uraraka. Izuku whispered. Oh, what, I can't stop twinkling now, not after coming so far. I should keep that phrase in mind. Despite my preferences, it'd be a shame for us to give into darkness while we're so close. Izuku tightened his right fist and exhaled deeply. You guys, let's get our headband back. With a grunt and growl, Izuku concentrated one for all into his trapped left arm and jerked it. Todoroki could only watch as the ice seemed to glow like an emerald before it completely shattered, leaving only powdery snow and a slightly raw-looking arm smoking in its wake. Midoriya. How did he do that? Yaoyorozu and Kaminari, keep them back however you can. Everyone, let's go. Izuku pounded his fists together and activated full cowl. Team Midoriya ran at full speed towards the handicapped Team Todoroki, their eyes practically blazing with determination, or stars, if your name is Yuga Oyama. Those guys, they're so determined that they can't possibly win, but they're still gunning for it. Todoroki instinctively leaned back and hovered his hand over his headbands defensively. Yaoyorozu prepared another staff and held it at the ready. I'll take out their footing and throw them off. Uraraka and Aoyama are exhausted, so it shouldn't be too hard. Kaminari, keep Tokoyami away. Yay! Kaminari rubbed the snot from his nose, his eyes twitching from Quirk overuse. However, Izuku's eyes weren't spinning pointlessly. They're gonna take out the horses. So I'll just take them out of the equation. Even if Todoroki shuffled the headbands, the Sharingan can keep track of which is which. Let go of me. Without hesitation, the horses released their grip on Izuku, allowing him to jump off of their arms like a springboard, right for Todoroki. I'm still under Uraraka's quirk, so I don't even need to worry about falling. Tokoyami hissed. Did he have to jump at full strength? Aoyama groaned. Now Mon arms hurt with Mon's stomach. Go Deku! Uraraka cheered, leading the remaining team to a safe spot away from the opposing team. Todoroki's eyes widened as the green net rocketed towards him. No way! Yaoyorozu! On it! She created a large paddle from her arm, only to get it knocked away by Dark Shadow's claws. I told you, Todoroki! I'm gonna reach for the top spot with everything I've got. Izuku shot past Todoroki's left side and wrapped his hand around all three headbands on his neck. However, in that split second, flames enveloped the dual quirk user's left shoulder and arm. Yelping, Izuku released all three in surprise and crashed into the ice wall Todoroki made earlier. No! Izuku cried as Ida ran away as fast as he could without his quirk. Todoroki could only stare at the flames on his body in shock, numb even to Yaoyorozu and Ida's words or Kaminari holding up the 10 million points he retrieved with a T. My left side. My promised that he extinguished the fire and stared at Midoriya with venom. Midoriya. Dark Shadow pulled the floating Izuku off of the wall and carried him to Team Todoroki at full speed. Let's go again, but peacefully. Izuku nodded, remembering his own team's expressions of determination. Yeah. We won't stop until it's over. He felt a burning pain in his eyes. Is this my time limit? Doesn't matter, I have to push through. At that moment, the ice wall exploded. Deku. Half and half. Bakugo rocketed forward, hands extended menacingly. Todoroki! Izuku roared as his body crackled with the lightning of full cowl. Time! The stadium fell silent, save for Bakugo's rather loud thud. Then it erupted into cheers, and that's the end of the cavalry battle. Let's announce the results. Izuku felt numb as Dark Shadow lowered him to the ground. Ida failed. I didn't get a single point in the end. In first place. Team Todoroki. Todoroki sighed and removed his headbands, seemingly dissatisfied with the result. First place. Does that even mean anything at this point? If I didn't use my left, Midoriya would have won. Then in second, we have Team Shinso. The purple-haired Class C student smiled darkly while his teammates scratched their heads over the events of the last 15 minutes or so. Meanwhile, Team Tetsu was too busy drowning in sorrow, despite Kendo's best efforts. Hey, come on guys. Chin up. Shiozaki groaned. Is this karmic retribution for taking the short boy's points? She recalled how she used a vine to slyly remove Mineta's headband. In third place. Team Bakugo. Kirishima could only chuckle. I don't know if Mr. Indisputable First Place is necessarily happy about that. Damn it! Bakugo roared as he pounded the ground into dust. Then in fourth. Team Midoriya. With 0 points. Which is also the score of all the remaining teams. We have a problem. Alright, I'm calling lunch while midnight and I try to fix this mess. Izuku felt like crying, but his teammates clapped his back. He stared at them with teary eyes. Why you guys? I'm really sorry. I thought I could grab them, but I messed up. Tokoyami sighed. I won't lie, I'm disappointed in the result, but we gave it our all. Though if Todoroki hadn't flared up at the last second, Dark Shadow would have successfully grabbed at least one of the headbands. Yeah, we gave it our all and that's what matters. Uraraka cheered, though the slight shaking in her fists belied her frustration. Even as they walked off the field, she felt her heart sink with each step. Uraraka, would you like to eat together? Ida waved to her. Also, well done on an exciting match. Oh thanks. But man, I can't believe you could go that fast, Ida. I don't know what happened, you were so quick. Uraraka yelled, rapidly waving her hands in her friend's direction. Adjusting his glasses, Ida replied, well, I was saving it to use against Midoriya or Todoroki, so I figured the time was then. Maybe you'll see it again in the next round. Speaking of Midoriya, where'd Deku go? In a nearby hallway marked, staff only, Todoroki stood opposite to Izuku. Shaking, the green net nervously broke the ice. So that you wanted to talk? We're gonna miss Dash. You overwhelmed me today. Lunch. Todoroki looked at his left hand and clenched it, so much so that I broke my promise. Using his left side would basically double his strength. I definitely wouldn't have stood a chance last round if he did. So why doesn't he? When you sailed past me and grabbed those points, I felt that same pressure I did when I saw you at USJ. And the only other time I felt anything like that was around All Might. Oh crap, he knows? Todoroki looked at Izuku and narrowed his eyes. Midoriya, I don't know why you're keeping this a secret, but… Oh god no. You're All Might's Dash. Here it comes. Love child, right? It'd explain why your quirks are the same. Save for the weird eyes. Do you think that I'm All Might's illegitimate son? Any momentary glee at the idea was quickly replaced with panic. No. Of course he's not my dad. Todoroki turned his head and raised an eyebrow. You sure? Then why's he so interested in you? It's just 'cause we have similar quirks. Like Azui said on the bus a while ago. I mean, I know this is probably what I'd say if I actually was his illegitimate child Butrialino Tandachust because House Handai bo Thava Strength Quirk Sando my got this isn't convinced single dash. Whatever. Todoroki shook his head disbelievingly, but decided to change the subject, probably just to stop Midoriya from passing out. You know, endeavors my dad. There was a particular bite to that last word. Izuku nodded, already familiar with this fact. The number 2 hero, since you're connected to the number 1 hero, that's all the more incentive to demolish you. Endeavor sneezed as he walked down the stairs. Rubbing his nose, he flashed back to the last 2 events of the festival and felt his blood boil for a reason besides his flames. Shoto, that this stunt of yours has gone on long enough. He took a deep breath. Calm down and getting fired up right now won't do anyone any good. Yo, Endeavor. That suffering is all I get in this world. All Might. The number 2 hero turned to the number 1 hero, standing atop the stairs the former just descended. How symbolic. It's been a long time. How about we get some tea and catch up? You could join us all in the teacher's box. How's that sound? Endeavor snorted. Seriously? As if I'd take time from my life to spend it with you and those washed-up cosplayers. He turned back to the rest of the stairs, only to be met with a large man in a blue suit accompanied by a whooshing sound. Now why so serious? You know who said that quote, right? Pisage. No reason to be so cold. I hate everything about this man. I actually wanted to talk about young Todoroki. He was quite impressive for only using his right side. He's clearly well trained. Endeavor was silent, but his eyes narrowed suspiciously. I actually wanted some tips on how to best train the next generation, and since you've clearly done such a good job with your son, I dash. Save it. I'm not here to help you. I'm just here to watch him surpass you. All Might didn't say anything, but he felt a bead of sweat run down his neck at the evident hostility on Endeavor's face. Sure, he's being a brat right now, but he'll come around. And then he'll become the next number 1 hero. That's why he was born, after all. Demolish. Izuku paled at the phrasing. Todoroki continued unimpeded. My dad's a BS dirty in every sense of the word. Once he realized he couldn't beat the symbol of peace, he decided he'd just have to make a hero that could. Why are you telling me this? He sighed and looked down, his expression tightening like the words themselves were painful. You know what a quirk marriage is? Izuku hesitantly nodded, recalling the term from a history class. Why yeah. My father found the perfect quirk to match his and started a family with that woman. My mother. My siblings and I are all the result of my dad trying to get that perfect balance between their quirks, just so we could fulfill his ambitions. I hate being a tool for him. Todoroki clenched his fists tightly, but took a second to calm down. You know that I can't remember a time when my mom wasn't crying. Izuku sharply inhaled. After a while, I don't think she could distinguish between my left side and my dad. I guess it makes sense why she'd throw boiling water onto my face. Holy shit. So that's why I can't use my left side. His quirk. I have to reach the top using just my right side. Then, I'll have denied him everything. Izuku was silent for a while, so Todoroki just sighed and walked to the exit. Sorry for dumping that on you. Just know that I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. I'll beat you with just my right side. That I've been helped my entire life. Todoroki turned around with a curious look. Huh? Izuku was looking straight at him. I mean, I've only gotten here because I had help. And my motivation isn't much compared to yours, but if I don't win, that I'm just wasting the efforts of everyone who's ever believed in me. So I can't lose. That's how I'll repay them. From a nearby hall, Bakugu's gaze widened at the revelation he just eavesdropped on. Todoroki's eyes seemed to narrow, but he quickly turned around and nodded. After a delicious lunch courtesy of Lunch Rush, who is somehow an actual pro hero, and a brief moment of hilarity involving Class A's females' costumes courtesy of Mineta and Kaminari, the first years gathered by the stage for an announcement by midnight. I hope that everyone enjoyed their break and we're about to get to the recreational activities, but let's talk about the final round before anything else. Midnight twirled her flail playfully. Izuku gulped. Round 3's almost always a one-on-one competition between the top 16 competitors. But since only 12 people actually had a score, Midnight brandished her whip with a stuck hip swing. The top 3 teams, Team Todoroki, Team Shinso, and Team Bakugu. The 12 of you are automatically in the next round. We'll hold the preliminary tournament to decide the next 4 now. The audience initially broke out into cheers before coming to a sudden stop once the last part of the announcement was processed. What? A glimmer of hope lit in Midoriya's heart. What did she say? Midnight liked her lips and smiled sensually. I know this is different from our normal rules, but since all the other teams had 0 points, we're going to let the 2 teams that were last to lose their points fight it out to claim a spot in the finals. The 4 winners from those teams will move on to the 3rd round. What? Team Midoriya and Team Tetsu exclaimed. Midnight cracked her whip again and the screen changed to show timestamps next to each of the teams with 0 points in descending order. Team Izuku, -0:50. 5. Team Tetsu, -1:03. 6. Team Minoma, -1:06. While normally we wouldn't want to reward failure, we admittedly ran into a logistical error with only 12 finalists. Since these 2 teams lost their points in relatively similar time spans, we'll let them prove how deserving they are to be up here. Tokoyami raised his hand. But then why not just elevate the team to last lose their points instead? Oi, shut it you beaky. Tetsu roared, held back only by Itsuka's ironically ironclad grip. Midnight smiled sadistically and the students felt the air grow colder. Logistics aside, this is a school that brings out the best heroes possible. To that end, those of you who haven't quite lived up to our expectations just need to work that much harder to show that you're worthy to stand on this stage. With a nod, the R-rated hero switched to her normal persona like she hadn't just gone full Demon X on the first years. Anywho, we'll get started right away and then give you all another break. The matchups are W8. Everyone turned to the source of the disruption. Ojiro, I'd like to drop out. What? Ojiro, what are you doing? You worked so hard for this. Izuku protested, remembering the intense training they did together. The martial artist just looked down with an angry face. The cavalry battle that I don't remember it at all. It was his quirk, I'd bet. I guess he means Shinso. Come to think of it, he did convince Hatsum to join his team rather easily. I know how important the sports festival is and how dumb I must look to give up a chance like this, But everyone's here because of their strength. So for me to stand on the same stage without even knowing how I got here, that just seems insulting. Toru waved her pom-poms frantically. What are you talking about? If anything, this is your chance to show them what you can really do. Mina nodded. And by your logic, then I don't even deserve to be here. Ojiro shook his head and covered his face. It's not just that I have to consider my honor. The girls fell silent, but seemed to accept his decision. That also, why do you look like cheerleaders? Interjecting, Shota from Shinso's team added, that I think I'll withdraw too. I don't remember anything either. And wouldn't someone who advanced without their own skill be against the rules anyways? Kirishima started to tear up. Jesus, these guys are really freaking manly. How naive. The pro-hero stared emotionlessly at the two withdrawals before cracking her whip. I'm incredibly turned on. Did she just say? Bakugu's jaw dropped. Midnight tapped her chin. So in that case, we'll have a member from each team replace Shota and Ojiro in the main tournament. So we only need 3 matches to decide the next round. Now Tetsu interjected. Actually send 2 members from Team Midoriya. All of my team will fight. Hey! Kendo grabbed his collar. What are you doing? Away's face bombed. The F is your problem? We technically ranked lower than them. I don't want any pretense either. Class 1B will prove we belong based on our skills, not some technicality. Midnight huffed. Holy crap, I'm so ready to go. I'll allow it. Team Midoriya, choose 2 members to send forward. Uraraka was instantly at Izuku's side, much to his discomfort. Deku, you should advance. Tokoyami appeared as well, indeed. It was your opening that allowed us to move on. While nobody sparkles more than I, Monsieur Midoriya was quite luminescent. You guys. Izuku shook his head. I appreciate it, but no. Uraraka and Aoyama, you two had to use your quirks to the point of exhaustion. And Kaminari nearly wiped out Dark Shadow. I didn't do anything until the end. 2 of you should go. The other 3 fell. Silent before Tokoyami sighed. Dark Shadow and I didn't strain ourselves too much during the cavalry battle. You two move on. Midoriya and I will see you in the dash. Uraraka and Tokoyami will move forward. Aoyama exclaimed. Got it. Midnight waved her whip to the shocked Team Midoriya. Aoyama.y? Tokoyami sputtered. The blonde just winked. I couldn't allow you to shine brighter than I. With a crack of her whip, Midnight called. Then it's decided. The 3 matchups will dash. Wait. Come on. The audience practically screamed, wanting the tedium to end. Monoma only grinned. Why not give us a shot too? My team was only a few seconds shy of Team Tetsu, and if we send 2 members of our own, then you'll have a proper preliminary tournament bracket of 4x4. The R-rated heroine sweat dropped. What? No, that makes no sense at all. It'll be fine with just 3 MEC-. My team consists of only handsome young men with very loose-fitting clothing. Approved. Midnight huffed, steam erupting from her ears. Midnight, I can't back that up. Aizawa muttered from the announcer's booth. This is already contrived enough. Just do the dash, his microphone cut out. Present mic cleared his throat. Ahem, sorry about that folks. Aizawa's mic had some static on it, so I'm taking over for the management. I agree with Midnight completely. That I guess then Monoma and I will go forward, that mostly because the others are still mad at him. Tsuburaba rubbed his head sheepishly. Midnight smiled. Then it's decided. Please turn your attention to the board for the preliminary matchups. The screen flashed for a moment before it produced a single-tier bracket of all 8 competitors. Tetsu versus Itsuka Kendo. Yosetsu Away's versus Kozai Tsuburaba. Yuga Aoyama versus Fumikage Tokoyami. Izuku Midoriya versus Ibara Shiozaki. Izuku sat in the grass with many of his classmates by the small battlefield Cementos created. I could have sworn the ones I saw on TV were a lot bigger and nicer than this one. He winced as he placed his hands on the rough grass, both of them still raw and a little bloodied from his special move against the zero-pointer and then against Todoroki's ice trap. Here. Yayarozu held out a small pile of bandages and some antiseptic. What? You made this for me? Izuku felt a stirring in his heart. She giggled and shook her head. I actually brought them with me. I figured something like this would happen, so I thought it best to be prepared. That I don't know if I should be touched or insulted. Midoriya deadpanned as he gratefully held his hands out to be bandaged. Ida looked over. Midoriya, are you all right? I didn't even notice your injuries. Kirishima popped over as well. Oh, DMN. At least it's not as bad as your hand after Yushe. That was gross. Izuku shuddered at the memory, yet let's try not to do that again. Without further ado, let's get into the first match of the preliminary tournament. Present Mike roared into the mic, a grin plastered across his lively face. With a name as redundant as his role in the plot. It's Tetsu from 1B. The silvery student walked onto the stage with a tick mark on his forehead. Redundant. She's smart, beautiful, powerful, and woefully underdeveloped relative to her potential. Itsuka Kendo also from 1B. Underdeveloped? Kendo groaned as she walked to the position across from her classmate and opponent. Midnight cleared her throat from her podium by the small stage. Well, the rules are simple. Win by knocking your opponent off of the battlefield, rendering them immobile, or forcing them to concede. Of course, you can't kill them, but a little bruising. Midnight liked her lips. Never hurt anyone. The audience collectively groaned. That's literally all a bruise does. And since this is just the preliminary tournament, we're also enforcing a time limit. After 5 minutes, we'll stop the battle and decide a winner ourselves. We need to keep things moving after all. Kendo exhaled before assuming a stance like a martial artist, her feet spaced out wide while she held her arms close to her torso, palms kept open. Tetsu simply cracked his knuckles and then his neck before preemptively hardening his skin, the metallic sheen gleaming in the summer sun. Izuku prepared his pencil and notepad. She's a martial artist like Ojiro. Maybe I should trace some of her movements. Although I have my own match a little after this and I already overused the Sharingan once today. Midnight held up her whip, and with that, begin. She brought the whip down with a crack. Immediately, Tetsu charged forward. Sorry, Kendo, but I can't stop here. He raised a steeled fist and brought it down with enough force to powder concrete. However, the female gracefully sidestepped the attack and delivered a short palm strike to Tetsu's unguarded chest. But at the last second, her hand enlarged, eventually becoming larger than either combatant. Tetsu was sent flying back from the blow, only saved from a ring out by digging his steel fingers into the cement ground. Kendo smirked, her hand shrinking back to normal size while gesturing at her friend, "Come here." Izuku's eyes widened as he scribbled frantically in his notebook. Wow. Her quirk is so cool. I wonder if she can enlarge her entire body or just her hands. And can she vary the size, or is it like Mount Lady's quirk? Could she potentially increase her maximum size through training? Does enlargement actually increase her strength? Or does it just increase the surface area through which a force is applied? And wouldn't a fist that size generate a lot of drag in the dash? Deku? Uraraka asked worriedly, sweat rolling down her face. Ha.0. Izuku blushed as he realized many of the first years on the field were staring at him in a mix of fear and confusion. Yayarozu peered over his shoulder. What's in the notebook? It's just some notes on different quirks I see. Kinda lame, I know. Izuku rubbed his head sheepishly. Oh wow, these are really detailed. And the drawings are pretty good too. Yayarozu mused as she flipped through the pages. Is all of Class 1A in this? How did she take that without me noticing? Most everyone. I don't think I have anything on Koda. And my info on Todoroki's pretty limited too. Well, I'm not sure if that's going to change. Kirishima nervously chuckled as he thought back to Todoroki's declaration of war earlier that day. He then looked at the notebook, currently open to Yayarozu's page. You really got all the little details right. Nice shading work. Mina popped over and instantly widened her eyes, her cheeks tinging purple. Are they really that big? Go Yayarozu. Reflexively, Yaoyorozu shut the notebook and handed it back to Midoriya with a furious blush. Just promise me that you'll never show that to Mineta. I mean, I won't, but I don't know if that'll stop him. A loud clanging sound brought them back to the fight. Hiya! Kendo exclaimed as she knocked Tetsu into the air with her enlarged fist. Yup, my knuckles are definitely bruised. The metal man landed on the ground with a dull thud, cracking the cement with the impact. Slowly standing up, he shook his head free of his dizziness. Kendo. For a girl, you're really freaking manly. Kirishima groaned from the side. Dude, that's totally something I'd say. That's completely unmanly. Kendo just smiled exasperatedly. Sorry Tetsu, but I think I need to finish up. Time's short, remember? The steel user grinned. I was thinking the same thing. He suddenly took off at full speed towards his foe. Come on. That's too easy. Kendo preemptively enlarged her hand, intending on smacking her friend out of the ring. But then he smashed his metallic arms together and grinded them against each other. The entire arena seized their ears at the horrendous screeching sound Tetsu produced, including Kendo. Just like I planned. Grinning, Tetsu delivered a powerful right cross to Kendo's head, crumpling the female with one blow. Ugh, that sound. Kendo is immobile. Midnight swung her flail down towards Kendo's unconscious form. And the first person to move on to the main tournament is Tetsu. Present Mike exclaimed to the victor's glee and the crowd's applause. Yes. Tetsu alternated between wiping tears from his face and roaring triumphantly. Kirishima huffed. DMN. That was pretty manly. You need some new adjectives. Yaoyorozu muttered under her breath. After the UA robots pulled Kendo away on a stretcher and Tetsu followed out of concern, Present Mike called the next fight. Now for the second match. Once again, it's a Class B battle. First up is, how did he get 10th place on the entrance exam? Yosetsu Aways. The headband-wearing man walked onto the stage while glaring at the commentator's box. F off. Lovely. Then it's the bug-eyed boy wonder, Cozy-eyed Tsuburaba. Is that necessary? Tsuburaba groaned as he took his position. Midnight swung her flail. Begin. Tsuburaba took a big breath and exhaled out the largest wall of solid air he could muster up, essentially splitting the field in two. I'll just wait until time runs out. I trapped Aways, so they'll have to give me the win. You effing serious? Aways deadpanned as he pinched his nose bridge. Whatever. The taller boy casually walked to the wall and slammed his hand against it. There was a slight glow and suddenly the skin of his palm appeared fused to the air's surface. Whoa! Izuku's eyes bulged from his skull. That's so cool! He scribbled in his notebook so fast that the pages started smoking. Aways then jumped in the air. When he landed, he pulled his welded arm towards his body. Coupled with the momentum of his fall, Aways generated enough force to pull the upper half of the near-invisible wall past the point of its elasticity, shattering it like glass. Tisk. Tsuburaba took a step back, deeply inhaling in preparation. Aways cracked his knuckles and dashed forward, his fingers outstretched towards his classmate's torso. Unfortunately for him, Tsuburaba made a small wall quickly, perfectly positioned for Aways to slam into it rather painfully. Seizing his bloodied nose, the latter stepped back to glare. Sanuvabich. He's like a quieter Kakin. Izuku observed with a bemused smile. Not wasting any time, Tsuburaba leapt onto a solid air platform, then another and another, until he was well over Aways. He then sat down and relaxed. Sorry Aways, but I'm fine waiting it out. Something Monoma and I can agree on at least. Aways just shook his head. He jumped with surprising height and managed to graze the bottom of Tsuburaba's perch. Instantly welding his right fingertips, Aways pulled himself up, ignoring the searing pain from his digits, and wrapped his left hand around his opponent's pant leg before he could make his escape. He then released his right hand, using the standing brunette as his anchor in the air. Panic filled Tsuburaba's eyes while mirth filled Aways. With a strong yank and a swing of his legs, Aways managed to pull his foe off of the platform. Deactivating his weld, Away's landed in a squat while Tsuburaba fell at angle, ultimately landing painfully on his back on the grassy field. Tsuburaba is out of bounds. Midnight proclaimed. Present mix roar filled the air, and just like that, we have our second winner, Yosetsu Aways. The dark-haired boy just nodded before turning to his dazed classmate. What's the point of being here if you're not even gonna try? Tsuburaba didn't respond but looked down disappointedly. You know, Away's quirk seems kinda weird, but he's really good with it. Mina noted. That or the other guy was just a complete pushover. Kirishima joked while scratching his head at the rather one-sided match. Can we have the third match's participants join us? First up is the guy who probably couldn't actually point out France on a map. It's Yuga Aoyama. The blonde boy strutted onto the stage and gave an admittedly smooth hair flip. Monsieur Mike forgot to mention how dazzling I am. He definitely didn't. Aizawa's monotone droll retorted through the speakers. Next is the guy who actually looks like he'd invade France, Nito Monoma. Whatever Monoma said as he walked onto the stage was drowned out by Bakugu's uproarious laughter. The two stared each other down before Monoma flashed a cocky grin and made him way to the middle of the battlefield. Isn't it customary to shake hands with your opponents before a fight? He held out a hand as a gesture of goodwill. Aoyama examined the other blonde suspiciously and then threw all of that out the window to reciprocate the gesture. What manners! A shame I need to best you. Monoma just smiled, although a malicious undertone made its way to the forefront. Bakugu just face-bombed. The fruit basket's a idiot. Izuku paled slightly. I don't think we can say that phrase anymore. Begin. Aoyama pulled his hands over his head and moved his stomach out. Art of Stuckton. A strong blue beam erupted from the crystalline. His belt aimed squarely for Monoma's chest. With surprising grace and speed, Monoma sidestepped the laser before placing his hands over his head in a perfect mimicry of Aoyama's pose. It's all over. He moved his stomach forward. Two things happened, one after the other. Firstly, everyone realized that without this sparkle belt, naval laser was significantly less effective, at least based on the shimmering blue, cloud-like emission that softly drifted out of Monoma's stomach as opposed to the concentrated beam from earlier. What the hell? Maybe I need to push it. Monoma mused as he tried to fire again, but this time with a mighty flex of his abs. Secondly, Monoma realized the consequence of using naval laser for longer than 1 second, especially after lunch. Oh no. Monoma's face went bright red and he clutched his gut. Aoyama just smirked knowingly, his eyes sparkling. Realization dawned on Izuku. Oh no way. Then came the smell. That I'd like to drop out. Monoma squeaked, still holding his stomach. Midnight nodded furiously while tightly pinching her nose. That's probably for the best. Aoyama wins. Present Mike muttered, his face aghast. There were no cheers for the victory, but there was heavy laughter from a certain ashy blonde. God F damn it, that was awesome. I F love that French F dash. You're enjoying this a little too much, Kaken. Izuku's sweat dropped before realization hit him. Now for the final match of the preliminary tournament. Based on past performance, analysts had him as the predicted winner of the tournament until they saw Todoroki. It's Class A's Izuku Midoriya. Gulping, Izuku stood up from the grass and made his way onto the stage. He turned to his cheering friends and smiled, trying to mask his nerves. Then he turned to where his mother and Eri sat in the stands and gave another smile, earning a proud wail and tear geyser in response. Next is the stone-cold assassin from Class B, Ibara Shiozaki. Now let's have a super awesome battle. Especially after that last one. The other greenette walked onto the stage amidst cheers from her entire class and many of the other first-year classes, but turned to the announcer's box with an affronted gaze. Excuse me, but what do you mean by assassin? Present Mike searched for a response. Sorry? Shiozaki spread her arms and closed her eyes like a biblical figure. I have come here for victory, not to take my opponent's life. And I entered this school only to further myself and become a greater hero, not to cause harm. The sunlight shone down on her, bathing her in golden light. Even God thinks this girl's an angel. Midoriya sweat dropped. I said I was sorry. Present Mike asserted, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Pissy Midoriya? Izuku turned to the side of the stadium and raised an eyebrow. Huh? Kaminari? The sparking blonde's cheeks were tinged red, but he had his trademark cocky dumb grin. Dude, she's like, super cute. Put in a good word for me. You thought I'm about to fight her. Dude, come on. Kaminari whined. I'll seriously owe you one. Midoriya scratched his head. I mean, I'll try, but I don't know when I'll have the chance to. Kaminari just flashed a thumbs up. Thanks, bro. You're the best wingman I could. A sudden jack to the eye interrupted the electricity user. Ish. Sorry about that, Midoriya. Can't let him out of your sight, you know? Jiro joked as she dragged the unconscious teen away from the stage. Sweat dropping, Izuku turned back to his opponent to find her already looking at him with a soft smile. Hi. She is cute. Her eyes are as big as Aries. Shiozaki bowed slightly. It's good to see you again, Midoriya. I trust you are doing well. Oh yeah, I'm great. Thanks again for earlier, by the way. No way I'd have gotten first if you hadn't saved me. Oh come on. You already know her. The move, Midori. Kaminari yelped as another jack entered another eye. Midnight grinned. Oh, it looks like you two are friends. Good. I love it when things get personal. This lady has issues. All Might gulped. Young Midoriya, this is your first real test today. But I have to admit that I'm pretty excited to see how you'll do. Below, in the stands, Inko was doing her best to not bawl before the match even started. Oh, just look at those thorns. What if that girl has poison ivy? Eri leaned against her adoptive mother. Deku Awakens gonna win, though, right? Inko looked at the young girl before smiling confidently. Of course. Our Izuku's a fighter. The young girl smiled back and turned back to the battlefield. But what if he gets sporotrichosis? Start. The whip cracked, signaling the two competitors to begin. Izuku exhaled deeply. Sharingan. His quirk activated with the characteristic ringing sound, and he adopted a defensive stance he learned from Ojiro. From what I can tell, her quirk lets her control those vines on her head. She can make them grow too, so she has long-range attacks. They also look like they're covered in thorns, so I probably should avoid touching them at all. Shiozaki clapped her hands and laced her fingers together. Immediately, the vines on her head elongating and crawled towards Izuku at significant speed. But not that significant. One for all. Full cowl. Izuku's entire body took on a glow and green lightning crackled across him. He dashed away from the vines, his eyes trained on his thorny foe. Izuku charged Shiozaki, his fist pulled back, only to feel a sudden pain in his leg. One of the vines he dodged earlier suddenly changed direction and wrapped itself around his ankle. Damn it! The vine pulled Izuku up and whipped him into the ground painfully, knocking the wind out of him. Ow! He rubbed his shoulder and glared at the thorny vine on his foot. Then it started to grow, wrapping itself around his leg and then, presumably, his entire body. Crap! Izuku exclaimed as he frantically clawed at the plant. Wait, that just sever the point of origin. Quickly, Izuku found where the vine first wrapped around his leg and snapped it with full cowl's enhanced strength, ignoring the sharp pain from tightly gripping thorns. He let out a breath of relief before standing back up, only to fall down again due to a sharp pain in his leg. The vines that they're still growing. Shiozaki's hands were clasped together and her eyes were closed, but she had a slight, yet confident, smile. She can control her vines remotely, huh? With renewed fervor, Izuku ripped at the plants over his legs, hissing as the surprisingly sharp barbs shredded his. Then there was a bleeding pain in his shoulder and Izuku was dragged to the ground forcefully by a second vine. Damn it! If she wraps me up completely, I'm out of the festival. Come on. Think. All Might chewed through his fingernails like a chainsaw, sweat thoroughly dripping down his forehead. The commentary wasn't helping either. Wow. Midoriya's completely overwhelmed by Shiozaki's quirk. Does he even stand a chance? Aizawa's shrug was practically audible from his tone. Midoriya has a bad habit of getting caught up in the moment. And even when he can execute a plan, it'll probably end with him getting injured. Such faith, All Might rubbed his hands together nervously. But the stadium turned to the mummified erasure hero, especially the other pro heroes who had never heard that word come from their colleague. He's not a complete idiot. That's it. Basically everyone in the stadium sweat dropped at the half-butted praise. Everyone except present Mike, who covered up his microphone to look at his longtime friend with tears. Wow, that was really touching. Aizawa just shook his head and groaned, I'm surrounded by idiots. He looked down to the teacher's box and locked eyes with All Might, who nervously looked away with a whistle, not that Aizawa could hear it. Yeah, that pretty much confirms it. Izuku was too stressed and focused to listen to the commentary or the crowd. There has to be something I'm missing. I can't predict where she's gonna move the vines since she does it without moving, so the Sharingan can't help me. Wait. Despite being mostly covered in thorns, Izuku grinned widely. He pulled his left pinky back with his thumb and charged it with one for all until the red veins and green lightning made the digit shine. Just aim and Delaware smash. Izuku flicked his pinky, bursting open the bandage around the finger and releasing a powerful jet of air right to his opponent. Shiozaki's eyes shot open once Izuku began to speak, and she instinctively formed a barrier of vines before her. Unfortunately for her, the air bullet broke through the shield and still knocked her onto her back, albeit not very far. But when she stood up, she had a very happy Greenette looking at her. He pointed to the vines that used to trap him, now thrown well out of bounds. Sorry, but I don't think you can use those anymore. Just like I thought. When she loses focus or moves, her control goes out the window. I wish the Delaware smash did more, but I guess I should just be happy it knocked her down. Shiozaki dusted herself off and smiled confidently. That was very impressive, Midoriya. But it looks like it came at a cost. She pointed to his red, swollen finger. He cupped his hand protectively and got into a defensive stance. Once her vines are out of my line of sight, I have no way of tracking them, even with the Sharingan. I have to keep them in front of me or destroy them. She cupped her hands again, causing her hair to lengthen, but now bury itself into the ground rather than go over it. She's trying to hide the vines from me. But those vines are technically alive, so with the Sharingan. Izuku looked at the ground and saw several snake-like objects quickly burrowing through the concrete. He smirked and pulled his arms up, right as the vines were beneath him. Miami smash. Izuku brought his forearms down onto the ground in a dual hammer fist with such force that the ground shattered. Shiozaki hissed as her vine's path was cut off and she separated them. This is it. Izuku charged at Shiozaki. She always takes a moment to recover after an attack. So this is when I have to strike. While she was stunned at first, Shiozaki quickly regained her bearings and clapped her hands once more while turning around. A meter-thick wall of vines formed all around her, the thorns pointed outwards menacingly. As expected, Midoriya has quite a bit of stamina. So I need to inflict as much damage as I can, wherever I can. And getting through something this thick and all-encompassing won't be as simple as punching right through it. Izuku eyed the slightly overkill shield and grinned. This is the perfect time to show off my training to All Might. He skid to a stop and knelt down, his left hand clutching his right wrist. His Sharingan started spinning so fast, it almost stung. I can only use this for an instant, so I need to use the Sharingan to verify her position. Inside her shield. Predict where she's going to be. Still inside her shield, and estimate the optimal point of attack. Dead center. He took a deep breath and focused one for all into the outermost part of his right palm. His hands started to glow with green lightning that arced across the ground, causing small soot spots to form while the bandage Yaoyorozu wrapped earlier disintegrated. A sound like several eagles crying as they dive-bombed filled the air, a detail that filled a certain pro-hero with the urge to salute the stars and stripes. The crows started murmuring to themselves, and he even heard some of his friends whispering, but he couldn't afford to lose concentration. Just like I practiced with Yaoyorozu. Breathe. Then it was ready. Concentrating full cowl in his legs, Izuku pulled back his arm, causing the cement to shatter beneath his crackling hand. And he took off, appearing like a lightning bolt more so than a human. Take this, Chidori. Izuku moved his right hand into the brambles, which crumpled before his attack. Then, there was a crack like thunder and Shiozaki's shield blew apart, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. What the F dash? Bakugo hissed, his eyes wide at the last attack. Uraraka and Ida nodded in agreement, their jaws fallen through the floor. Even Todoroki seemed taken aback with surprise at the destructive force behind that last attack. I don't know what that was, but it was manly as hell. Kirishima nodded resolutely. It was the other move Midoriya prepared for the sports festival. I actually helped him with this one. Yaoyorozu professed proudly. Really? So how does he do it? Mina asked. He never told you, did he? Present Mike interrupted the conversation, the dust clouds finally clearing. And it looks like whoa. Midnight cracked her whip down at Shiozaki's prone body laying outside the ring. Shiozaki is unconscious. She raised her whip towards Midoriya, who was holding his raw hand gingerly, but proudly. If the massive grin across his face was any indication, Midoriya wins. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause as Present Mike screamed, "Look at that! Midoriya just laid down some cage-free, grade organic, gluten-free but kicking. Mike, there are kids watching." I know what I said. Anyways, with that, we have all the people moving on to the next round, so let's bring out the Jumbotron and see what the bracket's gonna be. The big screen lit up while the robots pulled Shiozaki onto a stretcher and took her to the pop-up clinic. The 16 participants' names appeared on the screen before they started shuffling around. Izuku, in the meantime, got off the stage and approached his friends. "Deku, that was awesome." Uraraka high-fived him, much to his discomfort. "Ignore the lack of skin on your hand like a man." A slap on the back broke him out of his thoughts. "Dude, nice work. You had us worried for a second." "Speaking of being a man." "Thanks, Kirishima." "Seriously, Midoriya, that was impressive. Your teeth looked even stronger than before." Yaoyorozu complimented. "I don't think that's possible." "Well, I couldn't have gotten it down if you hadn't made all those skeets for me to practice against." Izuku looked to Bakugo, who just grunted and turned away, then to Todoroki, who returned the stare with uncomfortable intensity. Luckily, Present Mike offered reprieve. "It's done. Here are the matches for the third and final round of the first-year stage of the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya vs. Denki Kaminari. Yosetsu Oways vs. Hantashiro. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Tetsu Tetsu. Ochako Uraraka vs. Ejiro Kirishima. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Mei Hatsum. Fumikage Tokoyami vs. Hitoshi Shinso. Shoto Todoroki vs. Mina Ishido. Tenya Ida vs. Yuga Oyama. Izuku looked at the bracket and gulped. "Kaken's in my block. If I want to get into the finals, I might have to go through him. And Todoroki's in the other block. There's a good chance he'll be the winner of his division." He took a good look at his friends' faces and their determined expressions. It might not be as easy as that. Mua! Recovery Girl's lips retracted from Izuku's hands as they glowed in a soft green light. "Honestly, I don't know what you consider progress, but blowing the skin off both of your hands and breaking a finger in the course of a couple hours is not what I had in mind." Izuku laughed sheepishly and a bit nervously as she wrapped both hands in some fresh bandages. "Sorry." She shook her head and sighed. "I guess it's to be expected given your mentor, but try to be careful. At least for today, if nothing else. My quirk drains stamina, remember?" He nodded solemnly and laid back in the bed. "She's right. The more injuries I get, the more healing I'll need and the more my stamina'll drain. So I should probably relax as much as I can." Izuku. The door to the clinic shot open and the stout Midoriya matriarch stormed in, followed closely by an equally concerned Eri. Chuckling sheepishly at Recovery Girl's annoyed look at the outburst, Izuku smiled at his family. "Hi, Mom." She rushed to his bedside. "Are you hurt? Are you in pain? Do you need some juice?" I'm okay. Really. Just resting a bit. How are you doing?" She waved his question away. "Don't change the subject, young man. I thought I told you to be more careful. Honestly, of all the things to inherit from your father, you get his recklessness." Izuku whined. only to turn his attention once he noticed a small pair of hands tightly gripping the edge of his bed. Laughing at the sight of Eri trying to climb onto it with him, he pulled her up and sat her in his lap. "How are you doing? Having fun?" He bopped her nose, earning a giggle. "Yeah. It's all boom and WH." She waved her hands around energetically. Izuku nodded excitedly. "I know, right? And the bim and the zoom." "Yeah." Eri shook with glee. Inko and Recovery Girl's sweat dropped. "Is this even human language anymore?" The doctor cleared her throat. "Sorry, but I'm afraid I need you two to leave. I still have other patients considering some people decided a ring out wasn't a good enough way to win." She shot a glare to the male greenette, earning a yelp. Inko nodded with a bow. "Of course, Miss Recovery Girl. Sorry for the intrusion. Good luck with the rest, Izuku. We'll be watching." Eri wrapped her arms around her savior. "Bye, Deku. She then jumped off the bed, took her mother's hand and left the room. Izuku smiled and laid back down. "They seem nice." He shot up and turned to the other side of the clinic. Shiozaki smiled at him while laying down herself. "Oh, hi." Izuku waved awkwardly, unsure of how to interact with the person he just blew up. She giggled. "How are you feeling?" "I'm good. How are you?" "I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I've been better, but I'll be fine. That was quite the move you displayed at the climax of our battle." He scratched his head. "Yet sorry about that. I didn't really expect it to blow up like that." Shiozaki smiled warmly. "It's fine. We were opponents after all. Whatever it takes to seek victory, right?" "All right." Izuku fell back onto his bed for an awkward moment before popping up. "Hey, why did you save me earlier?" "On the obstacle course." Shiozaki raised an eyebrow before looking up thoughtfully. "I suppose it's because it seemed like the right thing to do. And we weren't opponents at the time. Not directly, at least." He nodded and laid back. "You seem unsatisfied." Izuku snorted. "Sorry, it's just that on the entrance exam and at USJ and now here I feel like I keep getting by off of dumb luck or everyone else. I just wonder if I really deserve to be up here, you know?" Shiozaki was taken aback, but responded softly. "Midoriya, I don't know why you would think that, but if you're so concerned with proving yourself, you just proved your abilities in our last match. But part of being a hero is being able to work with others, including furthering yourself with their help. It's something to celebrate more than chastise oneself over." Now it was Izuku's turn to look up thoughtfully. "Furthering myself with other people's help." He smiled slightly. "Thanks, Shiozaki. You give some really good pep talks." Recovery Girl smiled. "At least he's getting along with others. You really picked a good one, Toshinori." "Midoriya, shouldn't you be thinking about your next match?" "Oh, you're right." He hastily pulled his notebook out and flipped to Kaminari's entry with a trademark muttering storm. "Thinking is a silent activity." "All right. The first match will start in 15 minutes. Can we get the first round of participants down to the waiting rooms?" Kaminari cracked his knuckles as he stood up from the Class A section in the stadium seating. "Well, I'm off. Wish me luck, everyone." "Good luck, Kaminari." Ida bowed with a polite smile. "Do your best." Yayorozu politely encouraged. Kirishima grinned and flashed a thumbs up. "You got this, bro." The electric user smiled, his cheeks tinged red from the praise. Thanks, you guys." He rounded the corner and left, a noticeable pep in his step. Jiro waited until his footsteps grew silent before muttering, "So who wants to put up some cash?" Ida jumped up and slammed an affronted hand over his equally affronted heart. "Jiro, betting on our peers is unbecoming of a UA student. Lighten up, Roadrunner. We need something to entertain the rest of us that aren't in the tournament. Still, Jiro, it seems a little rude to bet on our friends like this." Yayorozu added. Tokoyami interjected, "I'll put 2,000 yen on Midoriya." "Tito Koyami?" Ida's jaw dropped as the Birdman handed several bills to Jiro. He just shrugged. "I'm in need of funds. Buster Sword replica. You will be mine." Shoji shook his head. "Honestly, we shouldn't condone materialism at the expense of our friends." Ida smiled and clapped his friend on his extremely large shoulders. Yes. Thank you, Shoji. Which is why I'll be donating all my winnings to charity. 1,000 yen on Midoriya. How could you? Ida waved his arms frantically while Jiro cackled. Bakugo growled, shut the hell up. He threw a ball of bills right down to Kyoka, knocking her on the head. Oh, what the hell, man? She rubbed her head while glaring at the blonde. 10,000 on Piku. Mina's eyes widened. Wow, even Bakugo's getting in on it. Uraraka quietly handed the petite musician a single bill and whispered as quietly as she could, for Deku. But it wasn't quite quiet enough. ETU, Uraraka? Jiro was thoroughly howling now as Ida fumed, waving his arms faster than even his brother probably could. Mineta jumped up with a sizable wad of bills. My entire life savings on Kaminari. Azui pet her head. Really? Ribbit? I thought you and Midoriya were friends. Mineta shook his head so hard that a few of his ball fell off. No way. He's close to all the girls and not once did he be my wingman. He needs to die. If only you had this kind of passion during gym class. Ribbit. While Mineta sulked and Jiro counted out his surprisingly high bid, Kirishima dug through his pockets. They're both pretty manly, but I'm gonna go with Kaminari. He and I sit together, Kirishima explained as he handed a 5,000 yen note to Jiro. I'll put 2,000 on the both of them, Aoyama smiled as he handed 4 1,000 yen notes to Jiro. Then why even bet? Most of the class sweat dropped. Jiro whistled as she completed the pile. Maybe I should just sneak off with all this. Whoa, are you guys betting? The entire class turned to the wall to the left of their section and nearly jumped at the sight of Kendo from Class B smiling at them. Ida perked up. Finally, someone responsible. My fellow class representative, surely you can see the moral depravity dash. I'll throw 3,000 on Midoriya. Kendo held out her bet, earning roaring laughter from Jiro and a sharp gasp from Ida. Oh, is Class A gambling? That's against the rules, right? Monoma popped up over the barrier with a manic grin. Wow, so much for being the better class, right? Right. Our aiga. The blonde collapsed out of sight with one solid neck chop from Kendo. Sorry about him. He's a bit insecure. After his fight. .5000 on the blonde. Monoma groaned, feebly holding up a few bills to Kendo. Jiro finished marking her totals and called, anyone else? Any last takers? Yaoyorozu sighed before handing over an amount of money so large, the author couldn't comprehend its scope. I'll put my pocket money down. This is your pocket money? Jiro exclaimed, eyes bulging out of their sockets at the incomprehensible wealth on display. The taller girl blushed but nodded. Yes. I'll bet on Midoriya winning but injuring himself in the process. Amina protested. Come on. You can't put a condition down. Well, I never said anyone couldn't. Jiro shrugged. I'll allow it. Then let us change our bets. Sorry, no can do. Kirishima groaned. Ugh, but Midoriya getting injured is like saying Bakugou'll commit a war crime. The hell does that mean, you unicorn F-? Yaoyorozu shook her head at the vulgarity of her classmates' antics before turning to her friend curiously. Jiro, are you going to bet on anyone? Oh, I did. Trust me, I did. She said with a mischievous smirk. Izuku leaned back and stretched, his arms extended well over his head. I can do this. I can do this. It's just Kaminari. I've sparred with him before. I got my notes. I'm ready. I'm ready. Yo, young Midoriya. Eek. Izuku curled into a ball on the floor of the hall, startled by the sudden interruption of his inner monologue. All Might's sweat dropped. You know, I really thought we were making progress on the whole jumpy thing. See, 'cause you surprised me. The older man waved his hand dismissively. Semantics. Anyways, how are you feeling? Izuku shrugged. Same as earlier. I mean, I did everything I could to prepare so. Well, you're doing fine from where I'm standing. And that thing you did with one for all that I could barely believe my eyes. All Might clenched a fist proudly. Wait, full cowl or the Chidori? Both. The symbol of peace grinned excitedly, earning an embarrassed laugh from his pupil. Seriously? I could barely believe my eyes when I saw you running down the obstacle course or when you defeated young Shiozaki. Thanks. I just hope they come in handy against everyone else in the tournament. There are a lot of people I don't have a good strategy against. All Might shrugged. Well, we'll just deal with that when it comes. And besides, you have bigger fish to fry right now. Young Kaminari's waiting, and after all the work he put into practical training, I dare say he'd be quite the challenge. Alright, see you after the match. Izuku waved as he exited the hall and stepped onto the field, only to immediately stop in his tracks. Holy dash. Shiite. All Might hissed. The relatively puny and drab concrete field from the preliminary tournament was gone, replaced by a massive tiered and, above all, clean stage, with the UA logo emblazoned on either side. Cementos stood to the side opposite Midnight, staring proudly at his creation. I dare say this is the best one yet. Even the third-year stage wasn't this good, he declared resolutely. Present Mick's voice reverberated through the stadium. All right. Let's get into the first matchup of the third round of the UA Sports Festival first-year stage. Starting on my left, the most shocking thing about this guy is the fact that he made it this far. Class A's Denki Kaminari. The blonde ran onto the stage, blowing kisses and waving excitedly to the cheering crowd. He even winked and gestured, "Call me," to a few females in the audience, earning polite, if not uncomfortable, laughter. Izuku's sweat dropped. I know he likes to look cool, but that's a bit much. Then on my right, the only thing more broken than his quirk is his body. Class A's Izuku Midoriya. The greenette walked calmly onto the stage but waved and smiled to his friends and family. Do your best, Deku. Uraraka cried, barely reaching the stage floor. Both of you fight well. Yaoyorozu cheered. Don't fight. They're all betting on you. Don't condone their behavior. Ida pleaded, his rapid arm swings unfortunately drowning out his message. Kaminari chuckled. Man, everyone's really pumped, huh? Yeah. It's the first match after all. Expectations are bound to be high. Then let's give them a good show, right? Kaminari stared his friend straight down the battlefield and grinned. Ready when you are, Midoriya? Izuku returned the smile and stretched one last time. Yeah, let's do this. Midnight watched their interaction from her stand and squealed, seizing her assets in a provocative measure. Oh, these youths are getting me all hot and bothered. Start. But how are we supposed to start after that? Kaminari protested. Sharingan. Izuku crouched and placed both hands on the ground, getting into a runner's position. Full cowl. Green lightning arced across his body as his skin and eyes began to glow with a green tint while his irises took the familiar red glow of his quirk. I'd rather not use the Sharingan, but if I didn't have it active, people might suspect that I have another quirk. But Kaminari's regular attacks and wind-ups aren't so fast that I actually need to rely on it, so I don't need to worry about overusing it. Full cowl's enhanced reflexes should be enough anyways. Let's go! Izuku jumped forward at high speed and ped his arm back. Then he planted his feet right before his wide-eyed opponent, ready to deliver a powerful blow to his opponent's temple. Like Ojiro said, first two knuckles with a strong hip rotation and firmly grounded feet. Detroit smash. His fist nearly made contact with Kaminari, but there was a sudden blinding light and Izuku felt every bone in his body shudder. Then he was thrown back several meters. Tiesuke. Come on, bro. Give me some credit. Kaminari clenched his fist as yellow electricity arced across his body at incredible speed. I got the idea after your fight with my future wife. I call it Cloak of Lightning. Cool, right? Izuku groaned as he shook his head clear from the shock. So he basically copied Full Cowl, which I basically copied from him. There's something beautiful about that. Kirishima whistled. Man, Kaminari looks confident as hell. I give it like 2 minutes before he short-circuits himself. Jiro snickered. Doubt the fight will last that long. Bakugu muttered. Uraraka turned to him, affronted. Hey! Give Deku more credit than that. She paused once she felt a hand on her shoulder. He's actually not wrong. Yaoyorozu solemnly stated. Mina squealed, "Oh, this is getting good now." While his reasoning might be skewed to say the least, Bakugo might be correct. The raven-haired female explained, Kaminari's new move renders physical attacks useless, or at the very least, dangerous to perform. Tokoyami grimaced, and Midoriya's a close-range fighter, through and through. Well, not entirely. A small smile appeared on the tallest girl's face. Midoriya has one ranged attack. Ooh. Uraraka pounded a fist down into her palm like a gavel. His Delaware smash thing, right? That's the one. Ida scratched his chin. But that move also damages Midoriya. The Birdman smirked. I'm pretty sure Yaoyorozu just wants him to use it so she can win the bet. W it. She turned to Tokoyami with a furious blush and panicked expression. Oh, of course I don't want that. I'm just listing Midoriya's options. Yeah. She nodded to nobody in affirmation. Oh, you poor, terrible liar. The other students sweat dropped while Yaoyorozu innocently cheered on her classmates. Izuku slowly aimed his index finger at Kaminari, his thumb pulling the digit back in preparation. If I can't touch him, then my only choice is to knock him out of the ring with a wind blast. He charged one for all, the red and green veins coursing across his finger. Kaminari started to sweat at his opponent's stance and determined expression. Now's my chance. Fire. Izuku sighed and relaxed his hands, the intense glow fading. I can't keep breaking my body to win my fights. What's the point of having full cowl if I keep defaulting to 100% every time I hit a roadblock? I need to use what my body can handle in order to win. Let's think, full cowl won't work. Chidori injures me and it might kill Kaminari. Sharingan I honestly don't need it to be able to counter Kaminari. There's nothing I have that could give me a distinct advantage. How can I beat him without blowing myself up? Ugh, not being able to hit him is more frustrating than the freaking Nomo. Then a spark went off in Izuku's mind and he grinned widely. Of course, how did I not think about trying that? Hey, Kaminari. The blonde tensed up and locked eyes with Izuku, but still gave a friendly smirk. What's up? He's barely moved since I knocked him back. I really do have this in the bag. Izuku just grinned and opened his eyes as wide as he could. I want you to deactivate your cloak of lightning. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. There was the familiar ring of Izuku's quirk, and suddenly Kaminari's eyes turned red with two tomos circling the pupil. Got it. Just like with Nomo. Why would I do that? How bad did that zing get you, bro? Kaminari tilted his head in confusion, the reflected Sharingan vanishing from his irises. Izuku's jaw dropped. I-it worked, right? Man, I really did fry your brain, didn't I? Let me jumpstart it then. Indiscriminate shock. Kaminari grinned and threw his hands down, releasing a wave of electricity into the ground. The yellow lightning coursed through the cement, cracking it along its destructive path. Sheet. Izuku tried to avoid the attack by jumping but was a second too late. The lightning struck his still-grounded feet and coursed through the greenette at the speed of lightning. He fell back with a groan, smoke arising from his leg where the bolt struck him. Okay, that didn't go according to plan. I didn't expect him to get all cocky and fire off an attack like that, though I guess that makes sense considering his ego. JG's, Midoriya. I feel kinda bad now. Kaminari stuttered, his eyes slightly twitching. Izuku groaned as he stood back up, his joints creaking painfully, before another idea filled him with an almost euphoric joy. Nomu was basically an empty shell. It displayed minimal intelligence. So to win this is the perfect matchup. For the first time in a long time, if at all, complete confidence filled Izuku. His grin was equally confident. I'm still standing, aren't I? He charged Kaminari. The blonde just shook his head. Looks like I knocked a few screws loose, Midoriya. The cloak of lightning surrounded him, crackling menacingly. But how well can it defend against this? Izuku suddenly dashed to the side and swiped down at his opponent. A slight shockwave emanated from the outstretched limb, knocking Kaminari's head back like a slap. In that instant, the cloak of lightning vanished. Here I go. Izuku cried as his quirk worked overdrive to get his timing perfect, his tomo spinning so fast he could practically feel them burning. From his position on Kaminari's side, he jumped forward and delivered a powerful chop to the back of his head, Missouri smash. Kaminari gasped as his eyes bulged out of his skull in pain. Instinctively, he let loose a powerful wave of lightning from all directions, striking Midoriya in the chest this time, before collapsing to his knees to recover. Oh, and Midoriya, that was uncool. No. Kaminari shook his head to clear his thoughts, but his poor attempt at speech was music to his foe's ears. Standing back up while rubbing his aching chest, Izuku smiled. Now's my chance. Like before, Izuku focused his gaze on his opponent's own until a familiar warmth filled his Sharingan, now reflected in Kaminari's eyes. Turn off your cloak of lightning. Kaminari nodded and the electricity surging across his body vanished. Mentally, Izuku cheered. It worked. When his brain short-circuits, he can't resist the Sharingan that well. Wow. Kaminari turned off his quirk. Wonder what that's about. Any commentary, Eraser? He has no self-control with his electricity. He's an idiot. Kirishima chuckled at their teacher's harsh words. Man, Aizawa-sensei really doesn't hold back. Bakugo huffed, it's Piku's fault. Dumbass had a good move, but he got cocky. Keep that sheet in check. Like you're one to talk. Jiro deadpanned. I'll kill you. Seriously? Why aren't I using my quirk? Come on. He's coming. Why can't I use it? Damn it, why won't my body listen to me? I don't want to lose here. Not like this. It's so uncool. Aren't cool guys supposed to wipe the floor with everyone else? Isn't everything supposed to be effortless? This is really hard. Maybe I'm not cool. Am I lame? I'm funny, aren't I? Nobody really laughs with me though. I'm strong though. But I couldn't do anything at USJ without Midoriya and Yamamo. I'm smart, right? That I'm not even gonna try to defend that one. I really SCK, don't I? Maybe I should just let Midoriya win. Look, there he is. Right in front of me. 2 seconds and I'll be unconscious. Wonder what he would do. Izuku pet his fist back and prepared to smash his knuckles into his opponent's temples. I win. Then, there was another flash of light and for the millionth time, Midoriya was thrown back. Kaminari groaned as he shook his head violently, his eyes slowly returning to their normal color. He smiled slowly, and man, that was weird. He broke free from the Sharingan. The blonde exhaled deeply. I'm almost out of juice. I'ma go it with a bong. Electricity crackled across his fingertips and his hair stood up like another certain golden-haired anime character. Izuku exhaled deeply and prepared himself. I just have to avoid this and I win. But if you get hit again, you'll lose and let everyone down. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Izuku's inner monologue. You're welcome, Izuku's other inner monologue. This isn't the time for a mental breakdown. Take this. Wei! Kaminari's eyes glazed over as he fired a blinding amount of electricity into the battlefield, thundering so loudly the air itself vibrated. The lightning itself was so blinding, Izuku had to avert his eyes out of instinct. Panicking, Izuku did the first thing that came to mind, Chidori. The thunderous roar of Kaminari's attack suddenly faded out as a sound like a raptor's cry cut through it. There was a bright flash and then, as quickly as it came, it faded. Izuku panted heavily, his hands smoking. Slow turning his head to the left, he stared at a dark splotch of soot on the ground. Did I just... Midoriya deflected a bolt of lightning. Holy foo dash. The children, Mike. Kaminari looked at the black mark blankly before turning to his opponent and flashing a thumbs up, way. He then fell back and didn't get up again. Midnight cracked her whip from the podium. Kaminari is unconscious. Present Mike roared joyously. The winner of the first matchup is Izuku Midoriya. Class A was noticeably polarized in their joyousness. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bakugo roared while bashing his head into the concrete walls. Yes. Uraraka cheered, her eyes tearing up at the prospect of receiving all of her winnings. Jiro just smirked as she pulled out the wad of bills and proceeded to pocket it once more. To say that everyone else's expressions were priceless would have been a disservice. But, Jiro, Izuku won. Uraraka pleaded while Tokoyami and Shoji stared with twitching eyes. Yaoyorozu stepped forward. Technically, I was the most correct given my prediction. A mischievous spark filled the punk girl's eyes. Were you? She held up a piece of paper for her entire class to read. Midoriya's gonna win and hurt himself in the process, but Jamming-Wei's gonna lose his sheet first. Jamming-Wei? I'll lose his sheet? Jiro put the paper back in her pocket and grinned. What can I say? I'm just craftier than everyone else. Let's kill her. Uraraka screeched as she enthusiastically clawed at Jiro, held back only by a frightened Ida. No, Uraraka-dano. Yeah, mate. Well, that was interesting. All Might dryly commented as he and his pupil left. The infirmary. Izuku rubbed his head where Recovery Girl had rapped him, repeatedly, for already getting injured again. It's not like I could help it. Kaminari shoots lightning from his fingertips. It's only natural that I'd get some burns. Well, Recovery Girl's always frustrated with the sports festival, so don't take it personally. Although I am a little curious why you kept getting shocked if you could have just deflected the lightning in the first place. Wait. I didn't know I could do that. Izuku waved his hands defensively. Really? That would have been one of the first things I tried. But. Izuku sighed and looked down. Sorry? All Might broke out into hysterical laughter. You're so fun to tease, young Midoriya. Well, that was just uncalled for. Midoriya pouted in response. Sorry. Anyways, you should get back to your friends in the class booth. Young Siro's match is about to begin, and I'm sure you're curious about who your next opponent will be. The skinny man pointed to the Class 1A section stairwell. See you all SSH. All Might hissed, pointing to the people around them. Alright. Izuku ran down the stairs before he could potentially out his mentor's secret for the dozenth time. Yo, Midori's back. Mina waved to the greenette as he walked down to the front row. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Ida turned up to look at their friend and gestured to an empty seat in between them and Jiro. Congrats, Deku. Well done, Midoriya. Midoriya, the others placed wagers on your match. I found it incredibly disrespectful, but I was unfortunately alone in my dash. Hey, good stuff out there, bro. Kirishima clapped Izuku on the back as he sat down. Really good stuff. Jiro snickered as she fanned herself with an impressively large stack of yen. Thanks, you guys. So, is the match about to dash? Start. I guess that answers that. On the repaired battlefield below, Awase stood calmly opposite an equally calm Siro. The former was curiously kicking off his shoes while the latter stretched his body out. You know, I really don't care if I win. Siro cracked his knuckles before rapidly launching a line of tape, but I don't want to lose either. The white tape wrapped itself around Awase's torso in a move clearly inspired by Aizawa. Then Siro started to pull his tape back towards him while spinning, only to fall down at the sudden resistance. What the hell? Why isn't it moving? Siro tugged at the tape, but Awase was barely budging. The only indication that the Class A student was pulling at all was Awase's slight lean forward, but it appeared as if he was anchored by his feet. Awase used his quirk to instantly fuse his soles to the concrete. Looks like Siro's strategy fell flatter than his nose. Mike, I'm pretty sure that's mildly racist. The operative word there is, mildly, my dear, innocent Eraserhead. Siro huffed and cut his tape off before smirking. Well, at least you can't move now. Doesn't that mean I win? Awase's feet glowed before he started running forward. I can still move my legs, dipshit. Siro grunted and launched another stream of tape, this time aimed at his opponent's legs. However, Awase quickly dodged the attack and stomped the tape down, fusing it to the cement with his toes. He then bashed Siro down with his shoulder and pressed the latter's arm against the ground with his exposed hands. Whoa, that's weird. Siro commented wide-eyed. His forearm skin seemed to merge perfectly with the cement in an almost grotesque manner. Next time, wrap up the hands properly. Awase instructed while pressing Siro's pants against the ground, fusing them as well. Then he used his foot to fuse Siro's other arm to his shirt, effectively trapping the tape user. You're not even trying to resist. He grinned. Well, like I said, I don't really want to win either. Awais just shook his head and turned to Midnight. He's actually immobile, right? The R-rated heroine liked her lips. Oh, sweet Benj. I can't wait until you're 18. Awais took an instinctive step back. Stay the F away from me, lady. Oh, berate me more. She shivered with a squeal. Midnight? Can you stop getting aroused by children? On international television? I promise nothing. The heroine cleared her throat before cracking her whip. Zero is unable to move. Awais is the winner. Honestly, after the first match, this feels somewhat anticlimactic. But the next match is sure to be varied and exciting. I might have spoke too soon. Mike groaned as he watched the umpteenth minute of Bakugo and Tetsutetsu's match. Aizawa shook his head disappointedly. It's literally a fight between an unstoppable force and an immovable object. How is it so ungodly boring? Ha! This is incredible. Bakugo roared with joy as he fired explosion after explosion at the metal man. Tetsutetsu seemed just as happy. Finally, a man that can stand up to me. I'm calling it now, you're my rival. Another explosion blasted Tetsutetsu back, but he shrugged it off and charged again. This cycle had been going on for a long time. A long time. In the class stands, Kirishima was bashing his head into the wall. Seriously? I should be down there fighting Bakugo. I'm his real rival. Mina yawned. I don't know, Kiri. It'd probably be just as boring if you were fighting Bakugo. He turned to his childhood friend with tears. How could you say that? I'm way more interesting than Tetsu 4 over there. We're not even comparable. Oh God. This is so manly. Tetsutetsu roared from the battlefield below. That I hate this stupid festival. Kirishima choked as he sobbed in a corner. Eche, lighten up, horn buddy. You get to fight Uraraka and that's gonna be interesting. Hey, speaking of Uraraka, where is she? Ow ow ow. Izuku rapidly tapped Uraraka's back as she pinned him to the ground in the waiting room while twisting his arm. Uraraka, I think that means he gives up. Ida sweat dropped at his friend's bulging eyes. Heh, sorry about that, Deku. Uraraka relaxed her grip and helped her opponent off of the ground. I just wanted to make sure my moves were sharp before the match. Izuku groaned while rubbing his shoulders. Man, I can't believe Ojiro even knew anything that brutal. It's seriously impressive that you got it down so perfectly though, Uraraka. She blushed at the compliment. It's nothing. Well, it's not nothing, Uraraka. High-level martial arts like that normally takes years of training. You seem to have a serious talent for it though. Ida asserted reassuringly. So, gonna make me embarrassed. She chuckled sheepishly. I just saw how hard everyone was training and thought I should work hard too, you know? She flashed back to the times she saw the Greenette working out at school, sparring against their classmates, talking to basically everyone about ways to better himself. He's so much more dedicated than I am. Can I really compare to that? I guess there's only one way to really find out. The trio continued to chat until Present Mike called Uraraka out after finally knocked out Tetsutetsu. Good luck. We're rooting for you. Do your best, Uraraka. She waved to her friends before exiting the concrete hallway and entering the sunny field. Exhaling deeply, she stepped onto the battlefield opposite Kirishima. Acutely, she was aware of present Mick's, likely degrading, commentary, but her nerves got the better of her and blocked it out. Her heart pounding so hard that she heard it in her ears, she dashed forward the second it was called, Start. Hosu City. Man, I really need to speed up. I'm gonna miss Tenya's next match. I already had to miss my morning jog. Wonder how he's doing? I can't worry about that now. Multiple reports from the last hour. Focus. It was a sunny day in the city as the turbo hero, Ingenium, leapt up and over buildings in his shiny armor, much to the adoration of the people below. But despite the cheery atmosphere of the city, Tensei Ida was on patrol for a disconcertingly grim reason. Over a dozen dead heroes. Over 20 crippled. And he's definitely somewhere in Hosu. Only question is where? Ingenium landed on an empty street and took off, the engines in his arms propelling him at blazing speed. Squad A, go north. Squad B, check the west side. Then he noticed a flash of movement on the side as well as an eerie chill down his spine. Skidding to a halt, Ingenium scaled a building before dropping into an alley while activating his intercom. "I've found him." Across the shadowy alley, a figure hunched over in the darkness, the only sign of life being his eyes shining with malice. Red like all the blood on his hands. It's the hero killer. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Present Mike winced as Kirishima dropped a wicked punch on Uraraka, completely skirting around the smaller student's block. Uraraka stumbled back before falling onto her rear, then rolling back onto her knees while she regained her bearings, rubbing her likely bruised jaw. She's got an iron chin for sure. So manly. I'm so pumped up. Kirishima punched his fists together and charged his stunned foe. The brunette shook her head clear and rolled at the last second, avoid the redhead's downward punch. She then jumped behind him, wrapped her arms around his gut, and performed a suplex, driving his head straight into the cement. Unfortunately for her, Kirishima was more than capable of shrugging that off. Whoa. Good move, Uraraka. Effortlessly, he used his hardened hands to pry her arms from his torso and jabbed his elbows into her sides, eliciting a sharp gasp and the thud of her dropping below him. However, Kirishima suddenly realized he couldn't feel that anything. It was as if his body's weight had suddenly vanished and now he was simply floating in mid. Oh. Uraraka scrambled away from under her floating opponent and spat out a bit of blood from that last jab to her ribs. Nonetheless, she smiled with pride. Kirishima's a close-range fighter for sure. All I had to do was pull off one of the grapple moves Ojiro taught me and use my quirk while he was down. Without gravity, he's basically just a floating rock. Kirishima hissed as he tried to grab onto the ground and pull himself down, but only managed to kick his body further into the air. And Kirishima's completely degravitized. Look at him flailing around. Eraser, you seeing this? It's hilarious. Mike, who let you become a teacher? University of Phoenix. Online degrees are the future, yeah. Wiping the last bit of blood from her mouth, Uraraka held her fingertips against each other. Kirishima, you can't maneuver around like that, can you? He grunted in response, his face as red as his hair while he struggled with all his might to propel himself, to no avail. Can't give up. Not that manly. Midnight giggled sadistically, oh, it's not up to you. Kirishima's unable to move. Uraraka wins. With that, we have all of the A-block matches decided for the next round. The Jumbotron flashed an image of Uraraka's student profile before cutting to the tournament bracket, graying out all of the Block A losers while drawing lines connecting the next matchups. Izuku Midoriya vs Yosetsu Aways. Katsuki Bakugu vs Ochako Uraraka. With that, we'll start with Block B. Could we have the next set of contestants get to the arena? Uraraka pressed her fingertips together. Release! A subtle pink glow flashed, and the floating redhead suddenly fell down. Ow! Kirishima groaned as he rubbed his face. Sorry. Uraraka rushed over and knelt by her friend. I should have warned you. My bad. He shrugged it off with a toothy grin. It's all right. I probably deserve it after getting beaten like that. I didn't even notice you used your quirk during the grapple. Nice work. Thanks, but are you sure you're okay? I know how badly you wanted to fight Bakugu. He waved her comment away. Nah, it's fine. Like, sure, I'm a little disappointed, but this just shows me I have a long way to go before I can stand up against Bakugu and the others. I'm getting pumped just thinking about all the training I'm gonna do. He banged his hardened fists together and smiled. The two enjoyed their moment, until it was completely and utterly shattered by a squealing R-rated hero. Oh, I just love your enthusiasm. It's making me sui dash. Ain, it's time to get out of here. See you back upstairs, Uraraka. The two exited their respective tunnels. As she walked past the waiting area, Uraraka coughed and immediately hissed at the pain in her ribs, gingerly holding her sides. You should see Recovery Girl. That elbow jab looked painful. Turning with a start, Uraraka met Yaoyorosa's gaze. Geez, you scared me. She sighed as her heart stopped racing after that last jolt. Yaoyorozu giggled and stood up. Sorry to startle you. Congratulations, by the way. That strategy was really smart. Heh, it was nothing. Just something I came up with on the fly. Not sure how much good it's gonna do against Bakugo though, the brunette pondered morosely. The deputy representative patted the shorter girl on the back. Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll do amazing. Besides, I'm sure Midoriya would be happy to lend you his notes if you wanted an outside perspective. Uraraka shook her head. I know, but I think I need to do this on my own. But what's wrong with accepting a little help from a friend? Even as heroes, we can collaborate with one another. Besides, classmates should help each other, shouldn't they? Uraraka shrugged. I know, but that it's like after USJ, I just have this emptiness, you know? Like I saw how helpful everyone was, eat it at you. Todoroki. Deku that I need to figure out if I can stand with them instead of relying on them, if that makes sense. Yaoyorozu's onyx eyes widened and she smiled softly. Yes, that makes perfect sense. I'll be sure to live up to your example, Uraraka. There's nothing left to show. Hatsum announced as she exited the ring. Midnight's whip cracked. Hatsum is out of the ring. Yaoyorozu moves on to the second round. Yaoyorozu sighed with exhaustion as she collapsed onto her knees. So much for my promise to Uraraka. For the entirety of their match, Hatsum used a series of auto turrets and sticky bombs to keep Yaoyorozu at bay while she made a 10-minute pitch to the hero support company representatives in the audience. Then, every time Yaoyorozu managed to destroy the turrets with a grenade or EMP device behind her protective shield, the pink-haired female just skirted away with her support gear and set up another set of obstacles. Truth be told, it was fairly impressive how obnoxious one person could be. Let's not try to forget that and get some action from the next competitors. Straight out of Edgar Allan Poe's Wet Dreams, it's Class A's Fumikage Tokuyama. Hizashi, what the F dash? I'm an English teacher, Eraserhead. Poetry jokes are my forte. That wasn't the problem and I think you know that. Tokoyami groaned while pressing his hand to his forehead, cheeks tinged pink from his introduction. It's bad enough I'm in the sunlight, but now Mike-sensei is making derogatory comments at me. There's no revelry to be had here. Next up is the guy who looks like how Edgar Allan Poe feels. Hitoshi Shinsu from class not. Mike, you're offensive on so many levels, I think we might actually be arrested. Let them come. Shinso cracked his neck and placed his hands in his pockets, flashing Tokoyami a cocky grin with just a hint of ill intent. Before we start, I think I should apologize. Fumikage raised an eyebrow and opened his beak to speak, only to clamp a hand over it, recalling Ojiro's warning during the break. Don't speak to him. I need to maintain my composure and keep quiet. Luckily, it's so sunny that I don't need to worry about exciting dark shadow. The purple-haired teen's eyes widened slightly at the lack of response, but continued with his trademark smirk. Yeah, I feel just awful about that monkey dropping out. He was your classmate, right? Tokoyami's gaze narrowed at the insult directed at his friend, but he kept his cool, staying silent even after Present Mike announced the start of the match. The general studies students I twitched in annoyance. So the monkey told you the secret to my quirk, did he? Or did you figure it out yourself? That's impressive regardless. I thought birds had really small brains, but you must have a good-sized pea on your shoulders. Tokoyami clenched his fists in anger. Just stay quiet. Dark Shadow, knock him out. Silently summoning his shadowy companion, he guided the apparition towards Shinso, the latter's confident expression betrayed by his instinctive step backwards. I'm not much for hurting small animals, but I'll make an exception for a freak like you. Technically, I'm not responding to him if I don't speak to him. Dark Shadow, make it hurt. The sentient quirk speed doubled as he charged Shinso. You got it, boss. Shinso gulped and quickly went over his options. Let's see, insulted classmate. Check. Insulted him. Check. Called him a freak. Check. Damn it. Think, Hitoshi. What might send him over the edge? There's gotta be something. Come on, what else does he like? Wait a second. The taller boy regained his smirk and confidently remarked, Black is an ugly color. Now you listen to Dash Sheet. Ojiro grabbed his head in frustration. Damn it. I specifically told him not to let him get in his head. Uraraka just chuckled sheepishly, to think that'd be his breaking point. Either way, it's still less embarrassing than Yamamo's battle, Siro commented, earning a quick elbow from Jiro. Apologize. She pointed at the dejected heiress. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Izuku was scribbling like he'd never scribbled before. Tokoyami's weaknesses, updated, likes black too much. Shinso grinned as he felt the familiar tug of a successful mind control attempt. Instantly, Dark Shadow ceased moving forward while his owner tensed up with glazed eyes. Looks like Tokoyami's completely zoned out. What happened? Shinso's quirk is literally on the roll call sheet in front of you. At least try to be a good announcer. Hey, you try transitioning from a podcast to hosting the most popular event in the Eastern Hemisphere live on the air. Relaxing himself after the slight panic from before, Shinso commanded, now be a good birdie and fly out of the ring. Tokoyami quickly turned around and walked toward the edge. Except he wasn't moving forward. He was being anchored in place by Fumi? Why were you so quiet? Shinso's, and most everyone else's, eyes bulged out of his skull. You've got to be kidding me. Dark Shadow turned to his master and pet his head. Fumi, are you dead? The purple-haired teen facepalmed. So the shadows actually got a separate consciousness? Great, how do I get him to talk? Yo, Smokey. Fumi. Hey, chicken. Fumi. 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 Shinso's sweat dropped. I'm being ignored and I've run out of insults. Dark Shadow approached his partner and started poking him in the face. Fumi. 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 Fumikage. Fumikage. Tokoyami. Lord of Darkness. Shadow King. He who shall not be named unless he so chooses to be named because identity is a thing and it's beautiful that I'm running out of nicknames for you. There was no response as Tokoyami simply made another attempt to walk out of the ring, despite his avatar once again restricting his movement. Why were you trying to walk out of the ring? Did that guy hurt your feelings or something? Is it his quirk? If I beat him, will you talk to me again? Fumi? Worth a shot. Shinso's eyes widened. Wait, woof. In a flash, Dark Shadow rocketed forward and headbutt Shinso out of the ring. And right onto his back. That I suppose Dark Shadow, and by proxy, Tokoyami, wins the match. Present Mike scratched his cheek, unsure of how to process the last couple minutes. On the ground, Shinso grit his teeth and clawed his fingers into the grass. You hero course just think you're so much better than us just because you were born with quirks suited for this type of work. You don't know what it's like to be judged as something you're not, just because your quirk makes people uncomfortable. To be told you're suited for something you have no interest in becoming. That Mr. I don't know your name, Dark Shadow meekly called. I don't know if you saw, but Fumi's head's shaped like a bird. That I noticed. Shinso replied, nonplussed. Oh cool. Anyways, he got made fun of a lot for that. And because of me, he doesn't have any privacy or anything like that. And he can't let it get too dark otherwise I take over his body become an unstoppable force of destruction and violence. Wait, what? I'm just trying to say that every quirk comes with its own challenges. Wait, what do you turn into when it gets dark? But Fumikage never let it keep him down because he wants to be a hero, regardless of what other people say or the trouble I give him. So you should be like Fumi. I'm taking life advice from a floating shadow monster. Honestly, not the worst person to turn to considering the hero course's English teacher. Thanks, Toko the Dark Shadow. Or both. Tokoyami blinked as he felt his bearings return to him. What happened? Fumi, you're not dead anymore. Dark Shadow cheered. That you know we're linked, right? If I die, you die. Dark Shadow gasped and retreated into the comfort of his partner's abdomen. Scary. Tokoyami groaned. You're such a coward when it's bright outside, but good work. Izuku wiped his brow and smiled at his newly completed entry for Tokoyami. Phew. Finally finished adding those last few notes. Phew. Kirishima sweat dropped. Uraraka whispered. I think Deku's got his own definitions for certain words. Ya think? Kaminari whistled while reading through the recently completed Hero Analysis for the Future, number 13. Like, where do you even keep these notebooks? Half of the class leaned in, the question they all had since they met Midoriya finally put forward. Oh, well, I actually dash. And why is this one so burnt? Damn it, Kaminari. Class 1A screeched. Oh, WL. Kakin sorta. Blew it up. Izuku scratched his head. I did not. Bakugo roared from the front seat. Jiro shrugged. Sounds like something you'd do. Yeah, it's completely in character for you. Shoji remarked. Even Todoroki would agree, and he doesn't talk to anyone. Azui added, and speaking of, let's give it up for the fan favorite. Unlike his dad, he's actually number 1 at something. It's Class A's top husbando, Shoto Todoroki. ED Mike. Endeavor roared from the stands. How about yours? Oh wait, did All Might take that from you too? I'll kill you. I wish you W-. The mic suddenly cut out. The audience fell into a stunned silence, broken only by the slightest chuckle from the participant on the stage. Ahem. The sound of Aizawa clearing his throat replaced the sudden quiet. Sorry about that, but I've been told that Present Mick's been fired from his job as announcer. So here to replace him is UA's Principal Dash. What am I? Am I a mouse? The bear? But my true identity is Dash. Eraserhead interrupted. Yes, very funny, Principal Nizu, but let's just get back to the fight at hand. But what am I? I have severe dysphoria. In a wonderfully bland monotone, Aizawa called the next competitor, Todoroki's fighting Mina Ishido. Start. The Pinkette chuckled sheepishly. Man, I almost miss Present Mike Sensei. What about you, To-Do Dash? Sorry about this. Todoroki tapped the ground with his right foot, unleashing a sizable, yet quick, stream of ice that rapidly wrapped itself around Mina's stunned body. See cold. She chattered. Midnight shivered and turned to the trapped Ishido. See, can you move? Let me think. Todoroki just shook his head. You know you can't. Just finish this up, Ishido. She grinned mischievously. But do I know? You're not giving me much credit, To-Do. To-Do. The ice around Mina's arms and feet began to sizzle. After a few seconds, she shattered her prison and began running towards her opponent. Todoroki's eyebrows raised slightly, but he just sent another, slightly larger wave of ice at her. However, Ishido easily sidestepped this attack and countered with a spray of her own acid. Ducking under the veil, Todoroki hissed when a drop of acid caught his clothes, dissolving the fabric. She got me. In a flash of instinct, Todoroki waved his right hand in an arc, creating a huge pillar of ice that slammed right into the unsuspecting Ishido and sent her careening out of bounds. Eraserhead grunted. Todoroki wins. Eraserhead, that's not very good commentary. Try to say actual words instead of grunts. Nizu politely stated. I'm not good at this stuff. Sorry. You certainly don't sound sorry. No matter. My teaching philosophies tell me that the best and most educational commentary is practically identical to the constructive criticism a teacher would offer a student. I'd say both are pretty similar in terms of their strengths and weaknesses. Both are really good with their own quirks, and they both have major personality flaws that hold them back. Ishido's quick and skilled with her acid, and her physicality is unmatched among the first years. But she's not very creative with application, and her laid-back attitude rarely drives her to come up with reasonable strategy. Then Todoroki's quirk is one of the stronger ones I've seen. Plus, his own physical abilities are probably the strongest among the boys in his class. But he's so used to dominating his foes that if he ever fought someone who could match his power or avoid it entirely, he'd probably lose focus for a second. See? That wasn't so bad, was it? Nizu's cheery voice offered a welcome respite to the soul-crushing dreariness of Aizawa's. No. I'm really proud of you, Shota. You get an A. I'm not a student. Good one. After another quick match where Ida delivered the mother of all kicks to Aoyama's face within the first 3 seconds, the quarterfinals were announced. Izuku Midoriya vs. Yosetsu Aways. Katsuki Bakugu vs Ochako Uraraka. Floppy. Momo Yaoyorozu vs Fumikage Tokoyami. Shoto Todoroki vs Tenya Ida. Aizawa coughed into the mic, which made for an interesting sound, before calling the first match. Midoriya and Awase, get onto the stage. Izuku breathed deeply as he stepped onto the stage opposite Awase. His quirk lets him fuse things that he touches. He's also really confident, but he's also really wound up. Kinda like Kaken. For a moment, he chuckled at the thought of the next round and the potential swear-off between Bakugu and Awase before slapping his cheeks and shaking the thought out. I'm gonna fight in the next round. I've already won 2 matches. What's one more? Start. Aizawa announced. Awase cracked his knuckles and put his hands up. Ready when you are, Midoriya? See cool. Izuku nodded and charged one for all throughout his body. Full cowl. Also, Sharingan. Immediately, Izuku went to work analyzing Yosetsu's form. He's got his palms open, probably so he can fuse anything on the fly. His footwork's unsteady, but it's set up for quick movement. He knows that the stuff he pulled against Zero and Tsuburaba won't work against a close-range fighter like me, so he's going for a quick evade, probably with a counter that'll limit my movement. So I'll just hit him before he can react. Izuku dashed forward in a stream of emerald lightning. He pet his fist back and sent it flying at Awase's right as he got within reach. With a satisfying smack, Awase's head snapped back from the blow. However, a small movement caught Izuku's eye, to which he reacted too late. Damn it! Izuku hissed as Awase's fingertips brushed against the former's shirt and instantly fused, pulling the greenette along as the latter fell down. Oh, Jesus, that freaking hurt. Awase groaned, before smiling as he grabbed a fistful of Midoriya's shirt and fused the rest of his hand to it. But I've got you now. Midoriya pulled himself up, with great effort since Awase was still too stunned to stand on his own, and seized the hand gripping his gym shirt. It's really fused at the molecular level. I can't pull it off. Gotcha. Awase grinned as his hand glowed and suddenly pulled away from Izuku's shirt, scrambling away to recuperate from the earlier punch. Without thinking, Izuku went for a punch, only to feel an odd sensation in his hand. Like it suddenly weighed twice as much and was attached to the other arm in his torso. Oh no. Looking down, Izuku nearly vomited at the grotesque body horror that was his hands. The fingers overlapped and twisted around each other like an even more horrific worm ball. Simultaneously, his own fingertips were now stuck onto his shirt, effectively trapping his arms. When I grabbed his hand, he simultaneously unfused himself while fusing my fingers together and then fusing them to my shirt. All in an instant. He's right to be so confident. His technique and speed are amazing. Izuku pulled up and with a loud rip, plus a surprising amount of effort, managed to tear the chunk of fabric fused to his skin out of his shirt, creating a large tear down the middle. Midnight squealed, "Yes. This is what I've been waiting for. Shirtless teen boys are literally my top search dash. And that's where I censor you," Aizawa said as he drowned out the Diamana's passionate words. Awase took one look at his opponent's exposed torso and whistled, "Respect." Thanks. Izuku blushed before dashing forward. Okay, keep the Sharingan on his hands and other exposed areas. Avoid those and I'll be fine. Like his torso, that's where I should. Awase unzipped his shirt and removed it, exposing his own torso. Yes. Midnight roared. Izuku's outstretched hands connected with Awase's chest, but he immediately rolled into the attack, fusing the fabric finger mishmash with his pectoral, then seizing Midoriya's elbows and pulling him closer. Not again. Izuku groaned as he was pulled down for the second time, except now Awase rotated at the last second so that he landed on top of Midoriya and pinned him down, and if you seriously don't think Midnight was panting heavily at this point, I don't know what to tell you. Awase pressed Izuku's arms to the ground and instantly fused them, once again trapping his opponent. Izuku struggled to lift his arms off the ground, but to no avail. Damn it. He only needs to touch me, and it completely changes the fight. How can I get out of this? Think, damn it. His eyes began to sting, whether from tears of frustration, dust, or something else, and he ran through his options. Awase stood up and dusted himself off. He can't move, right? Midnight liked her lips at the pinned boy before cracking her flail. Izuku dash. No! Izuku yelled as he flipped up and onto his feet. I can still fight. The angle's awkward as hell, but with 5% coursing through his legs, he stomped the cement until it cracked before lifting up as hard as he could. Gah! The ground beneath his feet cracked and he felt his back straighten as his arm, with a sizable chunk of cement, came free. Jesus, this is heavy. Away's eyes bulged. Holy shit, dude. What the actual F dash? That's freaking crazy. So much for being cool. Izuku steeled himself and controlled his breathing despite the insane weight on his arms. Let's try something else. He threw his hands up and suddenly pulled them down. With the added weight of the cement block, this sent him flying forward in a flip. Take this, Manchester Smash. Izuku brought his leg down in an axe kick over Away's head, crumpling his foe. He flipped back up and prepared to attack again but was relieved to see that Away's was unconscious. Izuku Midoriya is the winner. Midnight announced over the audience's cheers, before liking her lips maliciously, but I'm the real winner today. She looked down at her phone, where she perfectly captured the moment Away's pinned Midoriya down. Oh, that I'm gonna have some fun when this is done. After getting some help to Recovery Girl's office by the drones, it was just a matter of the unconscious Away's getting injected with a quirk disruptor to undo the fusing on Izuku's hands. You're lucky I brought some along, otherwise you'd be in here until the poor boy woke up. Recovery Girl chastised, exasperated at the repeated visits. Alright, sorry ma'am. Izuku rubbed his head in embarrassment. She sighed and sat down. It's not really your fault, I suppose, but these disruptors are expensive. Only way I could make them was through Shota's quirk factor, and now that he's injured, it'll be a while before I can get any more. The loudspeakers flared to life. Speak of the devil. Uraraka and Bakugo walk onto the stage. Start whenever you feel like it. Izuku's eyes widened. Gah. I forgot her fight's next. I'm gonna go watch. Thank you again. Recovery Girl waved him off but gave a small smile once he left. He didn't injure himself this time. I hope he's learning. There was a loud explosion from the field. Though the odds of coming through unscathed next round are not bad, to say the least. Bakugo held his breath as the smoke cleared from his opening explosion. Uraraka had made a mad dash right for him, only to be stopped by a quick blast. Now he was just waiting for the first sign of life. The Bakugo zeroed in on a flash of blue in front of him and slammed it down. What the hell? It was just the UA gym jacket. That means Uraraka appeared from behind Bakugo and extended her arms, fingertips outstretched for her quirk. He fell for it. Unfortunately for her, the hot-tempered teen was also the quicker of the two, and he launched a flowing explosion that sent her skidding back, sore and short of breath. Come on. So Cielo. Too slow. There wasn't even time to think as he ran forward to deliver another powerful blast, knocking Uraraka back several meters. She rolled along the ground painfully and coughed, but stood up just as fast as he attacked, grit emanating from her steely gaze. Acutely, she was aware of some commotion in the crowd and the loudspeakers. It sounded like there was booing and Aizawa-sensei was yelling, but she couldn't be sure. The only thing she could hear for sure was the ring from the explosion, the sound of her own heartbeat, and Deku's battle cry. I'm the devil that never gives up. She charged forward and roared, only to take another blast to the face. Gritting her teeth and growling through the burning pain, she ran through the smoke, catching the boy off guard. Her fingers just grazed his body before he sent her flying once more. She coughed before going once more, I'm not done yet. Again and again, Uraraka charged Bakugo. Again and again he countered. However, he didn't move much. Lucky me. Thanks, Bakugo. The blonde raised a brow. Huh? What are you on about, round face? She hardened her look and pressed her fingers together. You'll see soon enough. From above Bakugo, all of the rocks and debris Uraraka collected while Bakugo was blasting away at her rocketed downwards like hundreds of little meteorites. What the actual F dash? Bakugo's jaw dropped. I knew she must have had some sorta plan, hangs around with Deku too much to not have one, but how many FNG rocks did she touch? Uraraka pressed forward, ignoring the pain racking her body. Whether he gets hit or not, I'll catch him with my quirk while he's distracted. But then Bakugo lifted his arm up and fired the largest blast any of them had ever seen from him, even bigger than the one he used against the Nomu. And that was with his gauntlet. The shockwave sent dust, and Uraraka, flying around the stage while the sound made the audience members clutch their ears in pain. Uraraka couldn't tell if the pain in her chest was from the blast wave or the soul-crushing realization that her trump card had utterly and spectacularly failed. That was the best I could do, and it still wasn't enough. She shook her head clear of her doubts and the ringing noise before standing back up for another go at it. Doesn't matter. I can't give up now. Not when I'm so close. For Deku, Dad, everyone. I need to win this. Bakugo grinned at his charging foe. All right. Let's get serious, Uraraka. Then her knees buckled. From the shadows of the Hosu City alleyway, the hero killer smiled maliciously, his blade sleek with blood. On the ground beneath his spiked boots lay another false idol, mercilessly culled by his self-righteous vengeance. Ingenium sputtered, splattering more blood over his cracked, crimson-slick armor. The last vestiges of his conscience struggled to maintain their grip on reality, but the unending pain that it refused to let him breathe. Stain smirked as he dragged his serrated sword along the ground, the metal scraping sonorously against the concrete. To still be awake after all that. You have the stamina of a hero, I'll give you that. Too bad it's wasted on the rest of you. Why are you doing this? Ingenium struggled to get up, but his body screamed in protest, aching from the overwhelming torture that was the hero killer's wrath. I detest this society that bastardizes its own ideals. Sells the title of hero to the first BSDRD with a flashy costume and strong quirk, and then condemns those who do the right thing because it's the right thing simply because it takes away from the false savior's profit margins. Being a hero used to mean something that now there's only one real hero. Let me guess, you're the savior. Ingenium was barely getting the oxygen to survive, let alone talk, but he desperately needed to stall for time. The sensors in his suit would have alerted someone at his agency by now. Someone knew where he was and how grave the situation was. Stain chuckled before burying his sword in the armored hero's shoulder, earning a roar of agony. I'm no hero. I'm the necessary evil that'll purge society of fakes like you. Then, once my mission is complete, I'll allow myself to die. In the distance, Tensei heard a siren and grinned. Sorry, but your mission's ending early. Stain pet his head before his eyes widened in realization as the sirens got closer and closer. Then his face broke out into a grin. I say I have a few seconds before I need to leave. He locked eyes with Ingenium, and the latter felt true, unabashed, life-endangered terror. That's plenty of time. Uraraka. Izuku burst into her waiting room, sweat pouring from the long run from the Class A stands. Man, I guess I lost, huh? She giggled sheepishly. Huh? He sweat dropped at the cavalier greeting. Are you okay? She smiled and looked away. I mean, it's is to lose, but you're always going forward. Seems kinda stupid if I don't move on from this as well, you know. Izuku nodded. Clearly she wasn't alright, but he didn't want to pry. For a while, the two just sat in silence, allowing the sounds of the battle outside keep the situation from becoming overly awkward. Tokoyami wins. Next group please. Aizawa called through the mic. Wow, Yaoyorozu lost? Izuku whistled. Man, I know how much she wanted to leave a good impression. I hope it was a good fight. It was really fast though. Uraraka nodded, remembering the two's promise to each other earlier that day. Feeling tears prick her eyes, she was saved from a breakdown by the ringing of her phone. Missed calls from Dad? Here, I'll let you take that. I'll try to wish Ida luck before his match. Izuku gave a reassuring smile before walking out of the room. She looked at her phone and took one deep breath before answering. Hello? Ochako? A rich and deep voice replied. A uniquely comforting one. Hey Dad, sorry I didn't answer earlier. It's nothing. Your mom and I saw your fights on TV. You were incredible out there. The words filled her with a temporary elation, but that feeling quickly vanished. But it only matters if you win. And I got totally destroyed. Hey, come on now. There's always next year. And I dare a pro hero to tell me to my face that my baby girl wasn't the bravest person out on the field today. But the scouts are looking for top contenders. I mean, what's the rush? Well, that I have to, for you and for Mom. The other end was silent for a while before Mr. Uraraka spoke again, his voice gentle and soft. Ochako, you know you don't have to go crazy over us, right? Heck, you probably worry more about us than we do for you. He chuckled sheepishly. After all, your mom and I know you're going to be an incredible hero. Izuku was already down the hall, but he could still vaguely hear the sound of choked sobs behind him. Of course she's sad. She has every reason to be. I want to pay her back for all of her help, but the best thing I can do right now is focus on the next match. He steeled himself and continued to Ida's waiting room, only to find it empty. Guess he left already. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku turned to the sound of the voice. Oh, Yaoyorozu. He gave a reassuring smile. Sorry about the match. Are you okay? She smiled slightly and nodded. I'm fine. Just a little shell-shocked. There was something about her expression though. An unusual subdued quality to her emotions. And for the heiress, that was saying something. You sure? Certainly don't look fine. She averted her gaze but nodded again. Then she plastered on a sheepish smile. Truth be told, I'm a little famished. Care to join me? He nodded. Yeah, that sounds good. Don't want to go into the next fight hungry. But you're fighting Bakugo. How are you feeling? Izuku sighed. Nervous, I guess. I haven't thought too much about it, truth be told. But honestly, I'm ready. More than any other fight, this is the one I know I can win. Everything I've done, all that training after the battle trial and USJ, in a way, has been so that I could catch up to Kakin and beat him, for real this time. Yaoyorozu smiled, genuinely this time. I'm really glad. He could stand to go down a peg or two, truth be told. And besides, I think Todoroki or Ida would both rather fight you than him. Izuku chuckled before the loudspeakers announced, Todoroki wins. Midoriya and Bakugo to the stage. Already? Must have been a short match. Yaoyorozu noted. Ish. I hope Ida's okay. Man, it SCKS when your friends lose, huh? Well, then I guess that means it's my turn to go out there. Izuku waved goodbye. Good luck. I'm rooting for you. She waved him off with a smile before it, unbeknownst to him, promptly fell. As Izuku walked to the stadium entrance, his heart racing 1,000,000 miles an hour, he came across yet another friendly face. Oh, Ida. The tall teen smiled. Hello, Midoriya. I suppose your match is about to begin. Izuku nodded. Yeah. But sorry about your fight. I know how badly you wanted to win. Ida waved it off. Of course winning would have been nice, but I'm honestly just content to have done right by my brother. I did my best and that's all I could have honestly hoped for. But I feel the same. Izuku grinned at his friend. But he's being very mature about this. Then Ida started shaking violently. What's wrong? Izuku started panicking. Oh God, he's having a mental breakdown. Ida simply took his phone out. I'm receiving a call. What kind of a reaction was that? And why is everyone getting phone calls right now? It's my mother. Sorry, I need to take this. And you need to go. Best of luck, Midoriya. Ida waved his friend off as he went down the hallway. With a wave goodbye and one more deep breath, Izuku turned around and exited the hallway, once more walking onto the grassy path leading to the battlefield. He climbed the steps and gulped in anticipation. Or nervousness. Likely both. Across the battlefield, Bakugo had also just walked onto the stage. Their eyes met and time seemed to freeze. This wasn't an argument by the gate or a training exercise or a confrontation in the street. This was a true and proper fight. Not between old friends or enemies. This was, to paraphrase Uraraka, a fated battle between rivals. With one final deep breath, Izuku stepped forward.